When I was 17, I didn't feel good about myself. I found it hard to make friends and felt like no one noticed me, especially not boys. I made many friends online in chat rooms, back in the early 2000s. During one summer, I was staying with my sister to help her out because she injured her leg at a fair, and taking care of my two nieces and nephew was too much for her alone. This meant I could use the computer all night. I felt pretty lonely because I had just moved from my old school after my mom and stepdad split up, and I couldn't see my friends much because of everything going on. I chatted with a few guys, even video chatted sometimes, but nothing serious. I met this guy who said he was from Florida. He wouldn't say how old he was or send a photo, but he made it sound like he was older because he mentioned living in his own place. He said his camera was broken, which sounded believable at the time. He even suggested I visit him, promising to buy me a ticket so we could hang out. He seemed really interested when I told him I hadn't been with anyone before. After a week of talking, he persuaded me to show a bit of skin on camera. It took a lot of convincing, and he kept saying, "It's just me, don't worry." I regretted it, but at the moment, it didn't seem like a big deal. I never did it again, but we kept talking. As summer ended, my sister got better and didn't need my help, so I stopped spending nights at her place. Then, a couple of weeks before school, my best friend Mia called with shocking news. She asked, "Why am I seeing a picture of you like this?" I was stunned. At first, I didn't understand what she meant. All I could do was ask for details, and she explained that a guy sent her a photo of me, and it was clear it was the guy I had been talking to. Mia and some other friends received the same photo. It turned out this guy had somehow got into my account and taken my friend's contacts. My neighbor saw the photo too. He came up to me, really kind, saying he understood because he has a sister my age. He promised not to tell my mom, which was a relief, but still, it was so shameful. I pleaded with him to keep it a secret, and thankfully, he agreed. Mia had to sneak into her parents' email because the guy had hacked her contact list too and sent it to everyone she knew, including her parents. Luckily, her parents never saw the photo, and we managed to keep the whole mess pretty quiet. Only our friends knew what happened. When I finally got back online, I found tons of messages from him. I asked him why he did it, and he said he was angry because I hadn't replied to him. He was upset that I stopped talking to him. I told him he destroyed my life, and all he could say was sorry before he blocked me. He never contacted me again or sent out more photos, but about 20 or 30 kids from my old school saw that picture. I was thankful I didn't go to that school anymore. However, every time I visited and walked around town, I'd see people from school. I could tell they knew. They would point and laugh, and I've never been more grateful for not having a computer at home. I stopped using my online profile, even when at Mia's or my sister's place. To the grown man who tried to wreck my life when I was just a high schooler because you felt rejected, I hope you got caught. I wish that all the bad things you wanted for me happened to you instead. I pray we never meet again. This story is a warning to everyone about the dangers lurking online, and the horror isn't always in the shadows, but in the screens we stare at every day. I was a very shy girl in my early years of high school. So shy, I would hide behind my mom and dad when we walked into school because I didn't like all the students staring at me as I entered the classroom. Luckily, I started making friends who liked the same things I did, and they became very close to me. I still talk to many of them even after we finished school. But there was one person, Teddy, I wish I never became friends with. At first, he seemed like the rest of us, loving cartoons and drawing and a bit quiet. I didn't notice anything strange about him back then, and I was nice to him. Looking back, I realized there were warning signs I missed. We were all a bit awkward, and I was dealing with a lot of anxiety, which made social situations hard for me. But Teddy was different. His awkwardness was something else, but I didn't see it at that time. After a few months, Teddy and I started to like each other more. We began dating, but we were just kids. Still, it felt serious. He was very sweet at first. For example, right before Valentine's Day, he surprised me with lunch, a cute octopus toy, and a heartfelt card during our school break. I was touched, but also felt guilty because I hadn't gotten him anything. Looking back, that was the first sign something was off. Teddy became very obsessed with me quickly. While we dated, he got more and more clingy. I'm okay with a bit of clinginess, but Teddy was too much. He always had to be close to me, holding my arm or hugging me. Some friends thought it was sweet, but others, and eventually I, found it too much and strange. It made me uncomfortable and pushed me away from him. I felt in my gut that I shouldn't keep dating Teddy. My instincts, mixed with my strong anxiety that I hadn't yet gotten help for, made me realize I didn't like him that way anymore. I'm not someone who likes confrontations or drama, so the thought of telling Teddy we should just be friends again made me very nervous. We had become close so fast. Eventually, though, we did break up, but it hadn't been a long relationship. You might think being friends again would be easy, right? But with Teddy, it wasn't like that at all. At first, I thought everything was fine, and we could move past our short time as a couple. But I was wrong. Teddy didn't leave me alone. He wasn't too close, but he was always there, around me, especially when I was with my friends at lunch or in class. He kept staring at me. Sometimes I'd feel his gaze so intensely, and when I looked back, he'd quickly pretend to be busy with his laptop or notebook. This situation made me very uncomfortable. A brave friend of mine even told Teddy to back off and leave me alone because his behavior was too much, and it was clear we couldn't be friends anymore. I hoped that would be the end of it, but something happened that I still remember very clearly. One day, right before the end of lunch, I decided to head to my next class early. In Australia, where this happened, it was the last class of the day. I was alone, heading up a large stairway to my class, and suddenly Teddy appeared behind me. He tapped on my shoulder, and even though we were just steps away from the busy courtyard, I felt trapped. It was as if I was in a cage, alone with him. I realized he must have been following me to know I was alone at that moment. His presence and the way he spoke to me, wanting to talk alone now that my protective friend wasn't there, scared me. I wish I'd been braver back then. I should have told him to leave me alone, that I didn't want to hear anything he had to say, and that I needed to get to my class. But my anxiety and my wish to be kind to everyone stopped me from speaking up. Instead, I stayed silent as he grabbed me and pulled me to the side of the stairway, pressing our arms against the cold stone walls. I haven't mentioned this, but I'm very short, only 4'7" tall now, and I was even shorter back then. This detail is important because Teddy used his height to block me, making it difficult for me to leave and hiding me from anyone who might pass by. Then he took out a letter he had written for me. He insisted on reading it aloud, saying it would help me understand him better. Listening to him read that letter made my anxiety worse with each word. To summarize the letter, he wrote, "Dear Cherry, I'm sorry I couldn't make you happy. I miss giving you hugs and gifts. You deserve all the love in the world, and I wish I could be the one to give it to you. Please give me another chance. I promise to change, to become the perfect man for you. I'll even start going to the gym if you want. I just want to make you happy, so maybe one day we can wake up together, married." These weren't his exact words, but the idea of him wanting to change for me, dreaming of marrying me after only a few weeks of dating, was clear. As a young girl, hearing him plan our future, believing he could become the ideal man for me, was terrifying. It made my heart sink. He looked at me, waiting for a response, but his gaze felt creepy. It was then I realized how obsessed he was with me, and it hit me all at once. When the lunch break ended, the bell rang, but it was unlikely anyone would come to this stairway. It led to 2 rarely used classrooms and a teacher's lounge that not many visited, leaving me pretty much alone with Teddy. My fear and anxiety peaked, making me freeze instead of reacting. Unable to respond or escape, I broke down crying in front of him. Teddy was clearly surprised by my reaction, not knowing what to do next. He started to reach out, possibly to hug me, but that was the last thing I wanted from someone who had scared me so much. Just then, 2 girls I didn't know appeared. They saw the distress I was in and immediately intervened. Teddy tried to downplay the situation, but they weren't fooled. They scolded him fiercely, one confronting him directly while the other comforted me. With their help, I was pulled away from the situation, still crying and unable to speak properly. I later learned that my class location had changed to the library on the other side of our large school. These kind girls didn't mind being late to their own classes. They were determined to ensure I got to mine safely. I was deeply grateful for their kindness, strangers who became protectors in that frightening moment. After that distressing encounter, Teddy stopped talking to me and keeping his distance, which made my school days much more bearable. However, deep inside, I remained fearful he might confront me again when I was alone, though thankfully that never happened. At first I was worried about his return, but since we were in senior year with different elective classes, our paths rarely crossed, except in one literature class. Our literature teacher wasn't fond of Teddy, evident from his poor performance and lack of seriousness towards the subject, which eventually led to his removal from the class. Although I felt slightly bad for him, considering his apparent mental health issues, I was relieved when he was no longer in my class, as he had started to give me uncomfortable stares. The only other time we were in the same class again was when my math class merged with his due to teacher absence. I felt his gaze on me again, but I stayed focused on my work with my friend. His behavior throughout senior year, including being suspended for taking inappropriate photos of girls and dating someone much younger, only confirmed his unsettling nature. Reflecting on my experience with Teddy and a subsequent abusive relationship in 12th grade has made it challenging for me to trust and feel comfortable in relationships. However, I'm grateful to have found someone who respects me and helps me overcome my past traumas. We're celebrating our 1-year anniversary soon. This experience taught me the importance of recognizing red flags and trusting my instincts for my safety. My encounter with Teddy could have escalated, and I was fortunate to have strangers intervene during a critical moment. My advice to anyone in a similar situation is to prioritize your safety and well-being above all else. My friend Mike had been chatting with a girl named Sarah from England on the internet for over a year. Sarah seemed really nice, with a lot of friends and a caring family. She shared tons of pictures and stories about her life, making her seem very real. Her friends and family would leave comments on her social media, talking about their fun weekends, making plans to meet up, apologizing for missed calls, and wishing her happy birthday. Mike started to fall for Sarah and even told his parents and close friends about her. He would buy many phone cards to talk to her when they both could. About 9 months later, Sarah told Mike she was thinking about moving to the USA to be closer to him, and they even talked about living together. She said she had discussed it with her parents, and they suggested she should visit with a friend first to see if she liked it. Mike was thrilled. He couldn't stop talking about Sarah, how wonderful she was, and how she planned to visit for a week. Everyone should meet her, he said. When Mike went to the airport to pick up Sarah and her friend, Sarah wasn't there. Instead, he met 2 people who introduced themselves as Lily and Jack, claiming to be siblings. They said Sarah got too scared to fly over to meet Mike and switched her ticket with Jack's at the last minute. Lily and Jack were there to see if Mike was who he said he was and to check out the place for Sarah. After coming back home, Mike chatted online with Sarah, who kept saying sorry. Mike told her it was all right and that he understood her fear. I met Lily and Jack at a party Mike threw. He was showing them around, hoping they'd tell Sarah good things about him and his friends. Lily and Jack seemed normal, sticking together, having beers, laughing and talking to people. They took a lot of photos, which we thought was for Sarah. But a couple of days before they were supposed to leave, Lily and Jack told Mike the truth. Or at least, what they claimed was the truth. Their real names weren't Lily and Jack. They weren't siblings. And Sarah didn't exist. Sarah was actually someone named Alicia. All the pictures and stories about Sarah were stolen from Alicia's social media. The comments under Sarah's posts were all fake, made up by these pretend friends and family members. Alicia had no clue about any of this. She didn't know Mike existed. Lily and Jack then told Mike there was a fake profile for him too, named something like Justin. This fake profile had all of Mike's real friends and family, but under different names. They admitted to being part of a game, along with about 20 other people from around the world. The scariest part was when they showed Mike a book. It was like a book of Mike's life, but for this game. Every single detail Mike had shared with Sarah was in that book. There were parts of their conversations, like when Mike mentioned hanging out with his best friend, John. "I hung out with John today. He's my best buddy," to which Sarah replied, "Oh, Is that the friend in your profile picture? And right there, information about John was noted, alongside photos and a quick description of his relationship with Mike. The footnotes in the book were shockingly detailed. For John, it listed stuff like 1. Dating Emily R., see page 24, 2. Played in a band with Chris L., see page 15, and Alex D., see page 10. 3. Is the younger brother of Steve M., see page 12. The amount of interconnected information in this book was overwhelming. It was a vast network of friends and family, full of photos and details. Lily and Jack said they took all the photos during their visit so they could update this book in the fake online profiles. Mike refused to return the book to them and forced them to leave his house. He felt betrayed and deeply hurt. Later, Mike tried to confront Sarah online, telling her he knew the truth, that everything was a lie, and he demanded to know why. But Sarah went silent, never replied, and Mike was left without any explanation for what had happened. Before Mike destroyed the book, I saw it. There was a section about me with a photo and some details. 1. Recently moved from a small town in California. 2. Dating Kevin S., see page 7, who's a local police officer. 3. Close friends with Lisa M., see page 27, and Max T., see page 22. 4. Likes hiding snacks, wearing flip-flops, loves the Harry Potter series, drinking beer and eating cookies. When I was 19, I still lived at home while working 2 jobs to save up some money. One was at a fast food place, and the other was in a store. I was also very sad. Something very bad had happened to me the year before, and I was finding it tough to cope. My way of dealing with my sadness wasn't great. I slept with a lot of people, drank too much, and smoked weed often. I stopped keeping track of how many people I had been with after the number reached the 40s. I used to meet people through a well-known website for people interested in more extreme kinds of relationships. There, I started talking to a man named Tom. We first met in a park. Tom was a bit odd, but didn't seem harmful. I told him right away that I didn't want anything serious, just a casual thing. I also liked that he was older, 27, and could buy me drinks with my money. After a few weeks, Tom told me he had autism, which was fine by me. I've met many people who are on the spectrum, and they're just like anyone else. Everything seemed okay until I discovered some of my coworkers knew Tom. They were about his age, which didn't surprise me, but I was curious. My boss said Tom was odd. A coworker from another department told me he had always made her feel uncomfortable. Another coworker, who I worked with a lot, said Tom tried to break up him and his boyfriend multiple times. This was new to me. I didn't know Tom was interested in both men and women, and frankly, it didn't matter. I confronted Tom about what he was doing, and he told me some half-truths about having a crush on my coworker. I asked him to leave them alone since they were just engaged. During this time, I met someone named Jake at my fast food job, and I really liked him, so I started to see less of Tom. Of course, Tom didn't take this well and started acting strangely. He even claimed he heard voices. I told him I was studying psychology, but was definitely not qualified to help him, and I didn't really want to. However, I suggested he seek professional help and recommended my therapist. Tom said he had already seen them when he was younger, and they had diagnosed him with serious issues but didn't help him much afterward. The story got weirder and more unsettling from there. One day, I decided to ask my therapist if she or her husband had ever diagnosed a young person with a very rare condition called APD, as Tom claimed. She said they hadn't because it's quite rare. When I asked Tom about his lies, he denied everything, but kept talking about his mental health. I was just there to listen because I wasn't trained to give advice. Then, Tom told me something shocking. He believed he was a 300-year-old vampire from Nazi times who did terrible things during World War II. He thought he had lived another life where he hurt many people. I told him he needed to get serious help if he was having these thoughts and fake memories. Tom also said he dreamt about my parents' dogs attacking him, and even dreams where he hurt me. I felt scared and made an excuse to leave quickly. After talking to my boyfriend Jake and my parents, I stopped all contact with Tom. I was moving in with Jake anyway, so it was time to end things with Tom. But Tom didn't stop. He sent many texts and left voicemails. I recorded one where he begged me not to leave him. Things were quiet for a few days, and I thought he had given up until he showed up at my fast food job one evening. I ran to hide in the back, and my boss let me stay there after I explained a bit of the situation. Jake came to make sure I was safe and confronted Tom outside, telling him I didn't want to see him again. Tom said he was just there for the food, but Jake told him to go somewhere else. When I got home, I told my parents everything. They said I should get a restraining order. Jake, my work friends, and I went to the police to file a report. My uncle, who used to be a lawyer, found a friend to help me legally. They talked to Tom's lawyer, and they agreed Tom would stay away from me and my job, or he'd face legal consequences. In the end, he kept his distance. It was a scary time in my life, and I'm glad it's over. Let me start by telling you, I've never been the type to catch on to things quickly, especially not in the tricky situations life sometimes throws at us. I've been too trusting and naive for my own good, which has gotten me into trouble more times than I care to admit. But nothing compares to what happened after I ended things with my boyfriend in a really ugly breakup. Suddenly, I was living by myself, feeling lonely and out of place. I didn't have many friends nearby, so I spent a lot of time online. That's how I met Liam. We hit it off pretty quickly, and it turned out he lived close by, a 30-minute walk away. We decided to meet the next day and see if we clicked in person. I called my friend Lisa, who's always been more cautious and skeptical than me, and told her about my plans. She insisted on tagging along, worried that Liam could be dangerous or something. So, the next day, Lisa and I met with Liam at a local pub around noon. It was a hot summer day, so we chose to sit outside. The pub was packed, even though it was just lunchtime, but it was located next to a busy street, so we felt safe. We ordered food and drinks, and the conversation flowed easily. We laughed, shared stories, and took turns buying rounds of drinks, a common practice here where one person treats the group, then the next person does the same. As the day turned into evening, the pub got more crowded, but we hardly noticed time passing. We were enjoying ourselves, now several beers in and feeling quite tipsy. Liam went to buy another round, and the next thing I knew, I woke up the next morning in my own bed, my face throbbing and blood-stained sheets all around me. Panic set in as I realized I had no memory of what happened after 8 p.m. the previous night. I didn't know where the blood came from or why I was in pain. Cautiously, I went to the mirror. My face was a disaster. I looked as if I'd been in a brutal fight and lost. One eye was swollen shut, my lip was split, and one side of my face was scraped and bruised. I felt nauseous from the shock. What in the world happened? As I walked to the bathroom, something caught my eye. Liam, completely naked, asleep on my couch. At that moment, fear and confusion overwhelmed me, and I started screaming at him, demanding an explanation. After some time, he managed to calm me down and started to explain. He said that I had gotten extremely drunk the night before, making a fool of myself, slurring words, and stumbling around until I fell over a picnic bench, hitting my head hard. According to him, I was bleeding and refused anyone's help, so he decided to act the hero, called a cab, and took me home. I couldn't believe any of this was happening. Not a single memory of the previous night was in my head. I was full of questions, yet I found myself speechless. I knew I had drunk a bit, but it wasn't more than what I usually had during a night out. Could it really just have been too much alcohol this time? That seemed to be the only answer. I stared at Liam, my heart racing, until I finally blurted out that I felt sick. Liam took care of me that morning, recounting the silly things I supposedly did last night, and how I wouldn't have made it back without him. After eating and getting dressed, I felt a bit better, and he suggested going to his place for dinner to continue our date from where it got messed up by my blackout. Agreeing seemed like a good idea at the time. I admit, I've always been too trusting for my own good, lacking awareness of my surroundings. We arrived at his place in the late afternoon, but it wasn't really a house. It was a static caravan in a park. The inside was okay, but something about it felt off. It was small, with an open layout leading from the living room to the kitchen and dining area, then to a small hallway with 2 bedrooms and a tiny bathroom, ending at the back door. Sitting in the dining area while Liam cooked, I felt increasingly awkward, remembering nothing from the previous night. It felt like he had some power over me, knowing more about what happened than I did. I decided I would eat and then find a way to leave politely. I was questioning my decision to come here. As I was lost in thought, Liam asked how I was feeling. Without thinking, I muttered, "I feel like I've been drugged." His reaction was explosive. He accused me of accusing him, saying I was trying to ruin his life and get him sent back to jail since he was on parole. I was shocked to learn he had a history of domestic assault. He began smashing things in the kitchen, plates against the wall, a toaster on the floor, all while I sat frozen at the table. When I tried to leave, he attacked me, shoving and hitting me, blocking the way to the front door. I managed to run to a small room, locking myself in, but there was no way out. He pounded on the door, hurling insults. I pushed back against the door, terrified, as he tried to break it down. Eventually he stopped, and I could hear him moving around the living room, even turning on the TV, acting as if nothing had happened. As quietly as possible, I opened the door a crack to look outside. The hallway was dark, and the living room door was closed. I was alone, but the only exit was past where he might be. I remembered the back door and tiptoed toward it, hoping it wasn't locked. Luckily, it was open. I couldn't believe my luck. I quietly stepped outside, closing the door without making a sound, and then I ran as fast as I could. Tears mixed with fear as I found myself in an unfamiliar part of town, completely lost in the dark. I spotted a payphone and used the last bits of change I had to call my friend for help. My bag, money, and some personal things were still in Liam's place, but I left everything behind. My friend picked me up, and I cried all the way home without explaining what happened. At home, I just went straight to bed, crying myself to sleep. The next morning, I checked my phone, which I'd left at home, to find it flooded with about 50 messages from Liam. He was threatening to burn my house down, harm my family, and even kill me if he ever saw me again. I was terrified and deleted all the messages, wishing for all of it to just disappear. I kept the whole incident to myself, mostly. Days passed, and Liam's texts continued, ranging from threats to apologies, saying he loved me and was sorry. I deleted them immediately and eventually changed my number. Thankfully, he stopped contacting me after that. I later talked to Lisa and found out she also couldn't remember anything from that night after 8 p.m. Her boyfriend found her confused and scared, based on a disturbing voicemail she left him. He found her in a state of shock, wandering a nearby neighborhood. I know we should have told the police or someone about what happened. There were many things we could have done differently, but I just wanted to forget and move on. It felt like the most unreal experience of my life, sometimes making me question if it really happened because it was just too unbelievable. In 2013, I met a woman on a dating site, who I'll call Jane for this story. From the start, we got along really well. She was full of life, loved the outdoors, and was always eager to explore the world around us. For nearly a year, everything was great. Jane had a little boy, about 4 years old, who took to me right away. I was even starting to save up money to buy a ring and propose to her. But then, problems began to surface. She was fighting with her ex over who would take care of their son. She told me her ex was a bad person, who had threatened her and tried to run her over when she tried to leave him. On the day they were supposed to go to court, Jane broke down crying and became very upset. Before the judge arrived, she shouted, "You win! I'm done! You can take him! I don't care anymore! I can just have another baby!" Or something like that. Everyone in the room was shocked. I managed to calm her down before the judge came in. Her lawyer did all the talking, and in the end she was granted shared custody. Then, I found out she had been charged with assault before, but no details were given. I thought maybe it was just a tough situation with her ex, and she was stressed. But I started to worry about her mental state and whether it was a good idea to start a family with her. Still, I wanted to support her. As time went on, I encouraged her to reach out to her friends, since she often talked about them. Yet I never met any of them, nor talked to them, or even saw a photo. It seemed like her world only included me, her son, and her parents. I thought she really needed friends to feel better in her mind. Then, one day, she suddenly said she was going to spend a night out with some old friends from her school years. I was glad for her and I told her to have a good time. That night out happened, but the things she told me about it didn't add up at all. Later, I visited her parents and talked to them. They were confused and said they knew nothing about these so-called friends. In fact, these friends didn't exist. When I asked her about it, she confessed she had met a man, an old school friend, and they had spent time at a certain coffee place until late, talking over hot apple cider. But the coffee place she mentioned didn't even sell that drink, and it closed much earlier than she said. I realized she wasn't telling the truth, and she suggested we should just be friends but still do things together like a family without being romantic. We broke up after that. A few days later, she called me, crying, begging to get back together. She was very upset and even said she might harm herself if we didn't reunite. She had left her son with her mother and hadn't been seen for days. I found out she was calling from a very expensive hotel. I asked the hotel staff to get the police to check on her because she might be in danger. Weeks later, she showed up at my house, wanting to get back together and suggesting we could even add another woman to our relationship. I refused and closed the door on her. Then she went to my parents' house and made up stories about me. My parents didn't believe her and told her to leave. Not long after, my and my parents' phones wouldn't stop ringing with calls from her, especially when I was having dinner at their place. We had to turn off our phones. Later, we listened to her messages. She was saying she was lost in the woods near my parents' house. Her phone was dying and she needed help. We called the police again, and they found her not too far from my parents' house, close to a busy road. Was that the end of it? No. For 4 months, there was silence from her. I thought everything with her was finally over, and I had started to see someone new, someone I'd been with for almost 7 years. But then, the calls began again. This time, she claimed she was pregnant. I asked her for proof, which she couldn't provide, saying she had lost the baby. I warned my current girlfriend that my ex might try to show up at my house, and she suggested I stay at her place for safety. One day I returned home to find my yard covered in snow and full of footprints, with an empty bottle left behind. There was a bag on my doorstep with a 15-page letter inside saying she was leaving her son to me because she believed she wouldn't be there for him. I didn't read the entire letter. Instead, I called the police and told them what I found, including her personal documents left with the bottle. The police informed me they had already found her and would send officers to collect her belongings. My neighbor then told me he had heard sounds in my yard that morning and saw her hiding under my deck, suffering from frostbite and hypothermia. He had called for help. I realized I would never have thought to look there, and if she had died, her body might have remained hidden until spring. Her car was found a few blocks from my house. I informed her father about its location. That's when her parents apologized and admitted they had hoped she would improve with me around. They revealed it was actually her, not her ex, who had been violent in the past. They also doubted she had been pregnant, describing their daughter as very deceitful. It was a difficult period in my life, but I haven't heard from her since then. I hope she and her son are doing better now. I have great respect for her parents. But for both of our sakes, I hope we never contact each other again. The story began around 5 years back when I found myself talking to a man at the local fitness center. Going to the fitness center was never about finding love for me. Yet, being single, the thought of meeting someone was always at the back of my mind. There was this one man who often tried to strike up a conversation. I didn't always feel like talking, but he was different from others who hit on women at the gym. He actually listened and didn't act like he knew everything about working out. His name was Mike, a tall and well-built man with an impressive physique. One evening, I stumbled upon Mike on a dating app, and we matched. We exchanged a few messages, but then I stopped replying for some reason. A couple of days later, we bumped into each other at the fitness center. He walked over, started a chat, and then asked me out. I didn't really want to go, but ended up accepting his invitation because he asked in person, and it felt awkward to say no given we both frequented the same gym. So we went out for dinner the following night. Surprisingly, Mike was quite charming outside the gym, dressed nicely, and managed to make me laugh. We seemed to click. However, I soon noticed a worrying sign. Mike was openly rude to our server. "Waiters? They're just people failing to do better," he remarked. I found it off-putting but tried to overlook it. After dating for about a month, Mike and I decided to make our relationship official. But soon, things took a turn for the worse. He would show up at my place unexpectedly late at night, lose his temper if I missed his calls, and had a tendency to get really angry. If I didn't answer his call, he would insult me, talk down about my friends, and make me feel small. One night, he arrived at my apartment drunk, insisting we be intimate. I refused and asked him to leave. However, half an hour later, he was outside my window, pleading. "Open up. I need to be close to you. It's killing me not to be with you," he said. I told him to leave. He then threatened to force his way in. Yeah, he threatened me with violence. That's when I threatened to call the police, and he finally left. I messaged him saying it was over between us. That was the final straw for me. I couldn't stand being with him any longer. Hours later, he was back, banging on my door, begging for forgiveness. "Please, I'll change. I love you, and I'll start therapy," he cried. I made the mistake of suggesting we could reconsider our relationship if he sought help. I should have ended things sooner. For a while, we weren't really together, but still saw each other occasionally. He behaved for a week until his next outburst. I was having a rough day and wasn't feeling sociable. My interest in Mike had vanished, yet I was also frightened for my safety. I decided to hit the gym to try and shake off some stress, finding myself chatting with an older gentleman there. He was nice, talking to me like a friend, but we had barely spoken for 3 minutes when I heard something that stopped me cold. "There you are, ignoring me for him. You're nothing but a cheat. Why aren't you answering your phone?" I felt my face burn with shame as he made a big scene right there in the gym. He started throwing things around, and it scared me so much. I ran out, tears streaming down my face, got into my car, and drove off as fast as I could. I left my gym bag and water bottle behind, but I didn't care. I just needed to escape from him. He followed me out, yelling and pounding on my car windows. I could barely hear his angry words through the glass. I drove away quickly, and then my phone buzzed. "I'll make you regret this. If not today, then someday." I blocked his number right away and drove home shaking. But it didn't end there. A few nights later, he was outside my house again. This time, he played So Sick by Neo on his car stereo, loudly crying and shouting about hurting himself. I called the police and told him to leave me alone. I never thought I'd need a restraining order, especially with my busy schedule as a bartender. It seemed like too much trouble. The police took an hour to arrive after he had gone, and they didn't offer much help. They just told me to call again if he showed up. Months passed, and he kept trying to reach out, making new social media accounts just to send me messages. I blocked him everywhere, and even switched gyms. For nearly 2 years, he tried to contact me through various platforms, sending messages and even using LinkedIn. But the most chilling thing happened when he sent me an email. It contained a photo of a tattoo, a teddy bear with a gun to its head and the words "Jeer Bear" written above. That was a silly nickname I once called him. The email had just one line: "Feeling sad." The thought that he would go to such lengths over a relationship that lasted only 2 months was deeply unsettling. Let this be a warning. Be very careful about who you let into your life. Many years ago, I bumped into a girl I once knew from high school named Emma. We weren't close friends or anything. We hung out in different circles. But I recall she invited me over for a party at her place once. Nothing much happened after that party, though I did meet my high school sweetheart, Lisa, there. It had been a few years since we all graduated, and I ran into her on a street one day. We talked for a bit, and somehow, I found myself at her apartment that evening. After sharing a couple of glasses of wine, things led to us being together in the makeshift bed she had set up in her living room. It was an ordinary encounter, nothing special. But soon after, Emma left the bed and walked towards the kitchen, which was all the way across the living room. I was still lying in bed, feeling a bit dazed, when she turned on the kitchen light. That's when things started to get strange. Firstly, the light in the kitchen seemed really old, flickering on with a loud noise, almost like a growl. The light it gave off was harsh, almost blinding, making everything it touched look pale and washed out. The rest of the living room remained in shadows, but the doorway to the kitchen was lit up in this eerie, unnatural way, and the buzzing sound from the light was unsettling. This weirdness snapped me back to alertness, and I got this sinking feeling that something was off. Initially, I thought I heard quiet voices from the kitchen. I wasn't sure if Emma had a roommate, but feeling exposed, I quickly grabbed my clothes. As time ticked by, with no sign of Emma or any typical noises like footsteps or her coming back to check on me, I started to think she might be on her phone. But then, the quiet talking turned into what sounded like a heated argument. This made me feel really uneasy. So I quietly dressed up and sat on the edge of the bed, straining to hear better, trying to understand what was happening. The idea that she might be on the phone vanished when I could swear I heard two angry voices clashing. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of dread, and the once familiar setting now seemed alien and menacing. The shadows seemed to dance mockingly, and the unsettling glow from the kitchen doorway painted everything in a spectral light. As the argument in the kitchen grew louder, I felt a chill crawl up my spine, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I was about to call out to Emma when suddenly... The problem was, both voices sounded exactly like Emma's. My mind raced towards the idea of escaping through the front door. The situation in the kitchen escalated quickly when I heard the sound of drawers being yanked open, followed by the chilling clang of metal. My heart pounded as I frantically looked around the dimly lit living room for anything I could use to defend myself. Then suddenly, everything went silent. The light in the kitchen flickered off with one last moan, plunging the room into darkness. I heard footsteps approaching from the kitchen, crossing the living room towards me. I was rooted to the spot in fear. Emma appeared before me with a smile, her hands empty. Despite seeing no weapon, I was terrified. Her voice was suddenly soft and sweet again. She asked, "Do you really have to leave now?" I lied, saying I got dressed because I thought she was busy with something. I didn't know what else to say. I quickly left her place, vowing never to return. Months later, I bumped into another classmate, Jane. Out of curiosity, I mentioned my encounter with Emma. Jane responded, "Poor Emma. Did you know she was let go from a facility not long ago?" Confused, I asked, "What do you mean?" Jane explained after high school she had a total breakdown and was put in a psychiatric hospital. I tried to play it down, saying Emma and I were just acquaintances from a party long ago. Jane then dropped another bombshell. "That party? Emma had been planning it for months, hoping to get close to you. But then, Lisa caught your eye first." Relieved I was now living far away and married, I thought to myself, no more high school reunions for me. I learned Emma eventually got her life together, going back to school and landing a professional job. That's great for her, but reunions? Still a hard pass. The eerie encounter and the revelations that followed ensured I stayed far away from any reminders of that night and Emma's unsettling behavior. On the 5th of May, a dear friend of mine took his own life. That day, I was there with police and a few other friends. It was a very hard day for all of us, and the pain still touches me deeply. Now let me tell you the story. As the chilly days of late October gave way to November, I started seeing a girl named Lisa. Her unpleasant personality matched her simple name perfectly. Lisa was quite the character. She was overly loud, not funny, and constantly on social media, trying to learn the latest dance crazes. Our first date was at a high school football game. Initially, she hesitated to join me at the snack bar because she seemed oddly wary of me. But as the game progressed, she suddenly clung to my side, her behavior erratic and unpredictable. That should have been my first warning. That night, as we texted, she pushed me to open up about my friend's death and how it affected me. I'm usually open-hearted, but I barely knew her, which made me hesitant. Eventually, I shared my feelings with her. Later, she began expressing dark thoughts, saying no one would miss her if she were gone. As my anxiety rose, I struggled to respond. In a panic, I assured her that she was needed, even blurting out "I love you" in desperation as her mood escalated. That should have been a clear warning, but I wished I had seen it sooner and ended things after the game. Yet, thinking she might be suicidal, I felt trapped. I pretended to like her a bit longer. Our school's homecoming dance was approaching, and I asked her to join me. But then, one night, she ran off. Her friend texted me saying Lisa was threatening to end her life. I was furious. I called her, demanding to know where she was. Despite my threats to call the police, she begged me not to. I drove frantically, speeding through every street. She told me she was at a cliff, considering jumping. My anger mixed with fear. I found myself crying and shouting uncontrollably. I felt numb as I raced toward her, only to find her near a woman who was simply trying to move an owl from the road. I stopped abruptly and rushed out, pleading with the woman to help me locate Lisa. I found Lisa near the trees and had to pull her out of a ditch, practically forcing her into my car. Suddenly, she switched from despair to anger, furiously accusing me of insanity and kicking the back of my seat relentlessly. That night, I confided in my mom. I wanted to break up with Lisa, but was unsure how to proceed. I nearly made up my mind to do it. But I was very scared. What if I left her and she hurt herself? She was always on my mind. I worried about her all the time. Her friends also came after me, causing trouble and enjoying the drama like hungry lions tearing into a fresh kill. Eventually, I gathered enough courage and broke up with her when it felt right. I was finally feeling good, feeling strong. I was in charge again. I even stood up to her when she called me bad names and accused me wrongly. I told her she was manipulating me and how terrible her two-faced friends were. I explained to her how twisted her view of reality was. This all came up while I was also having trouble with another so-called friend, Griffin. It turned out Lisa and Griffin were not just messing with me and my friends' heads, but they were secretly together while I was still dating Lisa. My friends and I decided to cut them out of our lives. Griffin disappeared, but Lisa kept causing problems. She sent her friends to mess with us. My friend Anna, the only other girl in our group, got hurt really badly because of them. I couldn't take it anymore. I told the school principal everything, hoping they would keep her away from me and my friends. The harassment was getting worse. It started with mean messages on Instagram and escalated to them recording our talks and using it as blackmail. They even tried to ruin my new relationship with Selena, a girl from my history class. The school did nothing much. They just told them to stop and weirdly told me to stop too, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. I took their so-called advice and stopped responding. Whenever Lisa harassed us, I blocked her or made her look foolish if it happened in person. Eventually, they realized they couldn't affect us anymore. But then the lockdown started, and things got really bad again. Harassment increased because they knew they couldn't get in trouble at school anymore. I even got pictures showing Lisa and Griffin being inappropriate over video calls. She was acting very inappropriately, showing herself off. I felt sick inside. As the first anniversary of our friend's death approached, I hoped the sadness would make them stop their cruel games. But of course, it didn't. Last night, at about 1 a.m., I received a text from an unknown number. The message said I was disgusting and ugly. I kept asking who it was, though deep down, I had a suspicion. They hurled insults, and I fired back, showing I wouldn't be bullied. When I asked again who it was, they replied, "Someone who hates you." I said I didn't even know them, and that they must be pretty miserable to be texting hate at 1 a.m. Then they texted, "I know who you are." I challenged them, "Then who am I?" They answered with my name, spelled perfectly, a rare thing. They continued with accusations. "Why did you hit me? You ruined my life. People thought my parents were abusing me." Then suddenly they shifted, saying they loved me and wanted me to be their wife, and bizarrely calling me gay. None of it made any sense, and I was really getting scared. Their behavior was erratic and frightening. Things got even worse when they said they knew where I lived and described my house in detail. I grabbed a baseball bat from next to my bed and rushed downstairs to check the windows. Outside was pitch black. My instincts screamed at me to either fight or run. As I peered into the darkness for any movement, my phone vibrated. They said they were in my backyard. Trying to remain calm, I texted back, but was actually panicking. I hurried to the back windows, but it was still too dark to see anything. I knew I had to call the police. Soon, 2 police cars arrived. My parents and I stayed up later, talking with the officers. I showed them the texts, and they asked if anyone had threatened me before or if I had done something that might lead to this. That's when I mentioned my unhinged ex. After the police left, I received another text saying I was boring and they were going to block me. Maybe the police presence scared them off, or perhaps they lost interest because I wasn't reacting anymore. Either way, it had escalated too much. I'll keep updating if more happens, but I hope that if anything else does occur, it will finally be the end of it. I was just 18 when I met Alex online. He seemed interesting at first, but soon, he showed his true colors. Alex was a scary person. He always wanted to control me and got very angry over small things. He hurt me in many ways and seemed to enjoy causing pain. His name was Alex. I tried to leave Alex many times. I was very scared and unhappy. Our relationship only lasted a year, but it felt much longer because of the fear. Every time I tried to leave, Alex would threaten to hurt me and my family. He would drag me back home, hurt me, and say he would do worse things if I tried to leave again. He even said he would end his life if I left him. He followed me everywhere, making me feel trapped. One day I decided I had enough. I was not going to go back to him no matter what. He started calling my workplace all the time, causing trouble for me. He did the same at my home, so I had to disconnect the phone. He then sent me a text saying he would end his life if I didn't return to him. But this time, I didn't give in. Instead, I called his mother at her job and told her everything. She talked to him, and then told me that I must have misunderstood him because he seemed okay. I felt I had done everything I could. I warned him that if he threatened his life again, I would call the police to check on him. The next day, Alex called me again. I ignored the call. He called again, and I ignored it once more. Then, I heard the loud noise of his car outside. I checked my phone, and there he was, calling again. I didn't answer and looked through the blinds. At first I thought I was just scared and hearing things. But no, Alex was really outside my house. My phone rang again. I picked it up this time, hoping he would just go away. He asked me to come outside. "I don't want to see you," I said firmly. "Just come out for a few minutes, please." Alex tried to sound nice. "Why can't you stop calling me and showing up at my house? Can't you respect my wishes?" I asked, even though I knew he wouldn't really answer. "I feel bad about everything. I made something for you before we broke up. Please, just come outside for a few minutes so I can apologize, and then I'll leave. You won't hear from me again," Alex pleaded. I hesitated. "I don't know. I don't trust you," I replied, watching him from behind the window. He was still sitting in his car, looking up at the house. "I promise," he said, sounding somewhat believable. "I drove all the way here to give you what I made, and just to say goodbye properly," Alex said, trying to sound sad and sincere. At the time, I was still young and didn't want to hurt his feelings, even though I should have known better. I felt guilty for not wanting to come out after he had driven 40 minutes to see me. "Okay, just a few minutes," I said clearly. "And you promise you won't try to make me come back?" He promised. So, I went outside. I opened the door of the passenger side and sat down, leaving the door wide open. He made a joke, saying I must think he was going to kidnap me. "I just want the extra leg room," I told him. He had brought a bouquet of flowers and some DVDs of my favorite TV show he had made for me. We were just starting to talk when my phone rang. I knew I shouldn't have answered it. It was a coworker calling, but I did anyway. Alex heard it was a man on the other line. I saw out of the corner of my eye how he reacted when he heard the man's voice. After I hung up, Alex's face turned very angry. He started asking me questions about who had called, but before I could answer, he suddenly hit the gas pedal and we sped down the street, my door still wide open. I pulled my legs inside the car, screaming at him to stop. But he didn't seem to hear me. I tried to jump out when he slowed down at intersections, but he grabbed my clothes to keep me inside and started making sharp turns to force my door shut. Once he managed to close the door, I tried to open it again, but he kept locking it. He drove faster and faster, making it dangerous for me to try and jump out. It was getting dark now. He sped through the streets of our town, way over the speed limit. I hoped a police officer would notice and pull us over, but no one did. Soon, we were on the freeway. My heart was pounding. On the freeway, he could go even faster and take me wherever he wanted. It took only 3 minutes to reach the freeway at the speed he was driving, all while I tried desperately to get out of the car. Once we were on the freeway, he drove even faster, over 100 miles per hour. I kept my eyes on the speedometer. It was too fast, much too fast to jump from a moving car on a busy freeway in the dark. Other cars were zooming past and they wouldn't see me in time. I still had my phone, so I tried to dial 911. I hid my hand down by the side of the seat, away from Alex, but he noticed and started to drive wildly, trying to grab my phone. I don't know how he managed to get it because I was holding on as tightly as I could. He snatched the phone, rolled down his window, and threw it out. Then, he rolled the window back up and said in a cold voice, "If I can't have you, then no one will." Those words made my heart drop. It felt like I was in a horror movie, and Alex was the villain who had gone mad. I realized then how serious this was. Alex was out of control, and I felt like I had no way out. I started to scream for help and bang on the windows, but Alex had tinted them so darkly that I doubted anyone could see me even if it hadn't been so dark outside. As we passed other cars, the people inside seemed not to notice the nightmare happening in my car. I felt defeated, but I kept thinking over and over about how I might survive this. I decided to stop showing fear and fighting back, because it seemed the only way to survive was to play into Alex's twisted thoughts. Alex had a friend named Jose, who he was very close with. I knew from before that Jose had fled from another place because he was in trouble for something very bad. Alex was taking the route to Jose's house, and I knew that if we got there, Jose would do whatever Alex asked, no questions asked. Jose and I were okay with each other, but he would always side with Alex. I quickly thought of a plan. I told Alex that I loved him and wished we could be together, but his actions made it hard to believe he cared about what I wanted. I hadn't used that reason before for wanting to leave him because our problems were bigger than that, but I hoped it would give Alex some hope and calm him down. I mentioned the flowers and DVDs, saying they made me think about giving him another chance, but his refusal to take me home when I asked made me doubt everything again. Alex took the exit towards Jose's place. I was planning to run as soon as we stopped, scream, and get the neighbors' attention. I kept talking to Alex to distract him so he wouldn't call Jose ahead of time. They usually spoke in Spanish, and I wouldn't understand what they were planning. Alex seemed to soften a bit and asked if he still had a chance with me if he turned around right then. Trying not to sound too eager, I hesitated and then said that it could probably work out and turning around would be a good start. Alex turned the car around and headed back towards the freeway, going back to my house. The ride was tense. Alex was usually very sharp, and I didn't want him to guess what I was thinking. I don't remember much about our conversation on the way back, but I kept it to normal, everyday topics, trying to act as usual. When we reached my house, Alex let me open the door and didn't try to stop me from leaving. I stepped out, took the flowers and DVDs, and waved at him before walking into my house. Once inside, I threw everything in the trash and collapsed on my couch, shaking but relieved to be home. The next day, I went to the police and got a restraining order against him. Eventually, Alex was caught for other terrible things and was sentenced to many years in jail. I didn't feel completely safe until I heard he was behind bars. Alex was exactly where he belonged, and I hope to never see him again. About 9 months ago, I was in a very dark place and was struggling a lot to find any kind of happiness or motivation in my life. My social life was non-existent, my dad had terminal cancer, and I had practically no one to help me. That is, until I met my ex, who we'll call Mark. I met Mark online in some sort of group chat and we instantly hit it off. She was very funny, and we shared many interests. I was instantly attracted to her and wanted to talk to her every day, because at that point, she was pretty much all I had. And finally, after about a month of talking, I decided to ask the question, and that was by far the biggest mistake I've ever made. At first he seemed very normal and nice, but as time went on, he slowly revealed things about his past that were quite dark. Like the time she told me that her ex-boyfriend had raped her and then gotten away with it, and then tried to commit suicide. Now I have met many victims of sexual assault, and I have to say that everything she said just didn't add up, and she would always change the story to the point where it was like a hostage situation. But at the time, I was in such a horrible state of mind that I just swept it under the rug and moved on. She quickly began to show her true colors, becoming the complete opposite of the girl I first met, who talked about how she absolutely hates every race other than white, and that she thinks rapists are the most attractive people. This really put me off and completely surprised me, as expected. Literally every day she revealed things that were so disgusting and wrong. It was around December when I broke the news that my dad was dying and only had a week left. Well, she took the opportunity and told me that her grandfather had cancer and that it was best to leave them alone because they were already stressed enough. Everyone will call me a complete idiot because I actually believed her and thought she really wanted to help me. But how wrong I was. My father passed away 3 days later and I was devastated. The funeral came and I was there for about 6 hours, meeting family and friends and going through the process. And while I was gone, she went out and cheated on me with her ex-boyfriend, who I later found out is a convicted sex offender and is like 23 or something. We were 15 at the time, but I didn't actually find out until many months later. And you won't believe it, but she was actually pretending to be the perfect girlfriend of all time, as well as manipulating me and trying to ruin me. About 2 months after the funeral, I caught her red-handed cheating and was absolutely furious. She told me that it wasn't her who was sending nudes, but that her friends took her phone, and they were the ones who sent nudes to the guy. At first, I didn't really believe her at all, and she decided to pull out the suicide card and made me believe that she had actually overdosed, and almost immediately I tried to contact her family and someone took Mark's phone and texted me text to 911, was called, and that she will be fine. I was extremely gullible at the time, I know, and as you may have guessed, she was full of shit and it was all a lie. But, as with many things, I didn't really know until months later. After the apparent suicide attempt, we decided to start over. But things stayed the same and I learned more about who she really was. One night she had gotten really drunk, and then she called me and was rambling about random things like fetishes, and told me that she thinks it would be really hot if she had sex with a corpse, and hearing that, you can imagine how I responded. I hung up immediately and barely spoke to her for about 2 days. That is until she told me that she was just drunk, and always says weird things like that. And of course, being totally naive, I gave it another chance, and this last chance is where the shit hit the fan. I came to remember the order of things or when they happened, so I'll have to list what she did. She got into a fight and had bruises all over her body, and when she went to school, she burst into tears and told everyone that I was physically abusing her, even though we lived an hour and a half away from each other, and I saw him once in person over a month ago. While I was in the middle of my algebra class, my phone was completely blowing up, and my teacher let me answer it to see what was going on. Random people would call me and then accuse me of all kinds of crazy things, saying that I sexually abused her and beat her up. I totally lost my mind. I was yelling at these people while I was in class and I received a lot of death threats. Many people called me and told me that they were going to find me. I was desperately trying to clear my name. Miraculously, I was able to convince people that there was no possible way I could have done those things, because I live over an hour away, and I had overwhelming evidence that I didn't do it. And when Mark found out, he went all crazy on me for over an hour. She called me and texted me saying terrible things, like how I failed my dad and how I was so miserable because my best friend is black. And then she admitted all the bad things she did to me behind my back, like cheating on me with her 23-year-old rapist ex and flirting with random old men online and sending them nudes. I finally reached my breaking point and cut off all contact with her. I'd never felt so relieved in my life. I'll be honest. I cried. Just knowing that this terrible, evil person tricked me into letting my father die alone and putting up with his twisted fantasies of necrophilia and murder. I can't believe I put up with it. I know I was extremely stupid during the whole ordeal, but you have to remember that I was not in the right state of mind and was very dependent on her for any kind of happiness, or what I thought was happiness. Here I am, almost a year later, with horrible trust issues, and I absolutely refuse to even hug people. I don't see myself having another relationship with anyone for a long time, but on a positive note, I'm much better now. I have accepted my father's passing, and I have many friends who are here to help me. But to make matters worse, Mark is now pregnant, and was actually institutionalized for telling the school counselor all of her confusing fantasies and impulses, effectively ruining her chances of having any kind of normal life. So I guess in the end, it's all Mark, and this ends with a happy ending. At least for me. If there's any advice I can give you, it's to make sure you get to know someone before you have any kind of relationship with them. It could just control your life. In hindsight, telling my parents about my sexuality could have been handled in countless better ways. This approach, I would say, is the worst. Back in my first year at the new high school, I found myself deeply involved in the school's drama club, both acting and helping with costumes. Among my peers was Sophia, a remarkably attractive boy who always dressed in tight jeans. A friend shared with me that Sophia liked both boys and girls. Eager to connect, I began flirting subtly, sharing funny pictures and messages with him, and seizing every chance to spend time together. After 3 months of slowly building our friendship and showing affection, I asked Sophia out on the final day of our drama production. He accepted. However, there was a serious problem. My mother, holding strong traditional beliefs, somewhat accepted gay people, but would never allow me to have a boyfriend under her roof. Thus, Sophia and I kept our relationship a secret. Initially, it wasn't too challenging. We would meet for movies or at his place, but the strain began when our physical relationship started. Sophia's demands for my time increased dramatically, driven by his constant desire and frustration. At first I managed, motivated by the thrill of our encounters, but the situation grew tiring. Balancing secrecy from my mother and maintaining my own social life became too much. I tried discussing this with Sophia, hoping for understanding. He seemed to agree at first, but soon his behavior turned sour. He avoided me at school, yet would send hurtful texts, showing jealousy over my friends. The breaking point came one summer when I was on a trip to Florida. After enduring 9 months together, I ended our relationship through a text message. I know, not the best way, but I was just 16. Following the breakup, Sophia bombarded me with calls and messages for days. Then, as unexpectedly as it stopped, he acted as if we were still friends. This fragile peace lasted until school resumed. We had the same classes 4 times a week due to previous scheduling done while dating. Initially, Sophia was calm, but he soon began sending me sad texts again. Thinking he had moved past his bitterness, I reciprocated his friendliness. That was a mistake. Sophia's attachment reignited. He would show up whenever I was out with friends, pleading for us to get back together. Each time, I had to explain why it just couldn't work. By October, his behavior escalated. He would send alarming messages in the dead of night, suggesting he might harm himself. Looking back, I should have sought help, but I was scared that it would expose my secret to my mom, so I dealt with it alone. This was a poor choice. Sophia's threats became more frequent, and he even tried to turn my friends against me. The most unsettling day occurred during the preparation of our homecoming float for the drama club. I was joking around with 2 friends, Isaac and Caleb, both of whom were straight. Sophia, upon seeing this, abruptly left his painting task and stormed out. Moments later, a younger student approached me, asking where Sophia had gone. He told me I would understand soon. Later, I learned that he had driven himself to the hospital to seek help. I felt relieved, hoping he would find the support he needed. However, I didn't fully grasp how fixated he had become on me. One evening, returning from a play rehearsal, I spotted Sophia's car parked a little way down my street. He was just leaving my house as I arrived. My mom was on the porch, waving goodbye to him. She told me he had just stopped by since he was in the area. You should know, I'm the oldest of 7 brothers. At that time, the youngest of my brothers were very young, with the littlest one not yet born. My mom has always been the backbone of our family. My dad wasn't much help, and my stepdad was away in the military. She's quite tall and strong, easily able to carry me despite my size. I'm over 6 feet tall and weigh around 180 pounds. She's also an incredible marksman. Sophia, being much smaller, wouldn't stand a chance against her, especially not in her condition. I downplayed how often Sophia and I had been seeing each other, and she seemed to believe it. We continued with our daily routines. For a week, all seemed normal. Then, returning from another rehearsal, I saw Sophia again. His car was parked nearby, and he was sitting on the porch with my mom. My youngest brother was on her lap. As I got out of the car, my mom signaled for me to come over. With a heavy heart, I approached. It turned out Sophia had told her everything about us, but twisted the story to make himself look like the victim and me the abuser. After sending Sophia away, who left with a smirk, my mom confronted me. I explained my side of the story, and thankfully, she believed me. However, she was still upset, and I ended up grounded. But that was nothing compared to what happened later that night. Our house isn't the sturdiest. Its old windows could be easily opened from outside. Sophia knew this because I had used it to sneak out before. My room faces the street, while my mom's room, where she and my toddler brother slept, faces the backyard. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m., feeling chilly. Putting on my glasses, I noticed my window was open. I quickly checked around and saw my bedroom door was also open. Then, I heard a soft sound from my mom's room, the sound of her door closing. Heart pounding, I crept towards her room and then heard a chilling sound, the metallic click of a gun being cocked. I burst into her room. The lights were on. There was Sophia, cornered with a knife in his hand. My little brother was still asleep. And my mom? She was sitting calmly on her bed, her pistol aimed steadily at Sophia. She was reading a book, her glasses perched on her nose. She coolly instructed me to call the police while keeping her gun trained on him. The police arrived and took Sophia away. My mom chose not to press charges, under the condition that he move away to live with his father in Arizona, far from our home in Missouri. From then on, I barely saw Sophia, except occasionally in messages he sent to my friends, still trying to reach out to me. I sincerely hope, for his sake and ours, that our paths never cross again. When I was in my early 20s, I started dating a man named Tom. It was about a year since I had left a very bad relationship. Tom seemed nice at first. We had fun together, going out and sometimes partying more than we should. Tom had been through a tough time before we met. His previous girlfriend Anna had died, which had left him quite sad. Soon after we began dating, we decided to move in together. It all happened very fast. Tom wanted to put up pictures of Anna around our apartment to remember her. I didn't mind. It seemed important to him. Anna had a cousin, Emily, who used to visit Tom. As time went by, Emily started showing up more often. I didn't like Emily much. She was rude, and it seemed like she was always trying to be alone with Tom. It felt strange to me. Why would she want to be so close to the ex-boyfriend of her deceased cousin? One evening, all three of us were at the apartment, and Tom received a text. Emily had excused herself to the bathroom a few moments earlier. To my shock, she had taken an inappropriate photo of herself and sent it to Tom while I was right there next to him. I couldn't understand what was going on, but I knew I didn't want any part of it. I ended things with Tom and asked both of them to leave. Tom ended up moving in with his grandmother because he had nowhere else to go. Despite our breakup, he tried to get back together with me, often showing up at my workplace. Eventually, I had to block him on all platforms to stop his constant attempts to contact me. A couple of months later, I saw on the local news that Tom and Emily had been arrested. They had broken into an elderly couple's home, tied them up, and stolen their belongings and ATM card. They even forced the couple to go with them to withdraw money. They were caught and sent to jail, though it seemed like they weren't there long enough. I was managing a barbecue restaurant by then, living in a new place. One day, Tom appeared at the drive-thru. I barely recognized his voice, but seeing him there made my heart skip a beat. The harassment started again with calls to my workplace. I finally decided to leave my job and start my own business, hoping that would end all contact with him. I also swore off dating anyone remotely like Tom ever again. That decision led me to meet my husband, and we've now been happily married for over a decade, and I avoid anyone with a name even close to Tom's. It's a rule I live by now. This all started a couple of months ago when I was visiting my mom in our quiet little town. Our town is considered very safe, and my family always believed that too. However, we've had some issues with neighbors around us. The town has been growing because of a new college that opened recently. My mom works as a teacher at that college, which is just across the street from where we live. We have a 2-story house, and my bedroom is upstairs. From my bedroom window, you can look down and see the street clearly. Every single night, around midnight, my dogs would start barking and growling furiously. I tried many times to check from my window what was causing their distress, but I couldn't see anything. There are many trees and bushes in front of our house, so perhaps whatever was bothering them was hidden there. This had been happening every night for a week, and it was always at the same time, midnight. One night, I was particularly restless and couldn't sleep, so I ended up video chatting with my boyfriend to pass the time. Like clockwork, as soon as it hit midnight, my dogs began to bark louder than usual. I was sitting by my window, trying to spot anything out of the ordinary. Although I saw nothing, I felt an eerie chill. It seemed like I was about to find out what had been lurking in the shadows, unsettling my dogs. In an attempt to maybe catch a glimpse of whatever was out there, I decided to turn off all the lights in my room and sat in the darkness, watching and waiting. I watched the street from a spot where I was hidden from view. My boyfriend, still on video chat, guessed it might be a fox or a raccoon, since wildlife was common in our area, but I was certain it wasn't just an animal. After my boyfriend fell asleep, I remained glued to the window. Around 1:30 a.m., I noticed movement by the bushes. A figure, dressed entirely in black, was crouching behind them. My whole body froze in fear, but I didn't want to alarm my mom yet. I had already mentioned the dog's nightly agitation to her, but like my boyfriend, she had dismissed it as animal disturbances. I just watched the figure silently, grateful he couldn't see me. The figure began to move stealthily, staying low to remain unseen. However, from my vantage point on the second floor, I could see him clearly. He crept along our fence until he reached the neighbor's driveway, where a car was parked. Suddenly things escalated. He produced a Molotov cocktail, lit it, and hurled it into the car. The car burst into flames instantly. Shocked, I finally called for my mom. The figure sprinted away, disappearing down the street as quickly as a startled cat. My mom was on the phone with the police and firefighters, but by the time they arrived, the man was nowhere to be found. The next day, a police officer called us. He had been to our house the previous night. It turned out they had caught the man responsible. According to the police, he had been trying to get back with his ex-wife. He had threatened to do something drastic if she refused to reconcile, and evidently he had followed through. Within a week, his ex-wife moved away. We never really knew her, so we didn't learn much more. I regret not being able to prevent the arson, but I was relieved that he was arrested. When I was just a teenager, I made the hasty decision to marry my boyfriend of 3 years. I'll call him Tom here. Tom turned out to be deeply disturbed. His fascination wasn't with anything normal. He was obsessed with blood, dark rituals, and notorious figures like Charles Manson. He'd often threaten me in a chilling tone, saying things like, "If you ever think of leaving, the world will start missing redheads," implying he'd turn into a monster like Ted Bundy. Leaving him was terrifying. One night, in a desperate act, Tom cut his arm deeply and used his blood to write my name across our bedroom walls and bedding. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. I needed a few days to gather my belongings, but each moment was filled with dread. Tom would lurk around, muttering, "If I can't have you, nobody can," or, "In another life, we could have another chance." His words were like cold whispers from a grave. The worst night was when I woke to his voice whispering sinister threats in the dark. I barely opened my eyes, fearing any movement might provoke him. There he stood, over my bed, holding a large kitchen knife, tracing its tip along his arm while talking to himself in a haunting murmur. Fearing for my life, I faced him, our eyes locked, and the room fell silent. I pleaded softly, "Please don't do this." He paused, his gaze never leaving mine, then slowly backed away to the doorway, still holding the knife. He stood there, staring, and I was paralyzed with fear, not knowing if these moments would be my last. After what felt like an eternity, he turned and descended the stairs, disappearing into the darkness of our house. I lay there, wide awake, the terror of the night gripping me tightly. I knew I had to escape this nightmare, but how could I? With each passing hour, the house seemed to close in on me, echoing with the dreadful possibilities of what Tom might do next. When I was 23, I began renting my first apartment. Around that time, my former girlfriend, whom I hadn't seen since high school, contacted me. We had dated briefly back then, but it didn't end well because I had been foolish, flirting with another girl. More than 10 years had passed, and she told me she had moved past our teenage issues and was open to trying again. We started seeing each other, and soon we were going out regularly. Things seemed to be going well. About a month into our renewed relationship, I was working a late shift when she called me. She sounded upset, saying she had argued with her mom and that the argument had escalated to the point where she was slapped. She wanted to come to my place to calm down. When I got home later that night, I realized she wasn't just visiting. She had brought her things with her. Although I wasn't fully comfortable with it, I didn't mind too much since I could use some help with the rent. Living together was smooth for the first 2 months, but then everything changed. She began to express doubts about my interactions with other women. Soon, her concerns extended to me watching movies or shows that she didn't approve of. My patience started wearing thin because I tend to like having things my way. We started arguing frequently, sometimes all through the night. Her behavior became more alarming. She started to harm herself and blamed me for her pain, saying it was my fault. Then she got a serious infection. She would call me constantly when I was at work, demanding to know who I was with. I was working long hours at an ambulance service, and the stress began to build up. One night, things escalated terribly. She equated my watching movies to physical abuse and started yelling uncontrollably. She brought up her injuries and the many doctor visits, blaming me for everything. After she threatened to end her life with my gun, I had no choice but to call the police. She left before they arrived, tossing my loaded gun into the yard in her anger. I thought that would be the end of it, but the calm days that followed were misleadingly peaceful. A few days later, she sent me a message claiming she needed to return her house key. I told her to simply throw it away, but she didn't listen. She drove to my apartment, left the key, and taped a note to my door. The note claimed I was mentally ill, needed help, and a bunch of other accusations. She said she forgave me for everything. I couldn't even finish reading it. After that, she kept texting, asking if I had read her note. She even blamed her actions on being pregnant, claiming she had lost the baby due to stress and that it was mine. Years later, I'm now happily married with a wonderful 2-year-old named Hillian. I have no regrets about moving on from that terrifying period of my life. I hope she is doing better wherever she is, but I sincerely wish to never see her again. If you found this story chilling and have your own scary experience to share, you're welcome to send it to me. I'm always looking to feature more real-life horror stories. Thank you to everyone who supports me. Your support helps keep these stories coming. If you'd like to join our community and get access to special perks, visit my Patreon. Remember, if you have a story you'd like to share, you can always reach out. Stay safe, everyone, and let's keep sharing these eerie tales. This story begins when my mother started dating a man we'll call Jack. It was the summer I turned 15. The first time Jack met me and my brothers, he glanced at my mother and rejacked, "Wow, I didn't realize you had such a big family." Not the best first impression, you might think. At first, Jack seemed like a regular guy, but after he moved in with us, his true colors showed. He had a short temper and would often shout and stomp around like a little kid having a fit. He managed to charm my mom after every outburst, making her believe all was well. That's probably why she stayed with him longer than she should have. My mom can be a bit naive, which I guess made things easier for him. However, Jack found it hard to get along with me and my brothers. He would nitpick everything we did, constantly claiming we were trying to break him and my mom up. I have 4 brothers, and the 2 youngest ones and I were always up to mischief, according to him. We seemed to be his main problem. Gradually, he began forbidding us from hanging out with certain friends and became much stricter with us than with our eldest brother. The day I knew he was really dangerous was when he picked me up from school. While driving, he accused my younger brother and me of bad-mouthing him. I responded, "What? That's not true." But he dismissed my denial, claiming he had proof. When we arrived home, he showed us a recording device, then played a conversation between my brother and me that had taken place in our room. I recognized our voices and the privacy of our conversation. Shocked, I confronted him. "Why are you recording us in our room? What's wrong with you?" We argued fiercely, and I immediately called my mom to tell her, but she didn't confront him about it. She avoided taking sides, which frustrates me even now. After confronting Jack about the recordings in our rooms, I made him remove every single device, but the sense of safety in our own home had already been shattered. A year later, when I was 16, I started working at a local fast food restaurant. Jack did not like this one bit, especially because my friend from school, who he disliked, worked there too. He suspected I took the job just to hang out with my friend. In his usual controlling way, Jack decided to keep an eye on me by coming to my workplace. He would sit in the corner and watch, not just once, but many times over a whole month. His presence was unnerving and made both my coworkers and me very uncomfortable. Fed up with his behavior, I decided it was time to leave. My father had recently moved back from abroad and offered me a place to stay. I packed my things and left without looking back. My dad was furious when I told him everything. He wanted to involve the police, but my mom, ever protective of Jack despite their rocky relationship, pleaded with my dad not to. Eventually, my mom and Jack split up over other issues, and I never saw him again. I hoped it would stay that way. Living with my dad gave me the peace I needed, but the shadows of my time with Jack lingered. Sometimes late at night, I would wake up thinking I heard his voice or the soft click of a recorder. These sounds seemed to follow me, creeping into my dreams and turning them into nightmares. One particularly cold night, the sound of scratching at my window woke me up. At first I thought it was just a tree branch, but the sound was too deliberate, too rhythmic for that. Heart pounding, I peered through the curtains, half expecting to see Jack's glaring eyes. But there was nothing, just the empty street and the faint glow of a streetlight. The next day, I found small, deliberate scratches on the outside of my windowsill. They were new and looked like they were made by a human, not a tree branch. The fear that Jack might have found me started to grow inside me, turning each shadow into a hiding place for my fears. Despite Jack being out of our lives, the feeling of being watched never completely went away. My brothers and I were on edge, constantly looking over our shoulders, wondering if the past would suddenly appear in front of us again. We could only hope that the basement's secrets and the shadows of our old home wouldn't follow us here. But deep down, I knew it was only a matter of time before something happened, something that would drag us back into the nightmare we thought we had escaped. My name is Maria, and I am a mother to 2 kids and work as a police officer. This all started when I was just 18 years old. I was always a well-behaved girl, listening to my parents. My mother worked as a nurse, and my father was a police officer like me. I also had a younger brother named Sam. One day, I went to the cinema with my best friend Lucy and Sam to watch a horror movie called The Haunting. It was Sam's birthday. He was turning 10 that day and was a huge fan of spooky stories. But after the movie, I couldn't shake off the feeling that someone in the dark corners was watching us. That's when I bumped into my ex-boyfriend, Michael. We dated back in high school but broke up because he became too controlling and mean. He would pick fights over tiny things and demanded too much from me. He controlled what I wore, what I said, and even expected his meals served exactly on time. It was suffocating. I was genuinely scared of him after our breakup. Eventually, I gathered the courage and ended things with him. He didn't take it well and swore I would regret leaving him. "Hey, beautiful. Didn't expect to bump into you here," he said, trying to kiss my hand as he used to. I quickly pulled my hand back and told him firmly, "Why are you here? I don't want to see you. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. I've changed a lot since we split. I want to show you," he replied, reaching for my cheek. "Never. You might fool others, but not me. You're selfish and mean. I'm not falling for it again." I snapped back and walked away with Sam, who was upset by the tension. I hoped that would be the last I'd see of Michael. But it wasn't. After that day, flowers started arriving at our home. My dad, being a cop, was aware of my troubled history with Michael. Then it turned into letters, photos of me going to school, hanging out with Lucy, and even simple moments like making lunch for me and Sam. One photo stood out. It was an old picture of me and Michael when we first started dating. Seeing it made me sick to my stomach. My father decided to confront Michael at his house about the disturbing things he had been sending me. Michael admitted he still loved me. After hearing this, my father quickly got a restraining order against him. This brought me a little peace. But it was short-lived. One day while Sam was at his friend's house playing games, something strange happened. Sam came back looking scared and handed me a note. "Where did this come from?" I asked. "I can't say," he replied and dashed off. I opened the note with a letter opener. Inside was a photo of me with my new friend John, and on the back it read, "You belong to me." I felt so sick that I threw up. I knew I had to call my dad. That night, just as I was falling asleep, I heard the sound of a camera clicking. I grabbed a metal bat and swung it at the figure, hitting him in the face. The intruder was Mitch, a friend of Michael's. He told me Michael had threatened his family to force him to get a photo of me. Feeling a bit sorry for Mitch, my dad convinced the court to give him just a month of house arrest because of his young age. But I decided it was up to me to end this. I took my dad's gun and went to confront Michael. He was sitting on his porch, smiling in a creepy way. "My love, I knew you'd come back," he said. I kicked him hard and he fell. "I could shoot you right now," I told him as the police arrived and handcuffed him. My father was there too, but in a desperate move, Michael pulled out a knife and wounded 2 officers before charging at me, screaming, "If I can't have you, no one will." I shot him in the leg and arm, stopping him. He was in pain and yelling. At his trial, I testified against him. He was sentenced to 30 years without parole. It felt like the terror had ended. For safety, we decided to move. Michael would be in prison for 30 years, but after that, he might try to find us. This time, we were determined to end the game on our terms. The final confrontation was inevitable. When I was about 8 years old, my sister, then 18, brought home a new boyfriend. My mom was worried because he was about 30 years old, but it really wasn't unusual for my sister to do something like this. At this point in her life, she was actually rapidly falling into a deep depression. At the time, having a real boyfriend seemed like a much better option than not knowing where her mom was every night, since doing drugs during one-night stands was a really common thing for her. The boyfriend was very kind to us, especially to me. He and my sister took me to many places. He bought me a pretty expensive gift, and my 8-year-old really liked it too. This will be relevant later. One time I went to his house to sleep, and of course my sister was with me. I would also like to say that I never got any kind of creepy vibe from him at all. As far as I remember, he never said anything strange or creepy. Fast forward to the day they broke up. It's too blurry to remember everything, but I remember him showing up at my house, and my sister not letting him in. My mom was home at the time, but it was still pretty bright. Fortunately, we were really close with our neighbors. My other sister, who was about 13 or 14, locked herself in her room, but would occasionally approach my sister and ask if he had left. Now I was a very curious child and had no idea what was going on. I saw that my sister was very confused and very impatient with me. It was quite understandable because I was constantly following her around and asking her questions. I remember looking out my mom's window while my sister tried to push my head out of sight. Her boyfriend yelled at her that he would be here and told her about the police, but I don't quite remember what it is. He left shortly afterwards. Years later, this idea came back to me and I finally asked my mom about it. What she said to me completely shocked me. Apparently, my sister found child pornography on his phone. I still get goosebumps thinking about how kind he was to me and why my sister tried to keep me out of sight that night. I know this isn't as scary as most of the stories you hear, but I still thought I'd share it. When I was only 17, I made the mistake of marrying a boy I thought I loved. We had been together since I was 14, so I believed I knew him well. But soon, things turned very dark and frightening. Let's call him Tom instead of his real name. Tom had an unsettling fascination with dark and forbidden things. He often talked about blood and was oddly interested in evil people like Charles Manson. His obsession seemed deep and twisted. He would threaten me in chilling ways, hinting at terrible things he could do if I ever thought of leaving him. "Watch the news for missing girls with red hair if you ever try to leave," he'd warn with a twisted smile, implying he'd turn into someone like the notorious killer Ted Bundy. But the day I decided to leave, the horror truly began. Tom did something horrifying. He cut his own arm deeply and used his blood to write my name all over our bedroom walls and bedsheets. It was a gruesome sight, one that left me in shock and fear. Despite this, I had to stay a few more days to gather my belongings, terrified he might do something even worse to me, or himself. During those days, Tom would mutter chilling things. "If I can't have you, no one will," he'd say, or, In another life, we'll be together again. His words were cold and menacing. One night, the air thick with unease, I awoke to his voice whispering, "If I can't have her, no one can." My heart raced with fear. I barely dared to breathe, keeping my eyes just slightly open to see what was happening without him noticing. Tom was standing by my bed, holding a large kitchen knife. He was running the tip along his arm, lost in his own twisted thoughts. I could hardly believe what was unfolding before my eyes. Mustering all the courage I had, I faced him and opened my eyes fully. Our gazes locked, and for a moment everything stood still. "Please don't do this," I whispered. He paused, the menacing look in his eyes shifting slightly. Then, slowly, he walked toward the door of my room. He lingered there, his silhouette framed by the doorway, still clutching the knife. The tension was unbearable. I didn't know if he would leave or come back to hurt me. After what felt like an eternity, he finally turned and walked down the stairs, leaving me alone in the dim light of the room. I lay there, unable to sleep, wondering if I would survive the night. This story begins about 5 years ago when I was 25. At that time, I was already married and a father to 2 wonderful children. Let me tell you, I am a man. Here's my tale. I had a girlfriend before I got married, who for the sake of this story, I'll call Mia. Every time I tried to end things with Mia, explaining that it might be good for us to date other people, or even suggesting I move out so we could have some space, she would lose control. She'd threaten to harm herself, or even drive her car into a lake, even though we don't have any lakes nearby. One day while I was shopping, I bumped into an old flame, Jane. We had split amicably, so our conversation flowed easily. I confided in Jane about my troubles with Mia and how I feared for her safety. Jane suggested that if I was truly worried, I should inform someone from Mia's family. On a workday, over my lunch break, I phoned Mia. I suggested we meet for dinner to talk things through. Before dinner, I rushed home, collected all my belongings and my dogs, and moved everything back to my parents' house. I know, it seems harsh, but Mia had become truly unstable. At dinner, in a public place to avoid any outbursts, I firmly told her we should break up because I was unhappy. This was nothing new. We had been together for 3 years, and I had felt disconnected for a long time. After the breakup, I returned to my parents' home. They were not pleased because they were worried Mia might retaliate in a destructive way. They suggested staying with another family member, but realistically, who would accommodate me, my 2 large dogs, and all this drama? That evening, while discussing everything with my father in our living room, we were startled by the sound of my truck alarm and breaking glass. My heart dropped. I had a strong feeling it was Mia. Trying to remain calm, I went outside to talk to her. But as I approached, she lashed out, hitting me and screaming insults. Despite her aggression, I did not retaliate or even raise my voice. I tried to calm her down while reassuring my father that I could handle the situation. He reluctantly went back inside. The ordeal lasted about half an hour before she finally drove away, leaving our neighborhood in a rush. A few days later, the police showed up at my door. They questioned my whereabouts on the night of the incident and other details. I cooperated fully, but they seemed skeptical of my story. They informed me that Mia had accused me of assault, and even claimed I had threatened her at gunpoint to steal from her safe, and demanded her bank card pins. For a moment, I was too shocked to speak. When I regained my composure, I showed the officers my bruises and explained, "Look at me. I'm the one who's hurt. She did this to me." "I did not hurt her," I told the police firmly. The reply was short. "Sir, she is a woman, and we must listen to her story as well. We need some DNA samples from you." I complied, providing what they asked for, but despite my cooperation, I found myself locked up, awaiting a trial. 2 weeks passed slowly, and then the DNA results came back. Of course, they were negative. I had done nothing wrong. I haven't mentioned yet, but during this time, I reconnected with Jane. Despite everything, we started seeing each other again. However, the troubles didn't stop. Mia seemed determined to make moving on impossible for me. For nearly a year, police officers would show up at my door, accusing me of stalking her. Mia even paid a private detective to track me and Jane. Every time the police came, I had proof of where I was, contradicting Mia's claims. She managed to get 4 restraining orders against me, even though I had stayed away from her entirely. Eventually, the judge grew tired of the constant accusations. It became clear to him how unreasonable Mia was, as he stopped granting further restraining orders. Jane and I nearly broke apart under the strain of these accusations. Mia turned my life into a nightmare, but I'm relieved I ended things with her. So, Mia, wherever you are now, I truly hope you get the help you need, and I pray that no other man has to endure what I went through. I was about 18 or 19 years old when this all started. I didn't know much about life yet, but I was about to learn something terrifying. My dad owned a few small shops in town, and he was involved with his business partner, Jane. She was a strange lady, always trying to get close to me, which made me uncomfortable. At first, she would buy meals for us, and I was thankful. But soon, she wanted to spend time alone with me more often, which made me uneasy. Despite all this, my dad secretly married someone else and didn't tell Jane. When she found out, she was furious. She told me in a scary voice that my dad would regret this. She even showed up at my workplace demanding to see him. When I said he wasn't there, she screamed at me and left, but not before saying we would regret crossing her. I was so shaken that I called the police, but they didn't do much other than take my name. They didn't seem to understand how scary she was. Fast forward a few weeks, I was coming home late at night after a long shift at my second job. I was exhausted from work and school, barely managing to drag myself to bed. I remember the clock showing midnight as I fell asleep. Suddenly, at around 3 in the morning, I heard my bedroom door creak open. Half asleep, I thought it was my cat, Shadow, wanting to cuddle. I called out to him, but there was no response. I didn't worry much at first, too tired to think straight. But then I felt someone standing near my bed watching me. A chill ran down my spine. I opened my eyes and saw Jane, standing there with wild, angry eyes. She was yelling about getting back at my dad, her voice filled with rage and madness. In a panic, I rolled out of bed and sprinted past her, locking myself in the bathroom to call for help. Meanwhile, she had gone crazy, attacking my dad's new wife, and even trying to stab my dad when he tried to calm her down. The police arrived soon after and arrested her right there. It was the most terrifying night of my life. Now I always keep a knife and a taser close by when I sleep. You can never be too careful. Be safe, everyone. You never know who might show up at your door in the middle of the night. Back in 7th grade, I wasn't very good with relationships. Honestly, I didn't understand much about girls at all. Then, during one lunchtime, a girl named Ellie, who used to sit at my table, leaned close and whispered, "I like you." That was how I started dating my very first girlfriend. It's funny how simple things were back then. Although Ellie was part of our class and friend circle, I didn't really know her well. She was quite pretty, with light brown hair and dark eyes. We mostly just spent time around our neighborhood and school. But soon, I began to see Ellie everywhere I went, whether I was at the local swimming pool with my friends or at the nearby grocery store with my family. She never came up to talk. She just seemed to be around, watching from a distance. It felt more creepy than coincidental. Whenever I brought it up the next day or at school, she would laugh it off, saying it was just a coincidence. However, things took a darker turn when one of her friends, Maria, told me outright that Ellie had been lurking outside my house late at night. When I confronted Ellie about it, she denied everything. She even called me crazy, claiming I saw her everywhere because I was deeply in love with her. As someone who had never ended a relationship and lacked confidence, I tried to dismiss these alarming signs and kept Ellie close. Then, a particularly unsettling incident happened. Ellie texted me one evening, asking me to meet her at the park near our place. This park had a small lake, and she mentioned she was there. Curious and a bit worried, I went to the park. When I arrived, I asked her why she wanted to meet so late and in such a strange spot. She seemed off. Her behavior was aggressive, and out of nowhere, she suggested we should jump into the lake and drown together. I was genuinely scared by what she was saying. Just as I decided to leave, she grabbed me tightly and wouldn't let go. After she grabbed me, we struggled on the ground, and it felt like I was being tackled in a rough game of football. I was becoming increasingly uneasy, and I finally suggested that we should just stay friends. This triggered something extreme in her. She began following me obsessively, appearing outside my house every morning and evening. Whenever I peered out of my bedroom window, there she was, staring up from the street. It was terrifying. I was too frightened to tell my family and too embarrassed to tell my friends because I didn't think they would understand. The situation escalated even further one summer day. She followed me as I walked home from school and suddenly attacked me from behind, knocking me to the ground with her backpack. I was dazed, and before I could react, she was on top of me, slipping a bracelet around my wrist. The bracelet was engraved with both our names. Then, shockingly, she pulled out a razor blade and started cutting into her own arm, right in front of me. I panicked, realizing she was carving my name into her skin. I didn't stick around to see if she expected me to do the same to myself. I ran home as fast as I could, locked every door, and even disposed of my shirt, which had gotten splattered with her blood. Coincidentally, my family was planning to move to a new city later that summer. I took that opportunity to get rid of the bracelet and decided to stay indoors as much as possible. I blocked her on all social media and double-checked every lock at night. Occasionally, I saw her around, and each time I would dash straight home. Sometimes I thought I heard her footsteps chasing after me, but I managed to escape each time. Once we moved, I never saw her again. I truly hope Ellie found the help she clearly needed, as her actions were deeply disturbing. This was the most terrifying first date of my life. My name is Lily, and I was 26 years old when this happened. I had been chatting with a man named Mark, whom I met on an online dating app. Things seemed really promising. He was charming, made me laugh, and appeared to be a genuinely nice person. We had been talking on the phone for about 2 weeks before we decided it was time to meet in person. I let my guard down and invited him to my apartment. I know, it was probably not the best idea, but I was completely smitten with him. The day we planned to meet finally arrived, and I was thrilled when he showed up. We decided to go shopping together to pick up some essentials. After shopping, we returned to my apartment and began to cook dinner. Up to that point, everything was going smoothly. He was surprisingly good in the kitchen, which made the evening even more enjoyable. After we finished eating, we settled down on the couch to relax. But then, things took a dark turn. He began to tremble, and I asked if he was all right. He looked at me with intense eyes and admitted he needed to confess something. He revealed that he was a military veteran who had served in Afghanistan and had witnessed things that deeply traumatized him. He began to describe the terrifying things he had seen in vivid detail. I cannot bring myself to repeat the horrors he shared with me, because they left me deeply disturbed for over a year. Mark told me stories so gruesome that he claimed he could be arrested just for sharing them. I was utterly shocked, and things quickly took a turn for the worse. He began behaving very oddly, and I asked if there was anything I could do to help him. That's when he told me everything seemed like a cartoon to him at that moment. He believed he could make objects vanish or draw new things into existence, and they would become real. Suddenly, he started taking off all his clothes, claiming they were burning his skin. By this point, I was panicking and becoming truly frightened. I realized then that he was experiencing a severe psychotic episode, and I needed to take immediate action. I called his mother, who urgently warned me that he was dangerous and advised me to contact the psychiatric ward. So, I did exactly that. However, they instructed me to call another ward in his hometown. Meanwhile, as this dangerous man sat naked in my living room, laughing maniacally, he looked so sinister that I could hardly recognize him. The psychiatric ward in his town said they couldn't help since he was in my town, so I had to call my local ward. The local psychiatric facilities passed the responsibility back and forth, unwilling to take charge of the situation. Exhausted and desperate, I finally called the police. In Denmark, we dial 112 for emergencies, not 911. The police arrived and took him away, and he was eventually admitted to the psychiatric ward in my town. After this ordeal, I was left completely shattered. How could a day that started so well end so disastrously? Over the next week, he called me from the psychiatric ward. He confessed to attacking a female staff member because he believed she was a villain from his delusional cartoon world. He had struck her in the throat and stomach and attempted to strangle her, but fortunately, she was rescued by other staff members. He chillingly admitted that it was fortunate he saw me as a hero in his distorted reality, because if he hadn't, he might have attacked me in the same brutal manner, and no one would have been able to save me. That was the last time I ever spoke to him. Now, at 28, I still carry the scars of that harrowing experience. Let me start this story by saying that if you have never been in a harmful relationship, it's hard to understand why someone would stay. When I was in my last year of high school, I was close friends with Mike. We did everything together and graduated at the same time. He was kind and always made me feel like I was very special to him. However, things changed drastically when we moved into our own place, away from his mom. I began to experience both physical and mental abuse. I didn't know how to get out, and any confidence I had built up was shattered by his cruel games and physical harm. Surprisingly, not every day is terrible with an abuser if you manage to keep them pleased and pretend you're happy too. The first time I decided to leave him was after I couldn't tolerate the abuse anymore. I texted my friend Anna to tell her everything, and that I needed help escaping. I had planned to get a tattoo the next day, and Mike insisted on coming along. During the tattoo session, he suddenly grabbed my phone and stormed out, leaving everyone baffled. After he left, Anna and I discussed all the steps I needed to take over the next few weeks to permanently escape from him. However, when the tattoo session ended, Mike was furiously angry. Anna and I got into the car with him, and he started driving erratically. He was crying and began to hit the car's roof with his hand. When I asked what was wrong, he chillingly replied that he knew about my plans to leave him. My face went pale as he started to laugh crazily, threatening to drive us off a bridge. As we neared a bridge, I realized I had to act fast to save both our lives. I pleaded with him, saying if he changed his ways, I might consider staying. But he responded with threats, telling me that Anna couldn't protect me. In desperation, I reminded him that the car was his only way to get around, which made him slow down and ask if I really would stay. I lied and said yes to calm him down. Once we reached Anna's place, I quickly got out of the car. Before entering her house, I told him firmly that I was finished with him, and that I would not let myself be his victim any longer. However, he was clever with his manipulations, convincing my church and friends that I was the bad person for leaving him. Despite this, I ended up returning to him, and we stayed together for another 3 years. During those years, he continued to hurt me. I lost all my self-respect because I had taken him back. He would hit me, choke me, and make me feel utterly worthless. I went through very dark times, often feeling so hopeless that I wished I could just disappear, especially since my family had turned their backs on me because of him, and he used this to his advantage. At the end of those 3 years, he was the one who ended things. My mind was a mess. I didn't know how to process the emotions, and I spent days just crying. Eventually, I realized why I was crying. It was because I was finally free from his torment. I vowed never to return to him, even when he begged me to come back. I thought I had removed him from every part of my life, but he still somehow knew whenever I was on a date or feeling happy. I sought therapy to heal my troubled mind. Time passed, and I eventually married a wonderfully caring man who helped me overcome my fears. It was then I discovered that a so-called friend had been reporting my activities back to my ex. This friend, whom he later dated, eventually faced the same abuse from him and ended their relationship. She apologized to me for her role in my suffering, but I could no longer see her as anything but a betrayer, someone who had known what he was capable of yet chose to ignore it until she herself was hurt. So, I cut ties with her too. The tale begins from when I was a little girl, only 4 years old, but now I'm 22. I had just moved to a new place with my mom, dad, and brother. While exploring our new area, I met a girl named Sarah. Sarah and I were the exact same age, even sharing a birthday, which made us quickly become friends. I spent a lot of time at her house, and sometimes joined her family on their trips. Around this time, strange things began to happen. Whenever we went out for dinner or stayed in a hotel, Sarah's parents asked me to pay for myself. I was just a kid, so I didn't think much about it, but my parents were concerned since they had to cover these costs. When I turned 12, Sarah's mom started acting suspiciously in ways I never really understood. But soon after, my parents told me I couldn't spend time with Sarah anymore. Years passed, and Sarah and I reconnected when we were 16, but we drifted apart again shortly after. Just before the pandemic hit, when we were both 19, we met up again. We started hanging out with some dubious friends, smoking, drinking, and crashing at their places. During one of these days, Sarah confessed to me that she had fallen deeply in love with a guy named Mike. Mike wasn't interested in Sarah, and he had even mentioned to me and others that he liked someone else. Sarah's response to this rejection was extreme. She decided to cast a love spell on him. I practiced Wicca and warned her it was a bad idea. Regardless of beliefs, it just wasn't right. Ignoring my advice, Sarah drove us to a store to buy all the necessary items for the spell, and then we hurried into the forest. We assembled a heart-shaped jar filled with herbs, crystals like rose quartz and rose petals, then sealed it with wax. Somehow, Mike found out about the spell, and he was understandably very disturbed. I admitted to him that although I had helped, I had advised Sarah against it and apologized. Sarah, on the other hand, denied everything and blamed the whole thing on me. It might sound silly, but what happened next showed Sarah's true intentions, and they were far from harmless. After Mike rejected her, we all started keeping our distance from her. That's when Sarah began to act out, just like her mother had. She spread nasty rumors about everyone in our group, accusing us of cheating on our partners and other ridiculous things. We would get calls and messages about these lies, which caused a lot of trouble. Eventually, one of our friends lost his job because of the rumors she spread, so we decided we had to confront her. We went to Sarah's house to talk to her, but she wasn't there. Instead, her mom came out and started yelling at us, accusing us of ruining Sarah's life. We tried to explain to her mom about the drugs Sarah was using and even that she had started breaking into houses, but instead of listening, her mom called the police on us. Later, Sarah tried to make up with me. She invited me to talk in her car parked outside my house. As soon as I got in, she locked the doors, drove off quickly, and started shouting and crying. She hurled insults at me, calling me a traitor and selfish. She was out of control. I remained calm and asked her repeatedly to let me out of the car, but she refused. Finally, I called my mom and put her on speakerphone. My mom warned Sarah that she would call the police if she didn't bring me back home. Sarah kept yelling, asking if I was going to snitch by involving my mom. Eventually, she turned the car around and drove me back home, still shouting all the way. But Sarah's anger didn't stop there. One day, while I was driving to the store, I noticed a strange chemical smell from my mask when I put it on. It made me dizzy and confused, so I quickly took it off. Then I saw a hole burned into my car seat and realized someone had broken into my car. Sarah had tried to hurt me, or worse. From that point on, I never heard from Sarah again. When I went off to college, even the other friends in our group stopped contacting me. So, that's just a brief glimpse into the scary things my once best friend did to me. Back in 7th grade, I was quite naive and still very childlike. This story is about a girl I used to date, whom I'll call Candace to keep her identity private. Candace and I met through a mutual friend named Maria. Maria was very popular at school and well known among her friends. One day, Maria invited me to the local skating rink with some other friends, and I agreed to go. Why not, right? When we arrived, Maria introduced me to Candace, who was really kind from the start. She offered me a drink, but I declined, thinking she was just trying to be polite. After a few hours of skating, I was tired and sat down on a bench. I had spent all the money my dad had given me. Candace came over and started chatting with me again. I wasn't very interested in what she was saying, but I wanted to be polite, so I kept the conversation going. Eventually, she asked for my phone number, and I gave it to her. Considering I had only met Candace a couple of hours earlier, I was shocked when she suddenly told me she liked me. I was clueless, so I asked her what she meant, and she said she wanted to be my girlfriend. I was surprised, but also flattered because I had never had a girlfriend before, so I agreed to start dating her. However, things got intense pretty quickly after that. She wanted to talk all the time, and soon started making plans for our future together. She even mentioned wanting to marry me and have kids. That freaked me out completely, and I realized I wasn't ready for anything like that. So, I broke up with her. But that decision turned her into someone I didn't recognize. She began stalking me and wouldn't leave me alone, all because I had made the mistake of dating someone I barely knew from the skating rink. So, take it from me, guys. Don't rush into a relationship if you don't really know the person. My name is Eliza. I celebrated my 37th birthday a few weeks ago, but this story takes place when I was about 27 years old. Back then, I had just begun dating a man whom we'll refer to as Mark for the sake of privacy. We first connected through a mutual friend on Facebook. He began sending me messages, and we hit it off almost immediately. Mark appeared to be the perfect man for me. He was tall, attractive, polite, and treated me like I was the most important person in his world. Everything was great between us for the first 7 months. But slowly, Mark's behavior began to change. Whenever I wanted to spend time with my friends, he insisted that I check with him first, in case he had made other plans for us. If I went out to have dinner with my mom, he suspected I was meeting another man, leading to him calling me offensive names I'd prefer not to repeat here. If I dressed in a way he didn't approve of, he demanded I change my outfit. He would call me incessantly, and if I didn't answer, he would come to my house uninvited, accusing me of being unfaithful. His control over me was tightening. Despite this, I endured his behavior for another 4 months, until one night when we attended a concert at the House of Blues changed everything. While Mark was at the bar getting a drink, a man approached me and struck up a conversation. I mentioned I was there with my boyfriend, and as the man walked away, he made a disrespectful gesture towards me. Mark saw this and exploded in anger, accusing me of cheating right in front of everyone. I tried to explain that I didn't even know the man, but Mark wouldn't listen. He grabbed my arm, pulled me outside, and struck me so hard that my nose and lip bled. I was left with bruises on my face and arm that didn't fade for weeks. I had driven us to the concert, so I ran to my car and drove away as fast as I could. While driving home, Mark called me, apologizing for accusing me of cheating and for hitting me. Furious and hurt, I told him we were finished, and I hung up the phone. I stopped talking to Mark for 2 weeks, but he didn't give up. Instead, he started showing up at my workplace, causing trouble until I eventually lost my job. Luckily, a friend offered me a new job, but Mark found out where it was and began sending me disturbing notes. One day, he sent me a bouquet with 11 red roses and 1 black rose in the center. This really scared me, and feeling unsafe alone, I decided to stay at my friend's house for some time. During the next few days, Mark bombarded me with voicemails while he was drunk. He would say things like he was thinking about crashing his motorcycle off a bridge or swallowing rat poison. I texted him back, telling him I didn't care what he did, hoping he would stop. When I finally returned to my house, I found Mark trying to break in several times. I called the police, but they only suggested I get a restraining order, which seemed pointless to me. The worst night happened when I heard a noise while I was sleeping. I got up and suddenly, Mark was there. He grabbed me, slammed me against the wall, and threatened to cut out my tongue if I screamed. I was terrified. He tied my hands behind my back and told me he would kill me slowly, making me feel all the pain he believed I caused him since our breakup. He said, "If I can't have you, no one can." Then he left the room. Somehow, I managed to reach my cell phone on the bedside table and dialed 911 with my nose. I whispered to the dispatcher that my ex was trying to kill me and gave them my address. Mark returned and smashed my phone just as the police arrived. They arrested him, but not before he stabbed me in the shoulder and leg. I lost so much blood that I passed out and woke up later in a hospital. The police visited me there, and I had to give a full statement about the ordeal. After all the legal issues were resolved, I moved to a new city. I still have nightmares about that night, but knowing that Mark is in prison gives me some peace. I just hope I never have to see him again once he is released. A year ago, I was preparing to get married in a different state. We decided not to bother with the paperwork for a marriage license there, so we planned a quick, unofficial wedding back home. Tragically, my friend who was supposed to officiate our official ceremony took his own life a week before. In a rush, I asked another friend to step in, and we ended up having a small gathering in a local park with just our parents. My maid of honor performed the ceremony. However, one of my bridesmaids was very upset because she wasn't invited to this small event. On the day we were legally supposed to get married, she showed up at our apartment and wrecked the place. She ripped down decorations and even cut up the wedding jewelry she was holding onto for me, scattering it all over. She didn't stop there. She also cut up one of my favorite dresses and her own bridesmaid dress. Despite her actions, the ceremony went ahead, lasting only about 10 minutes, and she was still expected to participate in the larger wedding planned for the next week. For a few weeks, everything seemed calm, but after we returned from our wedding celebration, the chaos started again. She sent an email to my mom, which was strange because I'm in my 30s. In the email, she said terrible things about me and my husband. She didn't just stop with my mom. She created 3 TikTok accounts to follow my activities, posted a video to spread lies about me, and even reached out to my sister with false stories. She sent texts to several of my friends with screenshots of the email and threatened to tamper with my car. She claimed she had a personal vendetta against me and didn't hide her intentions. Moreover, she contacted the wife of my husband's best friend in an attempt to ruin both our friendship and their marriage. She even targeted my best friend's family, despite my best friend telling her there was no bad blood and that she only wished her happiness. She sent messages to my best friend's husband, filling his ears with more lies. My friend has 5 children, so you can imagine how awful it is to try and destroy such a large family. She attempted to disrupt 16 relationships in total. Counting the kids, she targeted 7 children by trying to break up their families. The most frightening aspect of this tale is that this woman is a medical doctor, a fully qualified physician in her mid to late 30s. This woman once told me that I deserved to suffer after my friend's death, and that I should rot in hell. She even went as far as writing fake reviews about me on Google, which luckily I managed to suppress. Eventually, I had to get a restraining order because of her property destruction and the ongoing stalking and harassment. However, wanting to protect her career as a doctor, she agreed to sign a 6-month consent order of protection, though I could have pushed for a trial to get a permanent order of protection. I chose to let it go. She agreed to compensate for the tree she had damaged. Weeks later, I received a check from her. On the memo line, she wrote, "Closure," and drew a big smiley face like a child would. She doesn't understand that if I had not been lenient and dropped the order, she could have lost her medical license. I have never experienced such madness before, except for the time she verbally provoked someone so badly that they chased us in their car, almost causing a serious accident. She even listens to your channel. So, hey girly pop, I hope you've learned to stop spreading hate when things don't go your way. For now, she has left me alone, but I am fully prepared to go back to court and file again if she starts causing trouble once more. Stay safe, everyone. Remember, not all friends are true friends. When I started my first year at high school, I found myself in a really bad relationship. The girl I was dating, Sarah, used to say she'd hurt herself if I mentioned any issues we were having. She sexually assaulted me as well. When I gathered enough bravery to end things with her, she lost control. She made up many lies to make me feel guilty and even got her friends to bother me. Some of the bothering was minor, but not all. To explain further, she lived just 2 blocks away from me. Many times she and her friends would pass by my house and throw stones at it. They even put a dent in my car with those rocks. I know this because we have security cameras at home. At school, during lunch, she would often approach me, calling me all sorts of names while I just sat there quietly. One of the worst moments was when she broke into my school account right before my birthday and sent a rude email to my math teacher that said, "Screw you." Sadly, we couldn't prove it was her, so I faced all the trouble for it. But after that, I changed my password and we went through several sessions with school counselors. Everything finally stopped at the end of the school year. One day, I was pulled out of my coding class and taken to the principal's office. I thought it was about attendance issues, but then they showed me another email sent from my account just the day before. Sarah had spent months trying to guess my password again to send more emails. This time, the email said, "I hope you freaking die, you annoying witch," and it was sent to my English teacher. Fortunately, this email was traced back to her, and she was suspended for a week. After this, I was genuinely frightened for about a year, worrying she might break into my home and harm my family. She seemed capable of anything. Now, whenever I see her in the school hallways, I feel like I might have a panic attack. I really hope none of you ever have to deal with a crazy ex like I did. It's truly terrible. I'm a 17-year-old girl, and this story happened between when I was 15 and almost 17 years old. This is about the time I was with my first boyfriend, the only one I've ever had. I'm sharing this story as a way to heal, because I've never really talked about what he did to me before. I've been going to the same church with my family since I was a little girl, about 4 years old. There was a boy, let's call him Dean, who started coming to our church in 5th grade with his friend Sam. Soon, the three of us became good friends. Dean and I liked each other a lot and started dating on my 15th birthday. We were both shy and mostly spent time together at church events. Our first real date was in February, just before the world shut down because of the pandemic. After I turned 16, we got even closer and started seeing each other a couple of times a week after school and every Sunday after church. I thought I was in love with Dean, but things changed for the worse in the summer of 2021. Dean became overly attached to me. He used an app to know where I was all the time, which I didn't think much of initially because my friends had it too. But Dean started acting really strange about it. He would text me all the time and get upset if I didn't reply right away. Once, 3 of my friends surprised me with a trip to the mall for a girls' day out. Dean wasn't happy that I was going without him. He was always worried that something bad would happen to me. He wanted me to message him constantly, when I entered a store, while I was inside, and when I left. I wanted to enjoy the day, so I didn't update him as we moved from store to store. He bombarded my phone with messages, which I ignored. It got really embarrassing when he started calling and texting my friends to check if I was okay. After shopping, we went to eat, and Dean begged me to call him. I refused, telling him it was rude because I was spending time with my friends, and it had been a while since we all got together. He got upset by this. Later that day, when I got home, we had planned to FaceTime so I could show him what I bought. But instead of a casual chat, he launched into how worried he had been, how he had been screaming, crying, and punching things all day. I tried to calm him down, although inside I was thinking how ridiculous he was being. Yes, bad things can happen, but we were just shopping, and I'm trained in martial arts. Even my dad, who is very protective of me as his only daughter, has never acted like Dean did. Another incident in July 2021 really showed me how extreme he could be. A family friend visited from another state, and we went horseback riding. Throughout the day, Dean sent me over 15 messages asking if I was okay. On the way home, I reassured him once more before I fell asleep in the car. When I woke up, there were even more messages from him, frantically asking what had happened because I hadn't replied for a while. He insisted on knowing our plans for that evening, and I mentioned we planned to swim in our pool. Not surprisingly, Dean wanted to come over to meet the family friend. His insistence was overwhelming, and when I got home, I called him to say it wasn't a good time. He broke down crying on the phone, punching trees in his backyard out of frustration, claiming he had no real friends except for me. This made me feel like I had to constantly check my phone. Frequently, I'd set my phone aside for just an hour, only to find it flooded with over 15 texts upon returning. His messages ranged from needy to accusing, always ending with, "Baby, are you mad at me?" It was driving me to the edge. His behavior grew increasingly frightening as summer ended. While I was okay with occasional kissing, Dean began to force himself on me. He would grab and kiss me against my will, and inappropriately touch me even in front of my friends. He'd pin me down on my bed, ignoring my pleas to stop, and would even try to slip his hand down my pants despite my objections. After each incident, he'd break down, apologizing profusely, playing the victim. Things escalated when he aggressively demanded sexual favors, and upon refusal, he lashed out, calling me terrible names. He kept me in a constant state of anxiety, making me feel like I needed my phone with me at all times, dragging my spirits down. In August of last year, I ended things over the phone. He reacted terribly, crying and yelling. I had no sympathy left. He even called all my friends to inform them of our breakup, which was bizarre. Discussing the situation with coworkers, one suggested I turn off my location on Life 360 to take a break. Alarmingly, within half an hour of doing so, Dean bombarded me with texts questioning why I paused it, and repeatedly asked me to turn it back on until I finally ended things. The day after the breakup, I was at a diner with friends, and Dean unexpectedly showed up at the drive-thru of a place he despised and never visited. How he knew I was there remains a mystery, as I had my location turned off and had parked my distinctive car out of sight. His actions were becoming genuinely terrifying. I was increasingly worried about what he might do next, fearing he could become violent. His behavior was irrational, resembling that of a petulant child. He even expressed resentment towards one of my friends simply because she could spend the night, and he couldn't. Whenever she was over, he'd become visibly depressed, craving my attention under the guise of needing to talk. Initially, I empathized, especially when he shared that his father's death had led him to develop a pornography addiction at a young age. While I understood grief manifests differently for everyone, his explanation seemed odd and out of place. Following our breakup, he spread false rumors about me to his brothers and seemed to follow me everywhere. I once caught one of his friends taking photos of me. He would stare at me throughout church services, making me extremely uncomfortable. He even wore a scrunchie I gave him, and used items I had personalized for him, a constant reminder of his presence. The hypocrisy of the situation was infuriating. Dean would often cause a scene at church, despite his behavior behind closed doors. Our friend Sam, who initially was a mutual friend, sided entirely with Dean, further isolating me. Even Dean's mother publicly praised Sam, ignoring her own son's derogatory comments about him. This blatant hypocrisy has compelled me to change churches, a decision I made after graduating with them last Sunday. The whole ordeal has left me exhausted and eager to move on from this chapter of my life. That Halloween following our breakup, Sam reached out to me, wanting to hear my side of the story. After I shared everything that had happened, he replied in a way that shocked me. "I want to start off by saying that I'm not taking sides," he began. "I want this to stay just between us." He then shared what Dean had told him. Dean said he regrets watching porn and everything else he did alone. He feels terrible about those things and wishes he could take them back. He knows he made mistakes. About him tracking your movements, he claimed he just wanted to make sure you were safe and having fun, not trying to control you. He cared about you, Sam continued. He didn't want you going places that might be bad for you. And when you mentioned how upset he got when you didn't reply to his texts, he said those were nights he felt really lonely, maybe thinking about his dad, and just needed to talk to you. But instead, you put your phone away and ignored him. About his dad, Dean said when his dad died, he was just 7 or 8 years old. He was so sad for a long time, it led him to start watching porn, and he had many sleepless nights. Whenever he shared this with you, you laughed at him, or at least that's what he thought. Once again, I'm not taking sides, just sharing what he told me, Sam concluded. After reading his message, I felt betrayed. It was clear Sam had taken Dean's side, and I decided then to cut ties with both of them. While this story might not be the scariest in a traditional sense, it highlights how anyone, even those who appear good or are involved in church, can turn out to be incredibly harmful or just plain strange. It's one thing to care about someone's safety, but Dean's level of obsession was alarming. I've been told Dean might join the military, and honestly, I hope he does. It might be good for him to have some discipline in his life, to not always get what he wants. The thought of him being away and no longer affecting my life is relieving. Always remember to stay safe and not let a relationship drag you down. If you find yourself constantly worried, always checking your phone, and feeling like you're walking on eggshells, it's probably not a healthy relationship. Don't stay with someone who makes you miserable or scares you into thinking they might harm themselves. I know this story might not be as chilling as others you've read, but here's what happened to me. I'm not mentioning any names for safety reasons. The frightening part of my tale is that it's a common nightmare for many. It wasn't just a one-off horror. It was my life for several years. You think you truly understand someone, and suddenly, they transform entirely. I tried to escape and sought help, but no one believed my story for about 2 or 3 years, because I have bipolar disorder. Right after high school, I found out I was pregnant. Coming from a deeply religious family, I impulsively proposed marriage to my boyfriend, the father, to make my family happy, though they hadn't even suggested it. For a while, we were okay, or so it seemed, until after we got married and I was a few months into my pregnancy. We were staying at my parents' place then. He was still finishing high school, falling behind due to many missed days, while I had accelerated my studies to graduate early. He began to say very hurtful things, hinting that I would be a terrible mother. After our child was born, I ended up needing stitches. I was also dealing with postpartum depression. Recovering on an air mattress was excruciating, and he never helped with the baby, citing his need to rest for school as an excuse. The situation quickly deteriorated. He became increasingly hostile and would get mad over trivial things. There was no affection from him unless he wanted sex. He wouldn't use pet names or show any form of tenderness like holding hands or cuddling, which made me feel unloved. During our time together, my depression deepened. I was frequently hospitalized for suicidal thoughts, forced to stay for extended periods. He misled doctors, claiming I was the violent one, choking him. He was unfaithful, but managed to convince everyone that I was the one being disloyal, which wasn't true. He didn't confess to his affairs until long after our divorce, even though it was clear what was happening. He controlled and manipulated me constantly. I was rarely allowed out, only to visit my parents or attend therapy sessions. He wouldn't interact with my family, who were nothing but kind to him. I had no access to money since he claimed it as his. He often returned home late, claiming he was out with colleagues or pet-sitting for a female coworker, alone at her place. When I asked to join him once, he quickly shut me down angrily. He wouldn't even let me keep my own cat in our apartment, yet he looked after his coworkers' pets there. He expected me to be the perfect housewife despite my struggles with depression. He demanded that I cook and clean, which would have been bearable if he treated me well. At one point, he decided to go vegan. I would prepare special meals just for him, and if he disliked them, I had to cook several different dishes in one evening. He forced me to say disgusting things during intimate moments, including derogatory comments about me and my friends, which he demanded daily. Once, during one of these moments, he said something. I can't recall exactly what, and I told him I wanted to stop. He ignored me and continued until he was finished. Afterwards, he gaslighted me, claiming I hadn't spoken up. His temper was short. He would scold me over minor mistakes, like a small spot left on the counter. Sometimes he would do this in front of my friends. For instance, once while we were changing the bedsheets and watching a movie, I playfully hid under the sheet. At first, we both laughed, but then he abruptly called me a stupid bitch. I was shocked. That was the first time he had insulted me so harshly. He even threatened to harm an innocent puppy once. Physically, I recall only one instance where he intentionally hurt me. We were playing around, and I playfully flicked his nipple. In response, he grabbed my wrist and twisted it painfully. He did this right in front of his friend, the same friend he had invited to stay with us for a couple of weeks. His presence was odd because my husband was off and out, leaving me alone with the baby and this stranger in our home. However, this friend turned out to be kind and understanding. He listened and seemed to genuinely care about what I was going through. One evening, after he had been with us for about a week, my husband was at work, and our baby was with her grandmother. That night, his family had a get-together just down the street, and I decided to join. I was eager to have a bit of fun and relax, still being only 18 or maybe 19 years old, not quite of legal drinking age. But at the party, nobody minded. I had never really drunk alcohol before, but that night, everyone was drinking. They offered me a Jell-O shot right when I arrived, which I took, although I felt awkward about it. During the party, one of my husband's middle-aged uncles flirted with me, which was unsettling. Another uncle, about 30 years old, hovered around too. As the evening went on, I ended up drinking about 9 beers, maybe more. The details are blurry. I don't remember much after that, only fragments. I recall being helped into a car, laughing foolishly, thinking they were just taking me home out of kindness. The next thing I knew, I was being carried into an old trailer by my husband's friend and the 30-something uncle. I was confused and disoriented, barely aware of what was happening around me. Then, shockingly, I found myself naked with one of them on top of me and the other whispering in my ear. I was moved again, this time to a bathroom. When I regained consciousness, I was lying on a dingy, small mattress next to the friend, my inner thighs covered in blood. It took me a long time to admit to myself that I had been raped. At that moment, though, I tried to rationalize it, blaming myself, thinking maybe we had just gotten carried away. Panic set in as I realized it was the next day, and I was in trouble not knowing where I was. The trailer was dirty, filled with more people who acted as if nothing unusual had occurred. They acted normally, so I felt forced to pretend everything was fine. They took me to another unlikely place, his grandmother's house. She wasn't home, but I used her bathroom to clean up as I was still bleeding. The place smelled strongly of marijuana from their constant smoking. My husband kept calling my phone, but I was too frightened to answer. Eventually, he texted me, saying our baby needed to go to the hospital, which sent me into a state of panic. I convinced the guys to drive me somewhere else. There, my husband picked me up. I felt humiliated and ashamed. We went straight to the ER. I was a mess and smelled of various things. I deeply regret not realizing sooner that I had been assaulted and didn't ask for a rape kit at the hospital. Back then, I didn't see things clearly. While we were at the hospital with our baby, my husband bluntly asked if I had been unfaithful. Confused and distraught, I just said yes. He didn't hesitate to tell everyone. Suddenly, everyone believed I was unfaithful. My reputation was destroyed before I even fully grasped what had happened to me. He used this situation to his advantage, making my life even more miserable. I found myself often confined, not just at home, but also in psychiatric facilities. The weight of guilt and shame felt crushing. He forced me to attend meetings for sex addicts, which was horrifying. After being assaulted, I was placed in a room mostly filled with men. The irony was, I had never craved sex. It was he who demanded it, and indulged in unsavory desires while using pornography. All I ever wanted was to feel loved and valued. He would frequently threaten to take our child away, claiming I was an unfit mother if I ever thought about leaving him. At one point, when I stayed with a friend to escape, he threatened to end his own life to manipulate me into returning. He sobbed over the phone to draw me back, but once I was in his vehicle, he acted as if nothing had happened. I felt trapped and utterly unloved. Desperate for a change, I moved in with my best friend. However, that living situation soon became toxic in its own way, but that's another part of my story. During this period, I was drinking heavily, trying to numb my pain. I would drink until I passed out. My friend liked to bring strangers over, which added to the chaos. One morning, I was on her couch, still half drunk from the night before, when a new problem arose. About a week earlier, my friend had flirted with a middle-aged man who later offered to give us some edibles. I was uncomfortable with the situation and stayed silent, but somehow, he had gotten my number. Now, this man, who was clearly in his 40s, texted me that day. I don't recall much of our conversation, just that he mentioned he was coming over to deliver the stuff. When he arrived, my thoughts were foggy, and I carelessly opened the door for him. Seeing me alone and inebriated, he forced his way inside. He took advantage of my state, and I didn't resist. I just waited for it to end. Later, I confided in my friend about what had happened. She reacted by immediately telling my husband's parents that I had willingly been with this man. They despised me for it. I felt utterly humiliated and completely worthless. Soon after, I found myself back at the apartment with my husband. Our home life was a battleground. He often yelled and cursed at me, even in front of our toddler. Whenever I pleaded with him to stop, it only fueled his anger more. Feeling utterly degraded and believing no one else would ever want me, probably a result of all the manipulation, I stayed. But one night, after he stormed out during another rage and then returned, I was crying. Desperate, I approached him, begging for a chance to make things right. I even offered to undergo electroshock therapy if it would help. When I tried to hug him, he just pushed me away disdainfully. I ran to our room, sobbing on the bed. Shortly after, he followed, screaming insults and berating me as a burden. Through my tears, I saw my 2-year-old at the top of the stairs, peering through the railing, scared and confused. That was the moment I knew I had to leave. I gathered my strength, picked up my child, went downstairs, grabbed my car keys, and drove to my parents' house. The entire drive, I was crying uncontrollably, terrified, but knowing I had to escape for both our sakes. This ordeal left a deep scar on my child, who has since asked many questions about those days. Even after separating, he has made inappropriate advances towards me twice, and once suggested we become friends with benefits. I've been diagnosed with PTSD from these experiences, yet he now acts friendly towards me, occasionally sending jokes or memes. We get along superficially as long as I acquiesce to his demands because I still fear his reactions. He seems to have mellowed with age, and despite everything, I still care about him as a person. I'm now in a stable, loving relationship. I no longer drink, and I'm in a much better place emotionally. There's a lot more I could say about what happened, but this story is already quite long. Thank you all for listening. Please, take care of yourselves. I met a guy online recently who seemed nice and kind. I set up a date with him for Friday, and everything was going well until yesterday. He sent me a message saying he wanted to hang out the next morning, and I agreed. I thought we would just go to a coffee shop, and he would come at the time we agreed on. I went to bed happy, but I woke up to a phone call at 8 a.m. Surprised, I answered it. It was my date. "Hey, are you awake?" he asked. "I just woke up," I replied. "I don't care how you look," he said. "Also, your mom scared me." "My mom?" I asked, confused. "Yeah, she saw me park across from your house. She waved at me and I waved back. She was kind of creepy." "What time did you come over?" I asked. 5:30 a.m., he said. My heart sank. I had no idea someone I was casually meeting for coffee would show up so early and wait for me to wake up. After the call, I checked my messages. There was a message from 5 a.m. with a picture of my house and the words, "Do you live here?" The next message said, "Someone saw me, so I moved," with a picture of my neighbor's house. I was really freaked out and knew my mom and neighbors must have been too. I started panicking and texting my friends, desperate to see if anyone was awake and could help me. I get one reply in the group chat. Afraid of being judged, I lie and say I have the situation under control. I decide to go out and face this guy. When I step outside, I see him standing in my neighbor's yard, probably looking for me in the window. I feel scared, but I try to smile and let him hug me. He leans in for a kiss. It's wet and messy, with too much tongue. I feel frozen and don't know what to do. I tell him that coming at 5 a.m. to wait for me isn't okay. He says he wanted to avoid traffic and not drive while sleepy since he works nights. I try to understand and shake off my bad feelings. I get into his car, and we go on a date. But it doesn't feel normal. He keeps touching me, licking my neck and talking about marriage and having kids right away. I convince him to drop me off far from my house so I can walk back alone. As I walk, I realize he's following me in his car. When I ask him why, he says he wants to make sure I get home safe. I tell him no, even more scared now, and manage to escape. By the time I get home, I'm crying and shaking. I text him, saying we're not a good match and to stay away from me and my family. He replies, calling me the worst. After that, I decided to take a break from online dating. This happened about 6 years ago. I'm 27 now. I had just ended a 3-year relationship that didn't end well, and I didn't want to date anyone in my friend group. I needed a change, so I decided to try online dating on a site called OkCupid. I know it sounds like a bad idea, and I realize that now, but back then I thought it might work. I had low expectations, thinking most people on these sites were fake or desperate, but to my surprise, I went on a few nice dates with no weird vibes. I told my mom about my dates, so she always knew where I was and when I'd be back. I thought I was being smart. Then, I found Dennis's profile. He seemed nice, kind of cute and interesting, so I sent him a message. He had a playful, sarcastic sense of humor that I liked, so I decided to meet him. We met at a coffee shop and had a good conversation. Dennis was 5'9", average build, balding with reddish hair and glasses. He seemed like a nerd, starting off by asking, "What are you looking for?" I gave my usual answer about wanting someone sweet, caring, funny, and smart. I realized later that this was a mistake. Dennis and I went on a few more dates. They weren't very memorable, but I started to really like him. He was sweet, understanding, caring, and took care of himself. He seemed perfect, and I couldn't understand why he was single. We decided to be exclusive. Everything was fine until about 2 months into our relationship when things started to go wrong. For the last month, I had been asking to hang out at his place and meet his roommate, following my parents' advice. But Dennis always had an excuse. His roommate was crazy, it wasn't a good time, they had different schedules, and so on. One night, we planned to go to a club. I got dressed up and waited for him. He didn't answer his phone for hours, and my messages didn't go through. I thought his phone must have died. So I decided to go to his place. I had his address, though I don't remember how I got it, and he lived about 15 minutes away in an apartment complex. It was the middle of February and very cold. I knocked on his door, but got no answer. As I was heading back to my car, guess who showed up? Dennis himself. And guess who he was with? Yes, you're right, another woman. I later found out she was his long-term girlfriend, Jessica. I quickly walked over to him, and the look on his face was priceless. His expression changed completely when he saw me. He whispered something to the girl, and she went inside. He then came over to me, looking shocked. "I'm surprised to see you here," he said. "Really? We had plans, remember? I wanted to see if you were home." I remember. My phone died, so I didn't get your texts, and I lost track of time. We were at a friend's birthday party. "Who's the girl?" I asked. "My roommate." "I thought a guy was your roommate." "He is. She's my other roommate and a good friend." I was skeptical, and alarm bells were going off in my head, just like my parents had warned. But Dennis was very good at talking his way out of situations. He always had reasons for everything he did. He was a great liar, and I was naive and insecure, so I believed him. We ended up going to the club after I waited in my car for almost an hour. I didn't think too much about it because I was getting what I wanted, and nothing more was said about his girl roommate. Over the next month, I kept asking Dennis about meeting his family and his guy roommate. He finally gave in and took me to see his mother. It was a very odd experience. We talked about books and some of Dennis's friends, and I made a joke about how Dennis's guy roommate was nuts, using Dennis's words. They both gave me the strangest looks. This would make more sense to me later when I realized that Dennis's stories didn't add up, and there were many holes in them. He would only see me on Tuesday and Thursday evenings because he said he worked a lot of overtime. He was never flexible and wouldn't change his mind. If he was late, which started happening often, he would send me screenshots of his work or his work vehicle getting washed. Sometimes he would send screenshots of his bathroom, saying he wanted to freshen up. When I asked for a picture of him in the bathroom mirror, he would refuse. He also took unusually long bathroom breaks at my house after sex, like 20 minutes or more. Another huge alarm bell. Everything came to a head about a month later. I told Dennis I wanted us to go somewhere with no phone service to spend time together without distractions. He agreed, and we made plans to spend 2 to 3 days in Canada. It was still early in our relationship, 4 months in, and my mom wanted to make sure I was safe. She took down Dennis's driver's license, made a copy of it, and noted his license plate. Thank you, Mom. The trip was uneventful until the last evening in the hotel room. I'm not sure if it was on purpose or if he was actually asleep, but Dennis rolled over to my side, pulled me close, and said, "I love you, Jessica." My blood ran cold. I was so upset. Tears blurred my vision as I got out of the bed. My parents were right all along. He was a liar and a cheat. But did I break it off? No, of course not. I was naive and desperately in love with him. I also didn't want to admit to myself that I had been played or that I was the side girl. So, I acted like nothing was wrong and pretended I hadn't heard what he said that night. The bad feelings stayed with me for weeks. I started having anxiety and panic attacks because of it. Dennis kept lying to me all the time. It got so bad that I became really angry. I let that anger grow for a few days until I decided to do something about it. Realizing you were right all along is bittersweet. On a freezing day in March, after a long day at school, I wanted to end the nagging feeling in my mind once and for all. I decided to go to Dennis's apartment complex to see if he was still lying about living with his girl roommate. I parked my car and got out, shaking. I didn't know if it was from anxiety or anger bubbling up inside me. Was he lying about this girl roommate? You bet he was. I knocked on his door and hid from the view of the peephole. He answered with his girl roommate behind him. I stepped out and looked at him with a blank face and said, "Wow." Then, I turned and walked away. As I got back to my car, I realized I had locked myself out. It was freezing, and I had left both my keys and my phone in the car. I felt so stupid. I was angry and sad, standing in the parking lot of my cheating ex-boyfriend's apartment complex. I wish I was making this up, but it's true. With nothing else to lose, I walked back to Dennis's apartment and knocked on their door. Jessica answered, and I begged to use their phone to call Odoye. Surprisingly, she agreed and let me use her phone. Dennis was pacing around angrily after I called 8AA. He even went outside with a coat hanger to try and unlock my car, but it didn't work. While he was outside, I took advantage of being alone with Jessica to get some information out of her. I asked how long they had been together and where they had met. I felt like an auctioneer, firing off questions at Jessica before Dennis came back in. By the end, I had enough information to prove that Dennis was not who he said he was. Everything started to make sense. One big moment was when she mentioned their relationship on Facebook. It turned out this sly idiot had created 2 different Facebook accounts to date both of us, blocking each girl on the other's account. I remembered how his Facebook profile seemed very limited at the beginning, and he said it was because he only used it for work friends. Near the end of our conversation, I tried to convince Jessica that Dennis was a liar and didn't care about her. But then I realized Jessica might know everything and be in on it, or she was just as naive as I had been. I texted her after I left, trying to talk some sense into her, but it was useless. Dennis was with her, and he was a master at twisting stories. However, I had one more trick up my sleeve. Over the next week, I spent every free moment gathering evidence against Dennis. I researched both of them on Google and Facebook. This is the scary part about Facebook if you don't have your privacy settings locked. I found out who Jessica's parents were and decided to send them a message with all the evidence I had collected. I wanted them to believe my story and see Dennis for who he really was. I gathered photos of Dennis and me, screenshots of our conversations, all with timestamps to show he was seeing me while he was with Jessica. I hoped they wouldn't think I was just some crazy ex-girlfriend. Here is the message I sent. "Hello," Jessica's mom's name. "My name is X, and I thought there was something you should know. Your daughter is being lied to by her current boyfriend, Dennis. I met him on an online dating site, OkCupid, and we spent the last 5 months together. Dennis ended up lying to me about everything, and I doubt your daughter knows the extent to which she has been lied to. I feel it is only right to share this information with you so that your daughter can be aware, and Dennis can no longer get away with this behavior. Dennis is not who he says he is. He has lied about many aspects of his life. I have pictures and evidence to back up everything I am about to tell you. First, a breakdown of what I learned about Dennis while dating him for 5 months. As I stated before, I met Dennis on OkCupid in early November. His online name was X, and he used the same name on Flickr. We dated for 5 months until I found out he lied about his living situation and the fact that he had another girlfriend, your daughter. I have several pictures showing Dennis and me together as a couple. He also has multiple Facebook accounts. One he calls a work Facebook, where he was in a relationship with me, and another account where he is in a relationship with your daughter. I sent the message and hoped they would believe me and take action. His work Facebook account no longer exists because he deleted it, but I took pictures of it before he did. I need to mention that I met your daughter twice. The first time was brief. Dennis told me she was just a good friend. They had just come back from a birthday party at Dave and Buster's. This was in early January. The second time was in early March. I went to Dennis's apartment to see if he was lying about still living there. He was. I knocked on their door, and Dennis answered. Your daughter was standing behind him. She told me they had been dating for almost 4 years. I also found out about another Jessica. Her name is Jessica W., and Dennis dated her not long before he started dating me. This Jessica told me Dennis might be seeing other women too. I will attach separate files with all the photos I collected. They are in the order I mentioned them in this letter. I hope this helps you see that Dennis is not who he says he is. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, X. I got a reply from her mother the next morning. But this post is already long enough, and I will share the responses if anyone is interested. The last time I heard from Dennis, he left a message in my backyard. It was a dead rabbit with its head cut off. There was no blood, and the head was cleanly cut. It was clear a human did this. My family and I reported it to the police in case things got worse. Luckily it didn't, but it was clear Dennis was very angry. He didn't want to leave any trace linking him to it. My goal is to share my story so that anyone reading it knows their feelings are valid. Trust your gut. Be careful who you get close to. The stories you hear about people living double lives are real. And to Dennis, I feel sorry that Jessica had to deal with you for so long. You're only sad you got caught. I hope karma catches up with you. To all the women he hurt, I hope you're okay. He's a lowlife, and that's all he will ever be. Back in December of 2004, I was living in Portland, Oregon, attending college. It's been almost 10 years since then. One night, I was at home, writing my last research paper for the term. I had my Yahoo Instant Messenger open and was chatting with a few friends when a message from someone not on my list popped up. It read, "Have you ever thought about suicide?" Okay, weird, I thought. But it was almost midnight on a Sunday, and stranger things had happened to me before. So I messaged the stranger back, just for fun. Sure, who hasn't at some point? Why? That question opened Pandora's box. He started asking me how I wanted to die, why I wanted to die, if I wanted to die with others, and so on. The conversation got creepier and creepier, but I played along, thinking the guy was just messing with me. I asked him his name, and he said it was Jerry. I asked to see a picture, and he sent me a profile pic on Hot or Not, asking if I thought he was good looking. I told him, sure, yeah, you're cute, whatever. He then asked to see a picture of me, so I sent him a random old photo of a girl from MySpace friends. Yes, it's that old, I realize now. He told me I looked 10. Awesome. Thanks, Jerry, who was obsessed with suicide. As the conversation went on, he told me he was sick of life and that women never seemed to be attracted to him, so he wanted to end it all. I told him the usual things you're supposed to say to someone in that situation. Relationships are nothing. You're more important to the people in your life. Don't do it. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not heartless, but I just didn't feel like talking someone off a ledge at that moment. It was 1 a.m. Jerry then told me he'd met a lot of women online who wanted to kill themselves, and that he was planning a party for Valentine's Day, which was a month and a half away. He said everyone could come and do it together at his house in Klamath Falls, Oregon. He asked if I was interested in joining. I said yes, sure, but made an excuse that I didn't have a car to get down there. He told me there were a few women from Portland coming down for it, and one of them had a van, so he was sure I could catch a ride. He said he had built a beam in his home that could hold up to 50 bodies at once, but that I shouldn't wear shoes because they'd weigh me down. Now, I was starting to realize that this guy was actually very serious, and this was not a joke. So I began asking him for specifics, like his address, full name, and who the women from Portland were. He told me their names and mentioned that one of them was bringing her 5 children with her, and that they wanted to die as well. Huge red flags went up at this point. While still chatting with him, I called a friend of mine in Eastern Oregon who works as a 911 dispatcher. She was at work when I called, and after hearing the whole story, she advised me to hang up and call the Portland Police Department right away. She made a record of my call in their system, just in case. I kept talking to Jerry while I called the Portland police. They sent 2 officers about an hour later. When I explained what was going on, they pretty much laughed at me. I printed out our chat log and gave them Jerry's full name and address, which I had verified through Google as legit. They told me to just stop talking to him, simple as that, and left. I felt really stupid. I called my friend back home and told her what Portland PD did. She said to just keep an eye on things and save the conversation if he kept talking. So I did just that. 2 more hours passed, and things got to the point where I couldn't handle him anymore. He kept asking me how I wanted to die. Would I wear clothes or be naked? Did I want to have sex before I died? Would I have a problem killing kids beforehand? Would I want to hold hands with others while we hanged? Finally, I told him I'd be in touch closer to Valentine's Day. For the most part, I laughed it off with some friends because Portland PD never got back to me. I assumed it was just a strange prank. However, fast forward to February 10th, 2005, when a friend called me while I was on campus. He told me about a guy in Klamath Falls who had been arrested for trying to set up a mass suicide pact for Valentine's Day. I was floored. I ran to my office, logged into a computer, and saw the news everywhere. Gerald Crean was arrested for plotting a suicide Valentine's Day party. My friend from back home saw the news and called me, telling me to call back the Portland PD and tell them I had reported this in December. So I made the call, and about an hour later, 2 FBI agents came to pick me up at my job. They took me home and took my entire computer to be analyzed. We sat in my living room as they questioned me over and over about my involvement, and if I was really planning to commit suicide. I kept telling them that I had talked to the guy as a joke, thinking it was some sort of prank. I only called the cops when he started talking about a woman from Portland bringing her kids too. I explained how I had given all the info to the Portland PD officers back in December, and how I had no idea they hadn't done anything about it. The agent told me the story had gotten much bigger. Crean had contacted hundreds of people, and at least 30 had agreed to come to his house on Valentine's Day to commit suicide together. One woman's parents had found emails between their daughter and Crean and called the police, which finally got them involved. This happened less than a week before Valentine's Day. I was freaked out as they dropped me back off at the college. I told my boss everything that had happened. She told me that reporters had been calling non-stop since I left, wanting to talk to me. She said she didn't give them my cell phone number but thought it was only a matter of time before they showed up at the office. I was a student worker, and my name was on the campus website and directory. If the news agencies got a hold of a police report, there was no telling how fast they could track me down. I called my mom to tell her what had happened, and she said she'd come to get me and bring me home for a break. I took 4 days off, turned in what assignments I had left, and since the FBI had my computer, I headed off to Eastern Oregon to wait out the media. Big mistake. Huge. By the time I got home that night, they had already tracked down my brother and sister-in-law, who thought it was so cool that ABC and CNN wanted to talk to me. They gave them my parents' address and my cell phone number. They're idiots. I was harassed, chased down, and semi-terrorized until I finally gave an interview to Good Morning America, hoping it would die down. I thought the story was out. Who cares? But I was wrong. Apparently, every news outlet cared until they got their 15 seconds of conversation that others didn't get. I had my 15 seconds of fame, and I never want to deal with that again. Crean is still sitting in the Salem State Hospital for his crimes of solicitation to commit murder. Mister, have you ever thought of suicide? Let's not meet in real life. I was working on a Saturday in Tokyo as a private tutor for people whose first language is not English. One of my regular students is a businessman in his late 40s. Usually, I don't like Japanese businessmen, but he's always very kind and seems genuinely respectable. One Saturday, we were in the middle of a lesson when he suddenly started asking questions about my coworker. I answered what I could about him, but I was a little confused since I didn't think this student had ever met my coworker. When I asked why he was interested, he replied, "Because he keeps walking by and talking to someone. But I don't think it's a student because there aren't any other students here right now. Is he all right?" It's a little hard to focus when he's talking. But that Saturday was Valentine's Day, and my coworker had not come in that day. Besides my students, I was alone in the building all day. I didn't see or hear anything myself, so it kind of creeped me out. I have been divorced for several years now, but not by choice. My ex-wife Julia ended our marriage suddenly, accusing me of cheating. The problem is, I never cheated on her. I was deeply in love with her, and my feelings never changed. I spent plenty of time at home and never gave her any reason to doubt me. But Julia was hiding her true nature. It took a messy divorce for me to see who she really was. The divorce judge believed her lies without question, and she took almost everything from me. I thought about fighting for custody of our 2 children, but I gave up when she threatened to accuse me of child abuse. I knew I had no chance. The family court judge would have believed her too. Now, I live in a small apartment, working 2 jobs to pay for alimony and child support. I get to see my son and daughter only every 3rd or 4th Saturday. I'm lucky it's that often. She has interfered with my visits many times, and I can't fight back because of her threats. A few months ago, she started letting the kids come over every other weekend. That's when I noticed something was wrong. My son had a bruise and a cut on his arm. He said he got into a fight at school. The next time, my daughter had a bruise and gave the same excuse. I started to worry. Both kids getting into fights at school within weeks of each other seemed strange. Over the next few months, I saw more problems. Their clothes were worn and dirty, and they had lost weight. This didn't make sense. Julia was getting plenty of money from me for child support. There was no reason for the kids to look like this. I asked them what was going on, but they wouldn't say much. This raised some serious red flags. I couldn't afford a private investigator, but a friend who had more money agreed to help me. He asked why I needed a security camera in my apartment. I told him that I had a feeling I might need one soon. Over the next few weeks, the private detective met with me and my friend at my apartment. The information he provided was upsetting. The detective had many photos of my ex-wife meeting with shady people in hidden places, buying drugs. In other photos, she was seen walking out of malls with new shoes and very expensive clothes. She had been using my child support money for everything except our children. The last 2 photos showed my ex with raised fists, while my children were in a defensive position, crying. So much for their stories about school fights. The detective told me one more thing. My ex might have spotted him or noticed him earlier and got suspicious. He couldn't be sure. Whatever the case, I now had the evidence I needed to expose her. Later that night, I was woken up by the doorbell ringing over and over. I stumbled to the front door and opened it. There was my ex-wife, looking furious. If looks could kill, I would have died on the spot. But I stayed calm. "What do you want at this hour?" I asked. "You hired someone to follow me, didn't you? To take pictures of me?" "Oh, so you saw him, huh?" I said, feeling a bit of satisfaction at her realization. "Why did you do that?" she shouted. "I had my reasons. Whatever the case, I've got the evidence. You're going to prison, and you won't see the kids again if I have any say in it." She stood there silently for a few seconds, her rage clear. "If I can't have them, neither will you." Suddenly, she pulled out a knife. I reacted too late, and she stabbed me in the shoulder. I stumbled back into my apartment as she tried to stab me again. I managed to shake her off, but she slashed my arm, leaving a deep cut. I grabbed a lamp from the living room and threw it at her. It hit her head and she fell unconscious. The police arrived soon after, and I told them everything. My ex woke up and tried to play the victim, saying I was rough with her and she stabbed me in self-defense. I told the cops I had a security camera that would prove my side of the story. I knew I had made the right call having it installed. My ex got a long prison sentence for her drug use, child neglect, and trying to kill me. She would be old and gray by the time she got out. I couldn't take my children right away because of my financial situation, but the court agreed to grant me full custody once I was back on my feet. For now, my kids are staying with my parents, but when the time comes, I look forward to rebuilding my relationship with them. I've never told anyone this story because it's hard to admit I was almost kidnapped when I was 11 years old. It was 2005, a regular summer day for me. I got up around noon, went for a bike ride with my brother, then spent most of the day in our above-ground pool. I was looking forward to playing video games all night. Before heading downstairs to play PlayStation, I decided to check my MySpace profile quickly. As I was about to log off, I got a friend request from Allie13, who was 3 hours away in a small town in Kentucky. I didn't know anyone named Allie, not even an Allison or any girl whose name began with A. She was pretty, which made 11-year-old me curious. Why would she want to be friends with me? I almost ignored it, but ended up accepting the request. With nothing else to do, I sent her a message asking, "Do I know you from somewhere?" She replied that we hadn't met, but she was friends with one of my friends, Mike. I checked her profile and saw she and Mike had common interests and were friends. Everything seemed to check out. I didn't ask Mike about her, but I was a trusting kid and had no reason to doubt her. For the next few weeks, we chatted every night for at least 3 hours. We talked about school, music, TV, typical kid stuff. I thought we were just MySpace friends until she said she liked me. I laughed it off, thinking she meant as friends. But she clarified she had feelings for me and wanted to meet in person. She lived far from me, so I didn't see how this could happen. I knew my parents wouldn't take me to meet a girl I met online, and I didn't want to ask them anyway. They were good parents, but I didn't feel comfortable talking to them about these things. So, I shrugged it off. I told her it would be hard for us to meet because, as much as I liked riding my bike, a 3-hour bike ride to a part of the state I didn't know was not something I was comfortable doing. She understood and said she wanted to talk on the phone instead of just messaging. I agreed but told her to never call my number and to let me call her because I didn't want my parents picking up and asking questions. She agreed, so I called her. The first time, a man answered. He sounded gruff and asked who I was. It was weird because I had just told her I was calling, and she said she had the phone with her. But I didn't think much of it. I told him my name was James and that I was looking for Allie. He told me to hold on, and I heard some rustling on the phone like someone was handing it over. Then I heard a high-pitched, "Hello?" We talked for a few minutes. Then she said she had to go because her dad was expecting a call. I shrugged it off and told her to just message me so we could talk later. We kept messaging back and forth for a while, and before I knew it, summer was almost over. She was unhappy that we hadn't met in person yet, so she had an idea. She said there was an end-of-summer event at a lake near my house. She said her family used to go there sometimes and that she could probably talk them into going for the event. My family usually went to the area on the 4th of July, and we had just had a good time there, so it wasn't hard to convince my folks to go again. A few nights later, she told me her family had agreed, and she was super excited to finally meet me. She said she was going to kiss me as soon as she saw me, which made me blush. I tried to play it cool, like I had kissed plenty of girls before, but I hadn't. I was really excited to finally kiss a girl, and it was only a few days away. I had a hard time sleeping the next couple of nights, and stayed up late talking to Allie. We were both excited and couldn't wait to meet. It felt magical. The night before, I think I stayed up until 8 a.m. talking to her. Finally, the day came. After an early afternoon bike ride and a short swim, my family loaded into the car. My dad took the truck so my brother and I could bring our bikes to the lake. There were plenty of bike trails, and we always enjoyed riding there, but I told my brother I wouldn't be hanging out with him the whole night. I said I would ride with him a bit before meeting another friend. He wanted to tag along like little brothers do, but I quickly convinced him not to. I told him the kids I was meeting were mean, and I was only going because of one friend. Thankfully, he didn't ask any more questions. About an hour later, as the sun was starting to set, my brother said he was going back to our parents because he didn't like riding in the dark. He had a habit of crashing, so when I went off on my own, it was without any trouble. I made my way to the picnic area where Allie and I had agreed to meet. I sat on one of the tables with my bike resting against the side. I waited for a long time, long enough to start getting worried. The fireworks were about to start, and Allie hadn't shown up yet. I stood up and jumped down from the picnic table just as a rusty old white pickup truck pulled up beside the tables. The man inside rolled down the window and gave me a weird smile, saying he was Allie's dad and he was going to take me to her. I felt strange about the situation and just gave him a blank stare, saying, "What?" He turned off the engine, thinking maybe I couldn't hear him over the sound, and climbed out of the truck. I said, "I'm here to take you to Ali. Hop in," he said, opening the passenger door and motioning for me to get in. The truck was full of garbage and looked very dirty. I could smell oil and other things coming from it. I gave a crooked look and told him I wasn't going to get in. As he grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the truck, I quickly realized what he was all about. "Get in the damn truck," he barked, squeezing my arm so tightly that I thought it would break. I pulled away, practically giving myself an Indian burn, and told him I was leaving. When he came after me, I did the only thing I could think of to repel a grown man twice my size and probably thrice my age. I reared back and kicked him square in the genitals. I didn't wait to see how he handled the blow. I hopped on my bike and pedaled with all my might back to the other side of the lake where my family was. He didn't follow me, or at least I don't think he did. If he had, he might have seen my dad, who was a rather large guy and definitely not someone you'd want to fight after he'd had a few beers. I never saw him again, and when I got home and tried to message Ali to tell her what a jerk her dad was, her profile was gone. I saw Mike just before school started, and he said he had no idea who Ali was and didn't even remember adding her on MySpace. It wasn't until years later that I realized how close I'd come to being abducted, and who knows what else. Ali's dad, let's not meet again. When I was in high school, I lived in a very small town in Texas. It was the kind of place where everyone was either related to each other or didn't like each other. I had no family there, but I had a pretty blonde girlfriend, which made me unpopular with some people. I faced petty harassment and occasional fights, but things had been getting worse. That's why on Valentine's Day, my girlfriend and I decided to skip the school dance and stay in to watch a movie at her house while her parents went out. We thought it would be better to avoid any trouble. We borrowed her dad's car, a little Honda hatchback, and went into town to rent a movie and get some ice cream at Dairy Queen. She lived far out in the woods along a lonely road with no streetlights. As we were driving back, chatting and eating our blizzards, a car came up behind us. At first, it didn't seem like a big deal, but when the headlights flooded the inside of our car, I saw two hands on the back seat and a head coming from the hatchback part of the car. As soon as the lights hit, the head and hands retreated. A chill ran through my entire body. I slowly reached down and pulled out my pocket knife, the only thing I had. My girlfriend noticed and asked what was wrong. "Nothing," I said, trying to stay calm. "I just have to stop at my friend's house real quick," I said. She knew I was lying. I didn't have any friends. I pulled over at the next house we saw and jumped out of the car, yelling at her to get out too. She jumped out, totally confused, as I flipped the driver's seat forward and lunged into the back seat like a maniac. A guy popped up like a jack-in-the-box, waving his empty hands. Hey, what are you all up to tonight?" It was a weird kid from our high school who we had never spoken to before. "What in the hell are you doing in our car?" I asked. "I thought you guys were going to the dance and I was just hitching a ride," he replied. We stared at him with our mouths wide open, not knowing what to say or do. He tried to act cool, but we were in the middle of nowhere in some random person's driveway. Whatever he had planned was forgotten. We ended up driving him to the dance and dropping him off. He kept telling us to come inside. "Yeah, no thanks." As soon as he got out of the car, we drove away quickly. My girlfriend started crying and shaking. She was so freaked out. I had no idea what he was trying to do when the lights caught him crawling out of the hatchback. I hated that high school. A few years ago, I was on a dating site and matched with a police officer. I thought his dog was cute and saw this as my chance to pet a police dog. But soon after, I lost interest. He kept complaining about his recent divorce. I don't remember all the details, but it was clear he was the problem in that relationship. I was also grossed out by how he fetishized me for my big breasts, tattoos, and colorful hair. I told him straight up that I wasn't interested and that he was giving me red flags. He begged for a second chance, but I said no and blocked his number. A few days later, around midnight, there was a knock on my door. My heart sank. I looked through the peephole and saw a stranger holding food. He said he was an Uber Eats driver. I told him through the door that I didn't order any food, but he said someone else did and that he knew my name. I asked who ordered it, and he gave a name I didn't recognize. I told him I didn't want the food and directed him to the dumpster to throw it out, unsure if he was really from Uber. Later, I went through my dating app matches and realized the name he mentioned was the cop's name. I checked my blocked messages and saw that the cop had texted me a lot. The last text said, "I hope you like your dinner." I decided to unblock him so I could keep an eye on what he was doing. I wanted to know if I needed to worry about my safety or if I needed to buy some bear mace. A few weeks later, while I was at work as a hairstylist, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I answered, thinking it was a new client. A voice on the other end said, "Hey Rachel, I'm at the Starbucks across the street. What's your drink order?" I asked, "Who is this? I don't have you in my appointment book," assuming it was a regular client and I had made a scheduling error. When he said his name, my heart dropped. How does he know where I work? I asked him how he found out where I live and work. He explained that he did a reverse image search on my dating app photos, found my social media, and my Yelp page for the salon. From there, he got my address. I told him I was calling his station to report him for stalking, and if he came near me again, I would consider it a threat and defend myself. He kept begging me to give him a chance. I hung up and called the police station where he worked. This is a very small town, so I thought it would help. The person on the phone didn't even let me email screenshots of the creepy texts. She said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. He's going through a lot right now, bae." They treated him like the victim. He mostly left me alone after that, but I was scared of living alone for the first time in my life. I have a semi-popular meme page on Instagram with about 8,000 followers. I sifted through my followers and found 5 of his accounts, blocked them all, and moved on. This was several years ago, but all the memories came flooding back when I noticed a familiar profile photo on an account that commented on a post. I must have missed one of his accounts when blocking. I had posted a photo of me holding 2 big tunas I caught on a fishing trip. He commented, "God, I wish I was one of those fish. I'd love to know what it was like to be held by you." Off. I answered, thinking it was a new client. A voice on the other end said, "Hey Rachel, I'm at the Starbucks across the street. What's your drink order?" I asked, "Who is this? I don't have you in my appointment book," assuming it was a regular client and I had made a scheduling error. When he said his name, my heart dropped. How does he know where I work? I asked him how he found out where I live and work. He explained that he did a reverse image search on my dating app photos, found my social media, and my Yelp page for the salon. From there, he got my address. I told him I was calling his station to report him for stalking, and if he came near me again, I would consider it a threat and defend myself. He kept begging me to give him a chance. I hung up and called the police station where he worked. This is a very small town, so I thought it would help. The person on the phone didn't even let me email screenshots of the creepy texts. She said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. He's going through a lot right now, bae." They treated him like the victim. He mostly left me alone after that, but I was scared of living alone for the first time in my life. I have a semi-popular meme page on Instagram with about 8,000 followers. I sifted through my followers and found 5 of his accounts, blocked them all, and moved on. This was several years ago, but all the memories came flooding back when I noticed a familiar profile photo on an account that commented on a post. I must have missed one of his accounts when blocking. I had posted a photo of me holding 2 big tunas I caught on a fishing trip. He commented, "God, I wish I was one of those fish. I'd love to know what it was like to be held by you." Off. This was 3 years ago, and I had just started college in a different part of the country. I was 18 and using Tinder, but I never actually met anyone from it. I would just swipe through guys to be nosy and see who was on it. One day, I swiped right on a few guys, and about half an hour later, got a message from a guy who was about 20 kilometers away. He made some small talk, but it was awkward, so I stopped replying. A day later, I received a friend request from him on Facebook. Mind you, I have a common enough name, so it would have taken ages for him to find me. We had no mutual friends, and my Tinder photos were not on my Facebook page. The only clue might have been the university I was attending, but even then, it seemed strange. Then, I quickly got a follower request on Instagram, and he somehow found my Snapchat username too. I was freaking out at this point. I messaged him asking how he found my full name, and he just replied, "I think we have a connection. I really want to get to know you better." I unmatched him, deleted my Tinder, and blocked him on all social media. After that, things were quiet for a few months. I was staying in student housing and focusing on my studies, as I had a lot of assignments from the start. This was toward the end of November. I had no assignments due for 2 weeks, so I decided to go out with some friends. One of my friends stayed in student accommodation, and the other was commuting, so she was staying with the friend in student housing. I decided to walk back to my digs, as my landlady would probably freak out if I wasn't home that morning. I really wish I had gotten a taxi instead. I walked back and was about 15 minutes from the local nightclub we were at. It was 3 a.m., and I was at the front door of the house, trying to unlock it. The door was tricky because it had 2 different locks, and I had to pull the handle towards myself to open it. It's also tough when you're tipsy and trying not to wake up the family you're staying with. As I finally unlocked the door, a dark car pulled into the housing estate where I was staying. The estate was quite big, with a large green area in the middle for children or people playing with their dogs. The car came towards me, so I quickly got inside and locked the door. The car pulled into the driveway of the house I was staying in and just sat there with the full headlights on. I was shaking and too afraid to move. I crouched below the door, which had frosted glass halfway up. When I finally got the courage to go upstairs and look out my bedroom window to see who it was, the car pulled out of the driveway and sped off. A few days later, I got a new friend request from the creepy Tinder guy on a new Facebook profile. There were no pictures on the account, just the same name. I blocked it again. That was enough for me. It even caused me to transfer universities the next year. Thankfully, I haven't heard anything since. I don't know if it was just bad timing or if it was that creep from Tinder sitting in the driveway, but it was petrifying. If you take anything from this, be careful who you let on your social media or dating apps and what information you share. This happened from 2010 to 2015, but the scary part happened in 2015, 3 years after I finished college. I still remember it clearly. But before I tell the story, let me share a bit about my dad and his family when they first came to the US. My family now lives in Ohio, Cleveland. But before that, my dad's family came from Poland. They moved to the US in 1970. My grandpa left during the last days of World War II. He wasn't a soldier, just a regular person. He left because there were many bombings. Their house was destroyed in 1944, but they survived. When he left, he was already married and had one child, my oldest uncle. They lived in Italy for 20 years. My grandpa did many jobs to earn money, and my dad and his siblings were born there. When they finally came to the US, my dad was 5 years old, the fourth of 5 children. They arrived in New York with no money and had to live on the streets for a while. My grandpa and his oldest son worked different jobs until they could rent a small apartment. My grandma found work as a cleaner in parks, and my dad and his siblings would help her. Once they settled, my dad and his siblings went to school and worked. They all finished high school, and most went to college and found stable jobs. My dad wanted to become a teacher and move to another state, but his younger brother didn't finish college because he got into bad habits. He spent his money on drinking, smoking, and drugs. He often fought with his siblings and my dad because he stole their money for his habits. They felt bad for him and made him go to rehab. He stayed there until 1985. When he came out, he promised he had changed. He found a job and met a woman who loved him. It took years for my dad's family to have a good life. My grandparents moved to Buffalo, and my younger uncle lived nearby to help them as they got older. My dad moved to Ohio in 1990, with his older siblings moving earlier. He found a job as a school teacher in Cleveland. Soon after, he met and married my mom. So when I was born, Polish was my first language. My mom was a nurse and my dad a high school teacher. I had no siblings, so I was often lonely. It took me years to learn English well, and it was very hard. In elementary school, I was alone and teased because I stuttered when I spoke English. I felt like an outsider, but my parents always supported me. I learned to ignore the bullies and just wanted to live peacefully. By the time I was in 4th grade, I finally made some friends. My parents told my teacher about my trouble with English, and my mom's friend, who spoke Polish, volunteered to help me. He was my translator until I could speak English well. This helped me a lot, and I started to feel less stressed. My new friend helped me in school, and I could talk to other kids. In high school, my English got much better, and I made more friends. But I still stuttered sometimes, which made some students laugh. Even so, I was a good student and did well in school. Now, to the main story. In 2010, when I was 20, I moved to Columbus for college. I was there for 5 years, and I won't name the college for privacy reasons. But during my first month, life was really good. I lived in a dorm with other male students, and classes were busy, so I didn't have much time to check in with my parents or relax. I felt stressed at first, but soon I got used to it and could handle my busy schedule. I met some strange and weird people. Some were funny, but some seemed dangerous. But everyone is different. I made a lot of friends during my first year. One of them was Jake, who became my best friend. I also joined school clubs and activities, which helped me meet more people. When I visited home, I usually spent time studying and working on assignments, even on weekends. In 2012, when I was a sophomore, I met a girl named Sarah, who had just transferred to the university. I met her when Jake and I went to the girls' dorm to see his girlfriend, Emily. Sarah was Emily's roommate. During our visit, Sarah asked me many questions, like if I had a girlfriend. She said she liked boys like me, so I knew she was interested. But my main focus was my studies. I made it seem like I thought she was joking and answered her questions simply. I hadn't had a girlfriend before, and I planned to get one only after I graduated. But I heard I was a main topic of discussion among Sarah and her friends. As time went by, Sarah started texting me. She got my number from Jake. At first, it was hard to find time to talk to her because I was busy with my studies. But I realized I should give it a chance, as Jake told me she really liked me. My next move changed my life. I began to text her back, and we started talking on the phone. Soon after, we began meeting in person, and eventually, we started dating. She became my girlfriend after several dates. During our relationship, we learned more about each other. We met every day, and her calls and texts became more frequent. She introduced me to her friends, who seemed to like me, and I got to know more about her. But then she started becoming overprotective and got easily annoyed if I didn't meet her on time. At first, it was nothing, but as time passed, I decided to focus more on my studies. She was upset, but the more I explained, the more she understood. Our relationship continued without problems until our final year of college. She changed a lot. She became very paranoid, jealous, and would start arguments in public, making a scene. It was very embarrassing. I decided to distance myself from her and focus on my studies. One night while I was studying, I heard a knock on my door. My roommate was asleep, so I thought it was Jake. I opened the door. It was Sarah, looking angry. She asked why I was avoiding her, so I explained everything. She left angrily without saying a word. But I could tell she didn't listen to anything I said. One day, as I was heading to my room after class, I saw Sarah vandalizing the place. She had written in big red letters on the wall, "You will pay for this." It almost looked like blood. I immediately got her out, and she started to make a scene, but thankfully, the school authorities intervened. I explained everything to them. and they suspended Sarah for a week. My roommate and I were moved to another room since ours needed to be cleaned. However, the cleaners found broken glass under my bed, so now I knew she had other bad intentions. After that, Sarah started messaging me, ranging from apologies and asking for forgiveness to nasty curses. She even began threatening me, which was really scary. I decided I had enough and blocked her number. But it didn't end there, and this incident changed my view of Sarah. I'm glad I saw her true colors. After her suspension ended, I broke up with her. She didn't say anything, but she looked pale and didn't come to school for several days after that. I apologized for breaking up with her and felt sorry for her because she seemed very sad. As time went on, I saw her on campus again. She continued to go to classes but was always alone. I thought maybe the breakup had affected her friendships too. Then, she started pouring out her anger on social media. One day, while checking my page, I saw a post from Sarah with my pictures, with nasty words meant to insult and defame me. I reported the post and blocked her on Facebook. I was tired of her childish and mean behavior. After our breakup, I decided to talk to Jake and my friends and make up with them. Our friendship had suffered when I started dating Sarah, so I apologized. They accepted it and welcomed me back to the group. One day, I asked Emily about Sarah, and she said Sarah hadn't moved on and was making life hard for her. Emily had to ask to change roommates. Sarah's obsession with me was worrying. She had become very sad and angry after the breakup. She would cry for hours and swear a lot in their room. Sarah also started showing her dark side to her friends. She got into fights with other students, made threats, and talked about creepy things, scaring her friends. Scratch marks appeared on her arms, and her friends worried she might hurt herself. Whenever they tried to help, she would get violent and throw things around the room. She was harassing Emily and her friends, which made them stay away from her. All of this shocked me, and I hoped she would stop and get better. But I was wrong. She only got worse. I didn't hear much about Sarah for a while. She didn't apologize to her friends and didn't seem to care about having friends anymore. Months passed, and I finally graduated. I was able to forget the bad memories and move on. After graduation, I went back to Cleveland to start my new life. Most of my friends in Columbus started their new lives by partying, and some went on vacation. Others who lived outside the city returned to their hometowns to celebrate with their families before starting job searches. Emily moved in with Jake, and they lived in the suburbs of Columbus. I stayed in contact with my friends, but I didn't hear any news about Sarah. I thought she would have changed and moved on by now. After summer, I started my job search like everyone else, and I was lucky to find a stable job in my hometown. The salary was good, my coworkers were friendly, my boss was nice, and I got promoted quickly because of my skills. I also decided to move out of my parents' house and bought a new house. I was looking forward to living a peaceful life. However, one evening after a long day at work, I was driving home when I received a call from an unknown number. I picked up, said hello, but only heard breathing on the other end. I hung up, thinking it was a prank call. But once I got home, the same number called again, and I heard the same breathing. I blocked the number and went to sleep. The next morning, I found something in my mailbox. It was a letter saying, "I don't forgive you, and I don't forget," written in red ink. It reminded me of what Sarah had written on the walls before, so I threw it away, thinking it was just a prank. Then, one afternoon after work, I found another letter on top of my mailbox. It said, "You can't run, you can't hide, and you can't escape," again in red ink. I asked my neighbor about it, and he said he saw a car stop outside my house. A girl got out and placed the letter on my mailbox. My heart dropped. That night, my mind was racing with questions. I knew it was Sarah, but how did she know where I lived? Later, I got a call from another unknown number. When I answered, I heard a familiar voice. "Go outside. I have a gift for you." It was Sarah. I took a deep breath and went outside, shouting and asking where she was. But there was only silence. No cars or people were around. Suddenly, I heard glass shatter behind me. My front window was broken. I was furious and knew it was Sarah. I wanted to confront her, but there was no one around. As I walked back into the house, a rock hit my head, nearly knocking me out. More rocks followed, coming from the woods near my house. I was hurt, so I ran inside and slammed the door shut. There were pieces of broken glass on the floor and a brick with a note saying, "You made the wrong choice." I called the police and told them everything. Before they arrived, I peeked outside to see if it was really Sarah. As I opened the door, another brick landed on my porch. I shut the door and waited for the police. When the police arrived, they yelled at someone and chased them into the woods. They told me they saw someone in black clothes hiding behind a tree. When they shouted, the person ran away. I told them I thought it was Sarah, but they couldn't arrest her without evidence. I gave them the brick with the note for evidence, and they told me to call if anything else happened. The next few days were quiet until one Friday night. I heard a hard thud at my front door. It sounded like a rock. I opened the door and found another brick with a note saying, "I can see you." Across the street was a white SUV with tinted windows. I couldn't see inside. Was it Sarah or someone else? I went back inside and tried to sleep. Later, I woke up around 2:15 a.m. and noticed the power was off. My air conditioning was off, and it was hot. I checked if there was a local blackout, but it seemed to be just my house. I grabbed my flashlight and went to the basement to check the breaker. Both the front and back doors were still closed, but the basement door didn't have a lock. Someone could have broken in that way and turned off the power. I switched the breaker back on and the basement lights came on. To my horror, I saw someone hiding behind some boxes. When I saw who it was, my heart dropped. It was Sarah, wearing a white dress. Her face was unrecognizable, covered in bruises. Her skin was pale, like the girl from that horror movie, The Ring. This wasn't the Sarah I knew in college. My heart raced as she smiled and asked, "I want to be with you again, can we?" I yelled, "No, get out of here or I'm calling the cops." She just stood there, then slowly walked toward me, staring into my soul. She pulled something from behind her back. It was a gun, and she tossed a box on the floor in front of me. The box contained pictures of me from college, now scattered on the ground. She admitted to breaking into my rooms and taking pictures of me while I slept. She showed one and said in a mocking voice, "You're such a handsome guy, but you wasted a beautiful diamond like me, so I'm going to make sure your life is a waste too." She tore my picture into pieces and aimed the gun at me. I managed to dodge the shot, which could have woken my neighbors. I dashed upstairs, trying to lock the basement door behind me, but she fired another shot through the door. It nearly hit me as I quickly ran upstairs to my bedroom, locking the door and hiding in my closet. I heard her footsteps going from room to room until they stopped at my door. She tried to open it but couldn't, so she started pounding and yelling frantically for me to open up. There was a brief silence, then she used enough force to break the door down. She searched the room with her gun drawn, luckily missing the closet where I was hiding. She turned her back to me, so I picked up my baseball bat from inside the closet. Taking a deep breath, I quietly opened the closet door. She hadn't noticed, standing there staring at my bed. Before she could turn around, I swung the bat as hard as I could. It knocked her out, and I tied her to a chair so she couldn't escape. I called the police and took her gun. They arrived quickly and entered my house. By then, Sarah had started to wake up and was handcuffed by the police. She still threatened me and tried to attack me on her way out, but the officers restrained her. I pressed charges, and she was declared mentally insane due to her behavior in court. Instead of jail, she was sent to a mental asylum. Sarah had a mental disorder that caused extreme obsession, dangerous if left unchecked. She went through psychiatric therapy during her trial to determine her mental state. My family and friends knew everything that happened, and I recounted it all to Jake and Emily in a bar. They had expected this from Sarah. She had gone missing for 12 days after graduation. Her older brother contacted her friends, including Jake and Emily, but no one knew where she was. One student said she was last seen in a bar drinking, which worried her brother, so he filed a missing persons report but got no news. She finally returned home one morning, crying. She said she had walked kilometers to get home and slept on the streets for days. Her wallet was stolen while she was drunk, and she arrived home with nothing. Her brother saw her strange behavior escalate and urged her to see a psychologist, but she refused, leading to conflict between them. She left one morning without a note. Her brother worked with the police to find her, but they failed. During her trial, Sarah confessed that the gun she brought that night belonged to her brother. She had stolen it from his drawer while he was sleeping. She admitted to the phone calls, letters, and throwing bricks at me. I learned she tracked me down using personal information from when we were dating. I had given her my phone number and told her where my hometown was, trusting her at the time. When I moved into my new house, she found it by asking a neighbor if they knew me. It was easy for her. One small mistake almost cost me my life, but I was lucky to dodge a bullet. Now, I can't trust anyone easily. I will always observe their behavior and personality before I fully trust them. This all kicked off when I was 13, right after my mom started dating this new guy, who I'll call Rick. I remember the first time he met me and my siblings. He looked at my mom and said, "Wow, didn't know you had an army." Looking back, it was a weird thing for him to say since he'd already gone on a few dates with my mom and she told him exactly how many kids she had. Rick seemed pretty normal at first. He was in his early 40s and had 2 older sons from his previous marriage, who would come over for dinner sometimes. Things got bad after he moved in. He would yell a lot and have loud fights with my mom, throwing things at her, but he'd always sweet-talk his way out of it afterward, which is probably why she didn't leave him sooner. But Rick had a hard time getting along with me and my siblings. He would complain about every little thing we did wrong and became very controlling. Whenever we complained about how he was treating our mom, he'd accuse us of trying to break them up. This worked almost every time because it would make her mad, and she'd yell at us instead of him. As we got older, he stopped us from seeing friends he didn't like and wouldn't allow our friends over unless they got his approval first. I realized he was nuts when he picked me up from school one day, which he never did, and while driving home, he accused my sister of talking trash about him behind his back. When I asked how he knew that, he said he had proof. When we got home, he showed us a tape recorder and played back a recording of my sister and me complaining about him in our bedrooms at night. I asked him why he had put a recorder in our rooms, and we got into a massive fight. I called my mom right away and told her everything. I made him take out all the recorders from our bedrooms, but I'm sure he kept hiding them because he would bring up things my sister and I talked about when he wasn't around. We got so paranoid that we would whisper and never discuss private stuff, just in case he was listening. We even worried he had hidden cameras too. We'd change clothes super fast so he wouldn't see anything if there were cameras. Thinking about the fear we lived in still makes me angry. When I turned 17, I got a job at a local diner, and Dave had a huge problem with it. His reason was that my boyfriend at the time worked there, and he thought I was just going to fool around with him. So, to keep tabs on me, Dave would sit in his car and record me while I worked. He did this for a month straight. He'd show me the recordings later, which led to more fights, ending with me, a 17-year-old, begging a man in his late 40s not to stalk me at work. I had enough and moved in with my dad, who had just come back to town. My dad was furious when I told him everything. He wanted to call the cops on Dave, but my mom begged him not to. They split up a few years later for a different reason, so luckily, I never saw him again. I've been separated for several years now, but not because I wanted to be. My ex, Lisa, ended things suddenly, accusing me of cheating. The thing is, I never cheated on her. I was deeply in love with her. My feelings never changed. I didn't spend too much time at work or with friends, so I gave her no reason to suspect I was unfaithful. It turns out, she was pretending to be someone she wasn't. Unfortunately, I only realized this during our nasty divorce. The judge believed her claims of my infidelity without question, leaving me in financial ruin. I thought about fighting for custody of our 2 kids, but she threatened to accuse me of abuse. Once she said that, I knew I wouldn't win. The family court judge would have believed her just as easily as the divorce judge. Now I live in a small apartment, juggling 2 jobs to keep up with alimony and child support. I get to see my kids once a month, if I'm lucky. She's messed with my visitation rights a few times, and I can't risk her playing the abuse card. A few months ago, she started letting them visit every other weekend. That's when I noticed something wrong. My son had a bruise and a cut on his arm. I asked him what happened, and he said he got into a fight at school. The next time I saw them, my daughter had a bruise too, with the same excuse. I started to worry. Both kids fighting at school within weeks? Not impossible, but I wasn't buying it. Over the next few months, I saw more issues. Their clothes were worn and dirty, and they both looked thinner. This didn't make sense. My ex was getting plenty of money for child support. There was no reason for my kids to look like this. I asked them what was going on, but they wouldn't say much. This made me even more suspicious. I couldn't afford a private investigator, but a well-off friend agreed to help. I asked him to set up a security camera in my apartment. When he asked why, I told him, I have a feeling I might need it soon. A few weeks later, the private detective met with me and my friend at my place, and what he told us was very disturbing. He had lots of pictures of my ex hanging out with shady people, buying drugs in sketchy places. In some photos, she was seen leaving fancy stores with new shoes and expensive clothes. She had been using the money I sent for child support on herself. The last two pictures were the worst. They showed her at home, fists raised, while my kids looked scared and were crying. So much for their stories about school fights. He also mentioned that my ex might have seen him or noticed something was off. He wasn't sure. But now I had the proof I needed to expose her. That night, I was jolted awake by my doorbell ringing non-stop. I stumbled to the door and opened it. There she was, looking furious. If looks could kill, I'd be dead. But I stayed calm. What do you want at this hour? You had someone follow me, didn't you? Taking pictures of me? So you saw him, huh? I replied, enjoying her realization. Why the hell did you do that? I had my reasons. I've got proof now. You're going to jail, and you won't see the kids again if I can help it. She stood there, silent for a moment, seething. If I can't have them, neither will you. Suddenly, she pulled out a knife. I was too slow to react, and she stabbed me in the shoulder. I stumbled back, and she tried to drive the knife in deeper. I managed to push her off, but she slashed my arm, leaving a nasty cut. I grabbed a lamp and threw it at her. It hit her head, knocking her out. The police showed up, and I explained everything. By then, my ex was awake and tried to play the victim, saying she stabbed me in self-defense. I told the cops about the security camera, which would show what really happened. I knew I had made the right choice installing it. My ex ended up with a long prison sentence for drug use, neglect, child abuse, and trying to kill me. She wouldn't be out until she was old and gray. I couldn't take in my kids right away due to my financial mess, but the court promised I could have full custody once I got back on my feet. For now, my kids are with my parents, but I can't wait to rebuild our lives together. So, this wasn't a creepy encounter, but it was definitely one of the scariest moments of my life. We found out they were dating when my sister caught them smooching in the kitchen and woke me up to show me. After we busted our dad, he got all teary-eyed, saying he didn't want us to be upset with him for finding someone new just a couple months after leaving our mom. We tried to get it, but we were just kids, so we didn't really know what was going on. Way too much drama for kids our age to handle. About 6 weeks later, she started moving in with us, bit by bit. That's when we began noticing something weird about her. She was already with another dude and had a son with him, but she was still seeing our dad. And get this, our dad knew she was with someone else and had a kid. Sarah's son would come over every few weeks to hang out with his mom and me since we were pals. He was maybe 2 years older than me. Anyway, over a few months, Sarah started to slack off and rely on our dad for everything. She quit her job, got wasted every night, you name it. She was also allergic to dogs, and we had this pup named Buddy. Buddy wasn't super cuddly, more like he just wanted to chill and eat, like most dogs. But whenever Sarah saw Buddy, she'd yell at him, even if she was the one who walked up to him. When I say yell, I mean she'd full-on threaten to kick the dog out, just 'cause he existed. Sarah would also make me and my sister clean up her wine bottles from the coffee table and toss her vape pens. You could tell this lady was pretty much hammered 24/7, which was a huge red flag, especially living with kids. Sometimes I'd hear shouting matches with our dad. I've got this image burned into my brain of my dad huddled in the corner, scared, with her towering over him, screaming. She never hit him or anything, just yelling about some made-up drama that wasn't even worth getting worked up about. Well, after a while, we got fed up with her crap, and our dad got back with our mom. We moved out when Sarah was off at some club about 3 streets over. We packed our stuff and split, leaving her place empty except for maybe some forks and paper towels, because we were nice enough to leave something. After we moved, our dad noticed her car always tailing us whenever we went somewhere. She even snuck onto our property at night to peek through our mom's bedroom window, checking if our dad was home. Most nights he wasn't, because he worked as a teacher with evening classes. Sometimes I'd spot her car parked in the middle of our street, and she'd walk up to our house and peep through my window too, seeing if I was awake. I had awful nightmares as a kid, and most nights I was scared to fall asleep. We didn't see her again after we got the sheriff to follow us and catch her stalking. She messed up some everyday stuff for me, like mini golf courses. She took me to one once, and now whenever I see them, it brings back memories of when we were in the car and went to play. She let me borrow her old putter. I kinda miss when she was cool and nice to us, but I guess people change. So this all took place between 2006 and 2011. The truly scary part happened in 2011, a year after I graduated. The memory is still vivid. But before we dive in, let me give some background about my dad and his family's tough times as immigrants in the US. We now live in Portland, Oregon, but my father's family originally came from Poland, moving to the US in 1965. My paternal grandpa fled to the West at the end of World War II, not as a soldier, but as a civilian avoiding the heavy bombings in Warsaw. Their house was almost destroyed during an air raid in 1943, but they survived. When he left, he was already married with one child, my oldest uncle, and they settled in Italy for about 18 years. Grandpa worked many different jobs to support his family, and my dad and his siblings were born and raised there. By the time they moved to the US, my dad was 5 and the youngest of 5 kids. They arrived in Los Angeles with no money and spent some days homeless, begging on the streets. Grandpa and his oldest son took several jobs to save up enough to rent a small apartment. Grandma found work cleaning parks, and my dad, along with his siblings, would often help her out. Once they were more settled, my dad and his siblings went to school while working, eventually finishing their basic education. My dad and his siblings managed to go to college and find stable jobs. My dad aimed to become a teacher after moving to another state, but his younger brother dropped out of school, spent his money on drinking, smoking, and drugs, and often clashed with his siblings, accusing them of stealing his money for his habits. They insisted he go to rehab, and after a year, he emerged changed and found a stable job and a loving partner. It took years for my dad's family to achieve a stable life. My grandparents moved to Eugene to be near my younger uncle, who could help them as they aged. My dad moved to Oregon in 1986, following his older siblings who had moved earlier in 1984. He settled in Portland and found a teaching job. He met my mom soon after and they married. Growing up, I spoke Polish at home. My mom was a nurse at a local hospital, and my dad worked as a high school teacher. I was an only child, so I often felt lonely without siblings to play with. Learning English was a challenge for me, taking several years to become fluent. In elementary school, I was often mocked for my stuttering English, making me feel like an outsider, but my parents always supported and defended me. Eventually, I learned to ignore the bullies, seeking peace instead. By 5th and 6th grade, I finally made some friends. My parents informed my advisor about my struggles with English, and thankfully, my mom's friend, fluent in Polish, volunteered to help. He became my translator until I could fully understand and speak English. This support eased my stress, and my translator accompanied me to school, helping me interact with others. My English skills improved significantly in high school, making it easier to make friends. Although I still stuttered sometimes, drawing laughs, I remained a top student until graduation. Now, onto the main story. In 2006, when I was 18, I moved to Eugene for college. I stayed for 5 years, and for privacy, I won't mention the exact college. My first month was great. I shared a dorm with other guys, and classes kept me busy, leaving little time to check in with my parents or relax. I felt overwhelmed and stressed at first, but I soon got the hang of it and managed my busy schedule. I met a lot of odd and interesting people, some funny, some a bit creepy, but I guess that's college life. I made a lot of friends in my first year, and one of them was Kevin, who became my best buddy. I also joined several clubs and extracurricular activities, which helped my social life a lot. Whenever I visited home, I spent most of the time studying and doing assignments, even on weekends. In 2009, when I was a sophomore, I met a girl named Lisa, who had just transferred to our college. I met her when Kevin and I went to the girls' dorm to see his girlfriend, Sarah, and Lisa was Sarah's roommate. During our visit, Lisa asked me a bunch of questions like, "Do you have a girlfriend?" She even said she'd like to date someone like me, so it was clear she was interested. But I was focused on my studies. I pretended to think she was joking and answered her questions as simply as I could, not showing any interest. I had never had a girlfriend before and planned to get one only after graduation, but I heard I became a hot topic among Lisa and her friends. As time went by, Lisa started texting me after getting my number from Kevin. At first, I found it hard to make time for her because I was so busy, but Kevin told me she really liked me, so I decided to give it a shot. I started texting her back, and we began talking on the phone. Soon, we were meeting in person, and eventually, we started dating. She became my girlfriend after a few dates, and we got to know each other well. We saw each other daily, and her calls and texts became more frequent. She introduced me to her friends, who seemed to like me, and I learned more about her over time. However, Lisa started becoming overprotective and got annoyed if I was late to meet her. It was small at first, but as I needed more time for my studies, it became an issue. She was upset initially, but after I explained it, she understood. Our relationship continued smoothly for the next couple of years, but during our senior year, Lisa changed a lot. She became extremely paranoid and jealous, often starting public arguments and causing scenes, which was really embarrassing. I knew I needed to focus more on my studies, so I began distancing myself from her. One night while I was studying, I heard a knock on my door. My roommate was asleep, so I thought it was Kevin. But when I opened the door, it was Lisa, looking angry. She demanded to know why I was avoiding her. I explained everything, but she left in a huff without really listening. A few days later, as I was heading back to my room after class, I found Lisa vandalizing my place. She had written, "You will pay for this," in big red letters on the wall, looking like blood. I got her out of there and she made a scene, but the school authorities stepped in. I explained everything to them, and it was enough to get Lisa suspended for a week. My roommate and I were moved to another room since ours needed cleaning. The cleaners found broken glass under my bed, showing Lisa had other harmful plans. Afterward, Lisa started messaging me, switching between asking for forgiveness and spewing nasty insults. She even began threatening me, which was really scary. I finally had enough and blocked her number. But it didn't stop there, and this incident showed me Lisa's true nature, and I'm grateful I saw it. After her suspension ended, I decided to break up with her. She didn't say a word, but her face went pale, and she didn't come to school for several days. I apologized and felt bad for hurting her, knowing she was really down. Eventually, she came back to campus and attended classes, but she was always alone, which made me think the breakup had affected her friendships too. She started venting her anger at me on social media. One day, I found a post from her with my pictures and captions full of insults. I reported and blocked her on Facebook, tired of her immature behavior. After the breakup, I gathered the courage to reconnect with Kevin and my friends, apologizing for neglecting them. They forgave me, and we became close again. One day, I asked Sarah about Lisa, and she said Lisa hadn't moved on and made life miserable. Sarah even requested a room change because of Lisa's behavior. According to Sarah, Lisa had become obsessed and changed a lot after the breakup. She would cry nonstop and swear in the room, showing her darker side. She fought with other students, made threats, and talked about creepy things, scaring her friends. Lisa even had scratch marks on her arms, making her friends think she might harm herself. When they tried to help, she got violent and threw things. Her behavior caused her friends to distance themselves. I was shocked and hoped she would change for the better, but she didn't. Months went by without any news about her. I graduated and tried to forget all the bad memories. After graduation, I moved back to Spokane and started my new life. My friends celebrated in various ways. Some partied, others went on vacation, and those from outside the city returned home to celebrate with their families. Sarah moved in with Kevin in the suburbs. I stayed in touch with my friends but heard nothing about Lisa. I assumed she had moved on. After summer, I began my job hunt and found a stable job in my hometown. The salary was good, my co-workers were friendly, and my boss was nice. I quickly got promoted due to my skills. I moved out of my parents' house and bought a new place, aiming for a peaceful life. One evening after a long day at work, I was driving home when I got a call from an unknown number. I answered, but only heard breathing. I hung up, thinking it was a prank. When I got home, the same number kept calling, just breathing on the other end. I blocked it and went to bed. The next morning, I found something in my mailbox. It was a letter saying, "I don't forgive you, and I don't forget," written in red. It reminded me of what Lisa had written on my wall, so I threw it away, thinking it was a prank. Then, one afternoon after work, I got home and saw a letter on top of my mailbox. It said, "You can't run, you can't hide, and you can't escape," written in red again. I asked my neighbor about it, and he said he'd seen a car pull up a few hours earlier. A girl got out and placed the letter on my mailbox. My heart sank. How did she know where I lived? That night, my mind raced with questions. I knew it had to be Lisa, but how did she find me? I got another call from a random number, so I picked it up. "Go outside. I have a gift for you," said a familiar voice. It was Lisa. I took a deep breath, went outside, and yelled, asking where she was. I was met with an eerie silence. No one was around. Suddenly, I heard glass shatter behind me. My front window was broken. I was furious and wanted to confront Lisa, but there was no sign of her. As I headed back inside, a rock hit my head, nearly knocking me out. More rocks followed, coming from the nearby woods. Hurt, I dashed inside and slammed the door shut. There was broken glass on the floor and a brick with a note saying, "You made the wrong choice." I called the police and explained everything. Before they arrived, I peeked outside to see if it was Lisa. I opened the door slowly, only to have another brick land on my porch. I shut the door and waited, feeling like it took forever for the police to arrive. When they did, I heard them shouting at someone and saw them running through the woods. After a while, they knocked on my door and I let them in. They said they'd seen someone in black behind a tree, but the person ran into the woods when the officers approached. They couldn't catch them. I told them I suspected Lisa, but without solid evidence, they couldn't do much. I handed them the brick with the note, and they told me to call if anything else happened. For the next few days, things were quiet until one Friday night. While watching TV, I heard a loud thud at my front door, like a rock hitting it. I opened the door and found another brick with a note saying, "I can see you." Across the street, a white SUV was parked. I tried to see inside, but the windows were tinted. Was it Lisa or someone else? I went back inside and decided to go to bed. Around 2:15 a.m., I woke up and noticed the power was out. The aircon was off, and it was hot. I checked to see if there was a local blackout, but it seemed to be just my house. I grabbed my flashlight and headed to the basement. Both the front and back doors were still closed, but the basement door didn't have a lock, so someone could have entered that way and cut the power. I was sure it was Lisa behind all this. I found the power breaker and switched it on. The basement lights came on, revealing someone hiding behind some boxes. My heart dropped when I saw who it was. Lisa stood there, wearing a white dress, her face bruised and unrecognizable. Her skin was pale, and she looked like the girl from The Ring. This wasn't the same girl I knew in college. My heart raced as she smiled and asked, "Can we be together again?" I shouted, "No, get out of here or I'm calling the cops." She just stood there, then slowly walked toward me, staring into my soul. She pulled something from behind her back, a gun. She tossed a box on the floor in front of me. Photos of me from college spilled out. She admitted to breaking into my dorm room back then and taking pictures while I slept. Holding up one, she said, "You're such a handsome guy. but you wasted a gem like me, so I'm going to ruin your life." She then ripped my picture and aimed the gun at me. I dodged the shot, which would have woken my neighbors. I ran upstairs, trying to lock the basement door behind me, but she fired another shot through the door. It barely missed me as I dashed to my bedroom, locked the door, and hid in the closet. I heard her footsteps searching each room, stopping at my door. She tried to open it but couldn't, then started pounding and yelling for me to open up. After a brief silence, she broke down the door. She searched the room with her gun drawn but missed the closet. With her back to me, I grabbed the baseball bat from inside the closet, took a deep breath, and quietly opened the door. She didn't hear me. I swung the bat hard, knocking her out. I tied her to a chair and called the police. They arrived quickly. Laura started to wake up as they handcuffed her. She threatened me and tried to attack me but was restrained by the officers. I pressed charges, and she was declared mentally insane in court. So instead of prison, she was sent to a mental institution. Laura had a severe obsession disorder. During her trial, she underwent psychiatric evaluation. My family and friends knew what happened, and I recounted the whole story when I met up with Kevin and Sarah at a bar. They weren't surprised. Laura had disappeared for 10 days after graduation. Her older brother contacted her friends, including Kevin and Sarah, but no one knew where she was. One student reported seeing her drinking at a bar, which worried her brother. He filed a missing persons report, but heard nothing until she returned home one morning, crying. She had walked miles home, slept on the streets, and had her wallet stolen at the bar. She came home with nothing. Months later, her brother noticed her strange behavior worsening. He urged her to see a psychologist, but she refused, leading to a fight. She left one morning without a word. Her brother worked with the police to find her, but they failed. During the trial, Laura confessed that the gun she used was her brother's, stolen from his drawer while he slept. She admitted to making the threatening calls, sending the letters, and throwing the bricks. She traced me using the personal information I had shared when we were dating, my phone number and hometown. When I moved into my new house, she found me by asking a neighbor who knew me. One small mistake nearly cost me my life, but I dodged a bullet, literally. From now on, I won't trust anyone easily. I'll be careful about whom I let into my life and will always observe their behavior before trusting them fully. So, I've never shared this with anyone, because how do you tell your family you almost got kidnapped when you were 10? It was 2007, just another summer day for me. I woke up around noon, rode bikes with my sister, then spent the rest of the day in our inflatable pool. I was planning to relax and spend the night playing computer games. I decided to quickly check my Facebook profile and burn some time on my games there. But as I was finishing up my energy bar from my online Pet Wars game, and about to close the browser to head downstairs to play some Xbox, I got a sudden friend request. Lisa, 14, from some town called Middle of Nowhere, Ohio. I clicked on the name since I didn't know any Lisa, not even a Lillian or any girl with an L name. She was beautiful. My 10-year-old self just laughed. Why would she want to be friends with me? I almost ignored it. Almost. I accepted the request and, with nothing else to do, sent her a message asking, "Do I know you from somewhere?" She replied that we hadn't met, but she was friends with one of my friends, Jake. I checked out her profile and saw she and Jake shared a lot of interests and were on each other's friends list. So, what she said made sense. I didn't message Jake to confirm, but I was a pretty trusting kid and had no reason to doubt her. For the next few weeks, I chatted with her every night for at least 3 hours. We mostly talked about school, music, TV shows, typical kid stuff. I didn't think much of it, just being Facebook friends, until she said she liked me. I laughed it off, thinking she meant as a friend. But she clarified she had feelings for me and wanted to meet in person. She lived pretty far from me, so I didn't see how that would work. I knew my parents wouldn't take me to meet some girl I met online, and honestly, I didn't want them to. They were good parents, but I just never felt I could talk to them about these things, so I shrugged it off. I told her meeting up would be tough since, as much as I loved riding my bike, A 3-hour ride to a part of the state I'd never been to was a bit much. She understood and said she'd at least like to talk on the phone instead of just messaging. I agreed, but told her never to call my number and to always let me be the one to call her, because I didn't want my parents picking up and asking questions. She got it, so I called her. The first time, her dad answered and asked gruffly who I was. It was strange because I had the phone by the computer and told her I was calling, and she said she had the phone with her too. But I didn't think much of it and told him it was Joey and that I was looking for Lisa. He told me to wait a second, and there was a shuffling sound, like someone was pretending to hand over the phone. Again, I didn't really think about it. Then I heard a high-pitched, "Hello?" We talked for a few minutes. Then she said she had to go because her dad was expecting a call. I shrugged it off and told her to just message me so we could talk later. We kept messaging back and forth. And before I knew it, summer was almost over. She was bummed we hadn't met in person, so she suggested an idea. She said there was an end-of-summer event at a lake near my house and that her family sometimes went there, so she could probably convince them to go. My family usually went to the lake for the 4th of July, and we just had a good time there, so it wasn't hard for me to convince my folks to go too. A few nights later, she let me know her family agreed, and she was super excited to finally meet me. She told me she was going to kiss me as soon as she saw me, which made me blush. I tried to play it cool, like I was some guy who'd kissed lots of girls before, but I wasn't. I was thrilled at the thought of kissing a girl, and it was only a few nights away. I had trouble sleeping the next few nights and stayed up late talking to Lisa. We were both excited and couldn't wait to meet. It felt like a magical experience. The night before, I stayed up until 8 a.m. talking to her. The day finally came, and after an early afternoon bike ride and a quick swim, our family packed into the car. My dad took the truck so my brother and I could bring our bikes to the lake. There were plenty of bike trails, and we always enjoyed riding there, but I told my brother I wouldn't be hanging with him all night and would only ride a bit before meeting another friend. He wanted to tag along like little brothers do, but I quickly convinced him he didn't want to hang out with me because the other kids were mean, and I was only hanging out with them because of one of them. Thankfully, he didn't ask any more questions. About an hour later, with the sun setting, my brother said he was heading back to meet our parents because he didn't like riding in the dark. He had a knack for crashing even in daylight, so when I went off on my own, it was without any problem. I made my way to the picnic spot where Lisa and I had agreed to meet and sat on one of the tables, my bike leaning against the side. I waited a long time, so long that I started to get worried and was about to leave since the fireworks were about to start, and Lisa hadn't shown up yet. I stood up and was about to leave when an old, rusty white pickup truck pulled up next to the tables. The man inside reached over to roll down the window and gave me a strange smile, saying he was Lisa's dad and he was there to take me to her. I started feeling uneasy, so I just stared at him and said, "What?" He turned off the engine, thinking maybe I couldn't hear him, and got out of the truck. "I said I'm here to take you to Lisa. Hop in," he repeated, opening the passenger door and motioning for me to get in. The truck was filthy, filled with garbage, and smelled of oil and other unpleasant things. I gave him a skeptical look and told him I wasn't getting in. As he grabbed my arm and tried to pull me towards the truck, I quickly realized what was happening. "Get in the damn truck," he barked, squeezing my arm so hard I thought it might break. I pulled away, almost giving myself an Indian burn, and told him I was leaving. But he came after me, so I did the only thing I could think of to fend off a grown man twice my size and probably 3 times my age. I reared back and kicked him square in the groin. I didn't wait to see his reaction. I jumped on my bike and pedaled as fast as I could back to the other side of the lake where my family was. He didn't follow me. At least I don't think he did. If he had, he might have seen my dad, who was a pretty big guy, and definitely not someone you'd want to mess with after he'd had a few beers. I never saw the man again, and when I got home and tried to message Lisa to tell her what a creep her dad was, her profile was gone. I saw Jake just before school started, and he said he had no idea who Lisa was and didn't even remember adding her on Facebook. It wasn't until years later that I realized how close I'd come to being abducted, and who knows what that man wanted to do to me. Lisa's dad, let's never meet again. For some background, I've known this guy for around 4 years now. At first, I thought he was hilarious, smart, and overall a fascinating person. Everyone else thought the same and still does. He's popular in our town and well-liked by many. This becomes relevant later. We didn't become close friends until a few months into knowing each other. One day we were joking around and we just clicked. It was one of those times where you laugh so hard you can't breathe. It was a blast. When I first met him, his ex-girlfriend warned me about him. I was pretty friendly with her but dismissed her claims, thinking she was just bitter. She said he had ignored her boundaries, was mean to her, and once tried to drown her. She described how he forced her underwater repeatedly while they were swimming until she broke up with him. I shrugged it off, assuming she was exaggerating. One day, he casually bragged about bullying a kid in high school, trying to make him end his life. The kid only cut himself, so my friend lost interest. He laughed about it, finding it funny. This unsettled me since I'd never seen him so heartless before. Another time, we went hiking on a busy trail. He kept commenting on a woman he found attractive, even though she was with her partner. It felt weird. Later, while eating, he steered the conversation toward sex. It started normally, but then he revealed his dark fantasies about kidnapping, raping, and killing women. He described in detail his desire to torture and perform necrophilia. After eating, he joked about doing those things to the woman we saw earlier. He kept bringing it up throughout the day, and it was clear he wasn't joking. It felt more like a suggestion. After that, I started distancing myself from him. We drifted apart as we got different jobs and didn't see each other much. One night, I went to a party, and guess who was there? The creep. Remember how I said everyone loves him? He's active in the community, goes to church, and now has a new job that adds to his act. He started talking to me, acting normal as usual. I thought he had changed because he was so convincing. You might think you'd be able to tell, but this guy could easily fool you. He told me he joined the local police force. Yep, he's a cop now, and I was shocked. He always talked about wanting to be in law enforcement but never mentioned any bad intentions. Maybe he genuinely wanted to help people, or maybe it was just a cover. Either way, he shouldn't have that authority. We started hanging out again. He seemed completely normal and kind, so I thought everything was fine. But then he mentioned his cousin's death, and talked about it so coldly, showing no sadness at all. He also spoke about his current girlfriend in a detached way. During our friendship, he told me how he abused dogs and killed some when he was younger. Recently, he bragged about kidnapping a sex worker and scaring her. Whenever I asked what he meant by scaring her, he got hostile and refused to explain. He usually loved going into detail, so I wondered why he wasn't this time. On New Year's Eve, we went to a bar, and he nearly killed a guy. He beat the man until he was choking on his own blood and only stopped when I said the guy could die. I tried to physically stop him, but he's much stronger than I am. He turned around with a blank expression and casually continued our conversation. I reported him to the police anonymously, but I haven't heard back. I'm convinced he's a psychopath or something similar. Update. I contacted the FBI in my state, and they said they'd look into it. The conversation gave me hope that this will be resolved. It sounded promising. I have more stories about the horrible things he's done if anyone's interested. I've also received a lot of comments asking how I ignored the red flags for so long, and I don't have an answer. It was foolish of me to believe everything he said, and I should have listened to his ex-girlfriend. A while back, I tried out a dating app and matched with a sheriff. His dog looked adorable, so I thought, why not finally meet a police dog? But things went south fast when he kept whining about his recent breakup. I can't remember the specifics, but it was obvious he was the cause of the problems. Plus, he was way too into my big assets, ink, and dyed hair. I told him straight up I wasn't interested, and mentioned he was throwing up red flags for me. He pleaded for another shot, but I said no, and blocked him. A few nights later, around midnight, there's a loud knock at my door. My stomach sank. I peered through the peephole and saw some guy with food. He said he was with Uber Eats. I told him I hadn't ordered anything, but he insisted someone else did and mentioned my name. I asked who sent it, and he gave a name I didn't know. I told him to just toss it in the dumpster because I wasn't sure if he was legit. Later, I was scrolling through my dating app matches and noticed the cop's name. I checked my blocked messages and saw he had been texting me a lot. The last message read, "Hope you enjoy your dinner." Realizing it was him, I unblocked him to monitor the situation in case I needed to worry about my safety or arm myself. A few weeks later, while working at the salon, I got a call from an unknown number. I pick up, expecting a potential new client. A voice says, "Hey Sarah, I'm at the Dunkin' across the street. What coffee do you like?" Confused, I reply, "Who is this? You're not on my schedule." As I check my planner, he says his name, and my stomach drops again. How does he know where I work? I ask him how he figured it out, and he explains. He reverse searched my photos from the dating app, found my social media, and then my salon's Yelp page. He even got my address from there. I tell him I'm going to report him for stalking, and that if he comes near me again, I'll consider it a threat and defend myself. Despite everything, he keeps begging for another chance. I hang up and call the police department where he works. Small town, easy to find. They won't even let me email screenshots of his creepy texts. The dispatcher says, "Oh, I'm so sorry. He's going through a lot right now, honey." They were treating him like he was the victim. After that, he mostly left me alone, but I was terrified to live by myself for the first time in my life. I run a meme page on Instagram with about 7,000 followers. I went through and blocked all 5 of his accounts I found and tried to move on. This happened years ago, but all those feelings came rushing back when I saw a familiar profile picture comment on one of my posts. I must have missed one of his accounts. I had shared a picture of me holding 2 large fish from a fishing trip, and he commented, "I wish I was one of those fish. I'd love to know what it's like to be held by you. Gross." This happened around 5 years ago. I'm 30 now. I had just ended a 2-year relationship that crashed and burned, and I didn't want to be the girl who dated within the same circle of friends, if you know what I mean. I needed a fresh start, so I decided to give a dating site called OkCupid a shot. Yeah, I know, not the smartest move, and I realize that now. Hindsight is always 20/20. I figured most dating sites were full of creeps, fakes, or people too desperate to find a date. But to my surprise, I actually went on a few decent dates without any major red flags or bad vibes. Thankfully, I kept my mom in the loop about my plans. She always knew where I was and when I'd be back. I thought I was being smart, but boy, was I wrong. Then I came across Brad's profile. He seemed relaxed, kinda cute, and interesting enough. So I sent him a message. He was witty and had a sarcastic sense of humor, which I liked, so I decided to give him a chance. We met at a coffee shop and had a great conversation. He was about 5'10", average build, with thinning brown hair and glasses. Definitely gave off a bit of a nerdy vibe as he asked, "What are you looking for?" I gave my usual answer. Someone sweet, caring, funny, and smart. Nothing too special. Looking back, I realized this was where it all started to go wrong. Brad and I went on a few more dates, none particularly memorable. But I started to really fall for him quickly. He was sweet, understanding, caring, took care of himself, and seemed like everything I wanted in a guy. It was hard to believe he was single. As I fell for him fast, we agreed to be exclusive. Everything was great until about 2 months in, and then things started to go downhill. For the last few weeks, I had been asking to hang out at his place and meet his roommate, based on my parents' advice because they're smart. But every time I brought it up, he always had an excuse. My roommate is nuts. It's a bad time for him. He works opposite hours from me, and so on. There was always something. One evening, we had plans to go to a club. I got all dressed up and ready, waiting for him. He didn't answer his phone for a few hours, so I thought maybe his phone had died since my messages weren't getting delivered. I decided to head to his place to see if he'd answer the door. I had his address from earlier, though I can't remember how I got it. He lived about 10 minutes away in an apartment complex. It was the middle of January and freezing outside. I knocked, but no answer. Just as I was about to leave, Brad showed up. And guess who was with him? Yup, another woman, who I later found out was his long-term girlfriend, Emily. I quickly walked over to him, and the look on his face was priceless. His expression went blank the moment he saw me. He whispered something to Emily, and she went inside. He then came over, looking stunned. "I'm surprised to see you here," he stammered. "Really? We had plans, remember? I wanted to see if you were home." "I remember. My phone died, so I didn't get your messages. We were at a friend's birthday party." "Who's the girl?" "My roommate." "I thought your roommate was a guy." "He is. She's my other roommate and a close friend." I'm naturally skeptical, and alarm bells were going off, matching my parents' warnings. But Brad was great at talking his way out of situations, explaining his choices smoothly. He was a convincing liar, and I, being naive and unsure, believed him. So we went to the club after I waited in my car for almost an hour. I didn't dwell on it since I got what I wanted, and we didn't mention his female roommate again. Over the next month, I kept pushing Brad to meet his family and his male roommate. He finally gave in and took me to meet his mom, which was very weird. We talked about books and some of Brad's friends. I jokingly mentioned Brad's crazy guy roommate, using Brad's words, and his mom gave me a strange look. This made more sense later when I started noticing that Brad's stories didn't add up and had many holes. He'd only see me on Mondays and Wednesdays, saying he worked a lot of overtime and was never flexible. If he was late, which started happening often, he'd send me screenshots of his work schedule or a picture of his car at a car wash. When I asked for a picture of him in that moment, he'd refuse, saying he didn't want to send any pictures. He'd also take unusually long bathroom breaks at my place after we were intimate, like 20 minutes or more. I know, another huge red flag. Everything hit the fan about a month later when I suggested to Brad that we go somewhere with no cell service, so we could really spend time together without phones. He agreed, and we planned a 3-day trip to Canada. It was still early in our relationship, 4 months in, and my mom wanted to ensure my safety. She copied Brad's driver's license and his car's license plate. Thanks, Mom. The trip was uneventful until the last night at the hotel. Brad rolled over in his sleep, pulled me close, and said, "I love you, Emily." My blood ran cold. I was devastated. Tears blurred my vision as I got out of bed. My parents had been right all along. He was a liar and a cheat. But did I break up with him? No, of course not. I was naive and head over heels. I didn't want to admit I'd been played or that I was the other woman. So I pretended nothing was wrong, acting like I hadn't heard him that night. But the feeling didn't go away. For weeks I had terrible anxiety and panic attacks. Brad's constant lying was driving me insane. It made me so angry that I let the feeling simmer until I decided to act. It's bittersweet when you realize you were right all along. On a freezing February day, after a tiring day at work, I wanted to settle the nagging feeling once and for all. I drove to Brad's apartment complex to see if he was still lying about living with his female roommate. As I got out of the car, I was shaking, unsure if it was from anxiety or the anger bubbling inside me. Was he lying about his roommate? Absolutely. I knocked on his door and hid from the peephole. He answered with Emily behind him, and I stepped into view with an emotionless face and said, "Wow." I turned and walked away, but realized I had locked myself out of my car on that cold February day. I was so distracted by my rage and sadness that I didn't realize I had left my keys and phone in the car. I felt like such an idiot. I was beside myself with anger, not only at Brad, but at myself for being so foolish. And there I was, stuck in the parking lot of my cheating ex's apartment complex. I wish I was making this up. With nothing else to lose, literally, I walked back to Brad's apartment and knocked on their door again. Emily answered the door, and I begged to use their phone to call 8AA. Surprisingly, she agreed and handed me her phone. The whole time, Brad was pacing around, clearly annoyed. At one point, he even went outside with a coat hanger to try and unlock my car, but it didn't work. While he was busy, I took the chance to talk to Emily. I asked her rapid-fire questions about their relationship, how long they'd been together, where they met. I felt like an investigator, and by the time Brad came back in, I had enough info to confirm he was not who he claimed to be. Everything started to click. One of the biggest aha moments was when we talked about being in a relationship with him on Facebook. This sly idiot had made 2 different Facebook accounts to be in a relationship with both of us. He blocked each of us on the other's account so we wouldn't find out. I remembered how I once commented on his sparse Facebook profile, and he said it was because he only used it for work contacts. Towards the end of our chat, I tried to convince Emily that Brad was a pathological liar and didn't care about her. But then I realized she might already know and be in on it. Or she was just that naive. I tried texting her after leaving their place, but it was useless. Brad was alone with her, and he was a master at spinning stories. But I had one last trick up my sleeve. Over the next week, I used any free time I had between studying and working to gather evidence against Brad. I researched both of them, mostly through Facebook. This is where Facebook's lack of privacy settings can be scary. I found out who Emily's parents were and decided to message them with all the evidence I'd collected, hoping they'd believe my story. I compiled photos of Brad and me, screenshots of our conversations, and timestamps proving he was with me while also seeing Emily. I hoped they wouldn't dismiss me as a crazy ex or a psycho. Here's the message I sent, copied verbatim but with some details changed for privacy. Hello, Emily's mom. My name is Sarah, and I thought you should know something important. Your daughter is being deceived by her current boyfriend, Brad. I met him on an online dating site, OkCupid, and we've been together for the past 5 months. But Brad lied to me about everything, and I doubt your daughter knows the extent of his deceit. I believe it's only right to share the information I've gathered so she can be aware, and he can no longer get away with this behavior. Brad is not who he says he is. He has lied about many aspects of his life. I have photos and screenshots to back up what I'm saying. Here is a breakdown of what I learned while dating him for 5 months. Here, I listed detailed information and attached relevant pictures with dates and descriptions. As I mentioned, I met Brad on OkCupid in early November. His online name was Max, picture attached, which is also his username on Flickr. After sending the message, I hoped it would make a difference, and that Emily's parents wouldn't dismiss me as a crazy person. We dated for 5 months before I discovered he lied about his living situation and had another girlfriend, your daughter. I have several photos proving Dennis and I were a couple. He used 2 Facebook accounts, one for work, where he was in a relationship with me, and another where he was with your daughter. He deleted his work account, but I captured screenshots beforehand. Before I continue, I should mention I met your daughter twice. The first time was brief. Dennis said she was just a good friend. They had returned from Dave and Buster's for someone's birthday in late January. The second time was in early March. I went to Brad's apartment to see if he was still living there. He answered the door, and your daughter was behind him. Emily told me they had been dating for almost 4 years. I also learned about another girl, Megan, whom he dated before me. Megan sent me texts suggesting he might be seeing other women besides your daughter and her. I'll attach separate files with all the photos I've collected. They will be in the order mentioned in this letter. I hope this helps show Dennis is not who he claims to be, and that you won't be fooled like I was. Thank you for your time. Sincerely, Sarah. I got a reply from her mother the next morning. However, this post is already long enough, and I can share the responses if anyone is interested. The last time I heard from Brad was through a message he left in my backyard. It was a dead rabbit, its head cleanly cut off. It was obvious a person did it. There was no blood, and the cut was too clean. My family and I reported it to the police in case things escalated. Luckily, it didn't. But Brad was smart enough not to leave any obvious trail linking him to the act. My goal is to share my story so that anyone reading knows their feelings are valid and to trust their gut. Be careful who you get close to. The stories you hear about people leading double lives are real and happen more often than you think. To Brad, I feel sorry for anyone who had to deal with your nonsense. You're only upset because you got caught. I hope karma gets you. To all the women he's hurt, I hope you're okay and haven't lost too much confidence. He's a lowlife, and that's all he'll ever be. I was about 8 when my family moved to Montana. I quickly made a new bestie, and we were inseparable for years. We did everything as a duo. During my middle school days, I crashed at their place a lot because my folks were splitting up. My friend's house had this sweet jacuzzi in the yard, and their parents always had these wild gatherings with booze flowing. On those nights, we were banished upstairs. My buddy acted all weird when we'd sneak down for snacks, rushing us back up ASAP. A few times, I spotted some crazy stuff outside. Her dad getting handsy with random ladies, and her mom doing the same with different dudes. Most of them were in their birthday suits. I just shrugged it off, figuring everyone's got their quirks. It didn't take long to realize they were into the whole nudist and swinger scene. Every Saturday, they'd throw these backyard bashes. I wasn't bothered. People can do what they want, right? Fast forward to high school, we started using the jacuzzi when the coast was clear. One time, her dad came home early from his job, and she freaked out. She scrambled to get out, telling me to wrap up quick and pretend we weren't in there. We tried to play it cool, but her dad busted us. He was super mad, but I couldn't figure out why. It's not like we were doing anything wrong. So, her dad tells us we can use the jacuzzi whenever, but there's a catch. We gotta be in our birthday suits. No swimsuits allowed. I thought that was pretty weird, but whatever. When I asked my friend about it, she fed me some BS about chlorine and stuff. Being a clueless 15-year-old who just wanted to chill in the hot water, I bought it. Looking back, I remember catching her dad peeking at us from the kitchen window a bunch of times. I figured he was just making sure we weren't doing anything stupid or breaking his precious jacuzzi. This one time, we were soaking while everyone was out. Her dad came home early from his shift, and, I kid you not, strolls out butt naked and hops in right next to me. I freaked the hell out, bolted home, and swore off their place for good. I kept my mouth shut about the whole thing. My family was already a mess with the divorce, and my mom had taken my brothers but left me with my dad, who was going through some serious mental health stuff. I stayed friends with the girl, but she'd always crash at my place after that. Things got real dark when she told me her older brother was messing with her, and her dad was beating her up. I even saw him try to chomp her finger off once. It was insane. She ended up running away and spent a couple years in the foster system. Eventually, she told everyone she made it all up, just so she could go back home instead of bouncing between foster houses. She stuck it out with her folks until graduation, then split to Arizona or somewhere. I recently met a guy online who seemed really nice. We set up a date for Friday, and everything was going smoothly until yesterday. He messaged me, suggesting we hang out the next morning, and I agreed, thinking we'd just grab a coffee at Dunkin' Donuts around the agreed time. I went to bed with a smile, only to be woken up by a call at 8 a.m. 5:30 a.m. My heart dropped. I couldn't believe someone I was supposed to meet for coffee showed up so early and just waited outside my house. After the call, I checked my messages. There was one from 5 a.m. with a picture of my house and the text, "Is this where you live?" Another said, "Someone spotted me so I moved," along with a picture of my neighbor's house. I was freaked out, knowing my dad and neighbors were probably just as scared. I started panicking, texting friends to see if anyone was awake and could help. I got one reply in the group chat, but scared of being judged, I lied and said I had it under control. I decided to face this guy myself. "Hey, princess, how are you?" I saw him standing in my neighbor's yard, probably trying to see me through the window. Trembling, I forced a smile and let him hug me. He then went for a kiss, sloppy and with too much tongue. I froze, unsure of what to do. I tried to tell him that showing up at 5 a.m. wasn't okay, but he claimed he wanted to avoid traffic and didn't want to drive tired since he works nights. I tried to understand and let it go. We got into his car and went on what was supposed to be a normal date, but it wasn't. He kept groping me, licking my neck and talking about getting married and having kids right away. I managed to convince him to drop me off a few blocks from my house, thinking I could walk back safely. But then I noticed him following me in his car. When I confronted him, he asked if he could walk me to my door. Terrified, I told him no and hurried away. By the time I got home, I was crying and shaking. I texted him, saying we weren't a good match and told him to stay away from me and my family. His response? He called me the worst. After that, I decided to take a long break from online dating. Back in January of 2005, it feels unreal. Nearly 9 years have passed since I was living in Sacramento, California, attending university. And one night, I was at home working on my final research paper for the term. I had my AOL Instant Messenger open and was chatting with a few friends when a message from someone not on my list popped up. It read, "Have you ever thought about suicide?" Okay, weird. But hey, it's almost midnight on a Sunday night and stranger things have been asked of me before. So I replied to the stranger just for kicks. Sure, who hasn't at some point? Why? That question opened Pandora's box. He bombarded me with questions about how I wanted to die, why I wanted to die, whether I'd want to die with others, etc. The conversation kept getting creepier and creepier, but I played along, thinking the guy was just messing with me. I asked him his name, and he said it was Brian, and I asked for a picture. He sent me a profile pic on Hot or Not and asked if I thought he was attractive. I told him, sure, yeah, you're cute, whatever. He then asked to see a picture of me, so I sent him a random old photo of a girl from my MySpace friends. Yes, it's that old, I realize now, and he told me I looked 12. Great. Thanks, Brian, who was obsessed with suicide. As the conversation continued, he told me how he was tired of life, and women never seemed to be attracted to him, so he wants to end it all. I told him the things you're supposed to say to people in this situation. Relationships are nothing. You're more important to the people in your life. Don't do it, blah blah blah. I'm not heartless, but I just didn't feel like talking someone off a ledge at that moment. It was 1 a.m. Brian then went on to tell me that he'd met a lot of women online who wanted to kill themselves, and he was planning a party for Valentine's Day, which was a little over a month away, so everyone could come and do it together at his place in Ashland, California. He asked if I was interested in joining. I said yes, sure, but made an excuse that I didn't have a car to get down there. He told me there were a few women from Sacramento coming down for it, and one of them had a van, so he was sure I could catch a ride. He said he'd built a beam in his basement that could hold up to 40 bodies at once, but that I shouldn't wear boots because they'd add extra weight. Now, yes, I started to realize this guy was actually very serious, and this wasn't a joke at all. So I began asking him specific questions, like what his address was, his full name, and who the women from Sacramento were. He told me their names and mentioned that one of them was bringing her 4 kids, and they wanted to die too. Huge red flags were waving at this point. While still chatting with him, I called a friend of mine in Northern California who works as a 911 dispatcher. She was on duty when I called, and after I explained the whole situation, she advised me to hang up and call the Sacramento Police Department right away. At least give them the info to pass to Ashland. She logged it into their system that I'd called just in case. I kept talking to Brian and called the Sacramento police. They sent 2 officers about an hour later, and they pretty much laughed when I explained what was happening. I printed out our chat log and gave them Brian's full name and address that I'd already verified through Google as being legit. They told me to just stop talking to him. Simple as that, and they left. Didn't I feel stupid? I called my friend back and told her what the Sacramento PD said, and she suggested keeping an eye on things. If he kept talking, just save the conversation. So I did just that. Another couple of hours passed, and things got to the point where I couldn't handle him anymore. He kept bombarding me with questions about how I wanted to die. Wearing clothes or not? Did I want to have sex before dying? Would I mind killing kids beforehand? Would I want to hold hands with others while we hang? Finally, I told him I'd get in touch closer to Valentine's Day. Mostly, I laughed it off with some friends because the Sacramento PD never got back to me about anything, so I assumed it was just a very strange prank. However, fast forward to February 11th, 2005, when a friend of mine called me while I was on campus heading to class. He told me about a guy in Ashland who'd been arrested for trying to set up a mass suicide pact for Valentine's Day. I was shocked. I ran to my office, logged into a computer, and sure enough, it was all over the news forums. Brian Collins arrested for plotting a mass suicide Valentine's Day party. My friend back home saw the news and called me, saying I needed to call the Sacramento PD and remind them I reported this back in January. So I made the call, and about an hour later, 2 FBI agents came to pick me up at my job, took me home, and seized my entire computer for analysis. We sat in my apartment as they kept questioning me about my involvement and if I really intended to commit suicide. I repeated over and over that I thought it was a joke, a prank, and that I only called the cops when he mentioned a woman from Sacramento bringing her kids too. I explained how I gave all the info to the Sacramento PD officers in January, and how was I supposed to know they hadn't done anything? They probably just ignored it or tossed it, never passing it to Ashland. The agent said the case had grown much larger, and that Brian had contacted hundreds of people, with at least 25 planning to come on Valentine's Day to his place and end their lives together. One woman's parents found emails between their daughter and Brian and called the police, which is how they finally got involved. Not from me, nearly a month ago. This happened less than a week before Valentine's Day. I was freaked out when they dropped me back at the university, and I told my boss everything that had happened. She mentioned that reporters had been calling non-stop since I left, wanting to speak to me, and she hadn't given out my cell number but thought it was only a matter of time before they showed up at the office. I was a student worker, and my name was on the campus website, directory, etc. If the media got a hold of a police report, they could quickly track me down. I called my mom to explain what happened, and she said she'd come get me that evening and bring me home for a break. I took a few days off, submitted my remaining assignments, and with the FBI holding onto my computer, I headed to Northern California to avoid the media. Big mistake. Huge. By the time I got home that night, they had already found my brother and sister-in-law, who thought it was so cool that ABC and CNN wanted to talk to me. They gave them my parents' address and my cell number. They're idiots. I was harassed, chased down, and semi-terrorized until I finally gave an interview to Good Morning America. I hoped it would die down after that. The story was out. Who cares? But I was wrong. Every media outlet cared until they got their exclusive 15 seconds of conversation that the others didn't have. I had my 15 seconds of fame, and I never want to deal with that again. Brian is still sitting in the Riverside State Hospital for his crime of soliciting to commit murder. Mister, have you ever thought of suicide? Let's never meet in real life. When I was in high school, I lived in a tiny town in Ohio, the kind where everyone knew each other's business, or just outright disliked one another. I didn't have any relatives there, but I did have a cute brunette girlfriend, which made me a target for some folks. It wasn't anything serious, just minor bullying and occasional fights, but things were getting worse. So on Valentine's Day, my girlfriend and I decided to skip the school dance and stay in to watch a movie at her place while her parents were out. We figured it was best to avoid any hassle. We borrowed her dad's old Toyota, a small hatchback, and drove into town to rent a movie and grab some ice cream from a local shop. She lived way out in the sticks, deep in the forest, along a desolate road with no streetlights. As we were driving, chatting, and eating our cones, a car suddenly appeared behind us. At first, I didn't think much of it, but when its headlights lit up the inside of our car, I saw something that froze me in my seat. There were two hands on the back seat and a head peeking out from the hatchback. As soon as the lights hit it, the head and hands disappeared. A wave of cold fear washed over me, and I slowly reached for my pocket knife, the only weapon I had. My girlfriend noticed and asked what was wrong. Nothing, I lied. I just need to stop by a friend's house real quick. She knew I was lying. I didn't have any friends around here. I pulled over at the first house we saw and jumped out of the car, shouting at her to get out too. She scrambled out totally confused as I flipped the driver's seat forward and dove into the back seat like a madman. A kid popped up like a jack-in-the-box, waving his empty hands. Hey, what are you guys up to tonight? It was some strange kid from our school, someone we had never talked to before. Ever. I yelled, "What the hell are you doing in our car?" "I thought you guys were going to the dance and I was just hitching a ride," he said. We just stared at him, mouths open, not knowing what to say. We were in the middle of nowhere, parked in some random person's driveway, so whatever he was planning had clearly been abandoned. We actually ended up driving him to the dance and dropping him off. He kept insisting we come inside. "Yeah, no thanks," we told him. As soon as he was out of the car, We drove off as fast as we could. My girlfriend started crying and shaking once we were alone. She was really freaked out. I couldn't figure out what he was doing when the lights caught him sneaking out of the hatchback. Man, I hated that high school. I'm 21, and my ex-boyfriend Tom is 25. We dated for around 3 months, but 2 months ago, I decided to call it quits for several reasons. One big reason was his lack of respect for my religious beliefs. I'm a Christian, and he couldn't grasp the fact that I wouldn't sleep with him before marriage. Our relationship seemed okay, though it was my first one, so I didn't have much to compare it to. He seemed nice enough. The breakup was fairly smooth, and he wanted to stay friends. This basically meant occasional texting and meeting up now and then. We were more like acquaintances than actual friends. The point is, there were no major issues between us until about 2 weeks ago when we had an argument. It was a Sunday, and as usual, I went to church. To my surprise, he showed up afterward. As we walked back to my place, he rolled his eyes and said, "I can't believe you fall for that crap." Even if he was joking, it annoyed me because he wasn't even trying to respect my beliefs. I told him it bothered me. His response? "Well, I'm not happy that it's the reason I haven't had sex with you yet." I was shocked and disgusted by his comment. I walked away, not knowing what to say. He caught up with me and tried to put his arm around me, insisting that I admit I wanted him. I pushed him away and hurried home. Almost immediately, he texted an apology, which I ignored while trying to calm down. I eventually replied, "Fine, just don't say things like that again." I genuinely believed he wouldn't. Maybe I was naive, but he had always seemed so nice. His apologies seemed sincere, and I might have had a soft spot for him, given that I cared about him and sometimes regretted our breakup. Things settled down for about 3 days. Then he messaged me, saying he still wanted me. Before I could reply, he apologized, and I reiterated that I just wanted to be friends. That's when he went off the deep end. He sent a series of texts saying a platonic relationship wouldn't work. He suggested we be friends with benefits because he had to sleep with me eventually, followed by a request to meet up. The best way to handle his sudden weirdness, I thought, was to not respond at all. Silence usually speaks volumes if my previous words hadn't been clear enough, but he didn't stop, even after an hour of silence from me. In fact, things got even creepier. Tom accused me of leading him on, then flat out said we were going to sleep together whether I liked it or not. I was freaking out because it sounded like he was talking about rape. Still, I tried to stay calm, thinking maybe I was overreacting or misinterpreting his intentions. Maybe he thought I was just playing hard to get, so I clearly told him I was ignoring him because I wasn't interested. His response sent chills down my spine. He called me a bitch, saying I was still mad about Sunday. Then he threatened, "If you don't meet me, I'll come over when you're alone and get what I want." At that point, I felt like I didn't know him at all. I couldn't tell if he was serious or just messing with me, so I got scared and decided to involve the police. I told him I was going to the cops, hoping he'd back off, but he laughed it off and said, "By the time they do anything, you'll be mine." That's when I realized I wasn't safe at home. I packed a bag and drove to my parents' house, which Tom didn't know about. Once there, I showed my dad the messages. He was furious and took me to the police station for support. The police were concerned about the threats and did patrols around my house that night, but no one tried to break in. They took Tom in for questioning the next morning. An officer contacted me later that day and said they had enough evidence to charge him with harassment and threats. He was released on bail with orders not to contact me. I wish that was the end of it. 2 days after those texts, I was working the morning shift at the cafe when some flowers were delivered for me. The delivery guy asked for me by name. The card was the creepy part. It was a pre-written note, but still made my skin crawl. The card started with love and referred to our argument as just a misunderstanding. It apologized, like that would make things better, and then said I should apologize too because we both went too far. It ended saying I'd be happier if we got back together. It wasn't signed, but it was obvious who sent it. I reported it to the police, but without solid proof it was from Tom. there wasn't much they could do. I've had some weird things happen on social media too. I've gotten a few strange friend requests on Facebook that I deleted, thinking they were from Tom. Thankfully, nothing major has happened. All I can really say to wrap this up, or at least hope to, since I pray this isn't ongoing, is that I've got pepper spray and I'm staying with my parents where I can access my dad's gun. It's probably best for both of us if we don't see each other again, at least until I take you to court. Edit. I've shared some updates in the comments, but some folks missed key details. First, following advice from some kind people here, I called the florist that sent the flowers. I explained the situation, and they said they don't give out personal information, even if I have boyfriend troubles. So, I talked to the police officer handling my case. He was fantastic, very understanding and professional. He went to the shop in person. Turns out, they do share customer details with the police. Surprise, surprise, it was my ex. That counts as a bail violation, and he's back in custody for now. Another recent update. 3 days after he was taken into custody again, I went back to my place, feeling safer. I was still nervous, so my dad came with me. When we got in, I saw a lot of mail shoved through the letterbox while I was away. Some of it was real, but most of it was crumpled paper, not sent by the mailman since none of it was in envelopes. It looked like someone just stuffed it in. There was also a small gift-wrapped parcel with no labels, which made me uneasy, especially after reading some of those letters. The letters were basically him ranting on paper. Pages and pages about how we're meant to be, how he can't live without me. He called me silly, selfish, and stupid for not giving him another chance. One part sticks with me where he swore he wouldn't let this go, no matter what. After that, I felt super uncomfortable and unsure why I stayed. Even though he was in custody and I was mostly safe, I avoided making a decision about staying or leaving, just hanging out with my dad for a while, deliberately not opening the parcel. I wasn't sure I wanted to know what he sent after what I read, but eventually, I did open it. That's when I decided to go back to my parents' house for a while, just for comfort. Inside the small box, wrapped with layers of paper, was another long rambling letter that unnerved me. He went on about how we both made mistakes and took things too far. He said he'd love me forever if I apologized and stopped acting foolish. We could forget everything that happened and start over as husband and wife, his words, not mine. Yes, he seriously proposed like that. Yes, the box had an engagement ring in it. It was a nice ring, but I know I'd never be comfortable wearing it. No, I'm not going to marry him. I'm adding this to the growing list of evidence I'm showing to the police and the court. Update again. Sadly, there's a part 2 to this mess. The incident that freaked me out happened on Wednesday, August 3rd. I was leaving work, and there was a guy sitting on the hood of a car across the street. The car looked oddly familiar, but I brushed it off, thinking he might be a regular waiting for someone. As I kept walking, someone called out to me in a really bad attempt at my native language. Hey you. I turned around to see if he was talking to me. He was standing in the road now, pointing at me and motioning for me to come over. I wasn't about to walk into the street to talk to a stranger, so I asked, "Do I know you?" Just in case I was missing something. He found this funny and laughed, shaking his head. This whole encounter was getting really weird, especially with everything going on with Tom. So I got more aggressive than usual and demanded to know why he stopped me and if we knew each other. "No reason," he shrugged. "Your name is... right?" That freaked me out, so I started walking away quickly. I just wanted to get away from this strange guy who knew my name but wouldn't say what he wanted. As I left, I heard him laugh again, a weird, unsettling laugh. Then he yelled, "All right, see you next week." I really didn't want to see him ever again, but it didn't end there. I didn't see him again, but the car stayed parked across the street for 2 days. Today, I decided to check the plates. I know it sounds a bit creepy, but I had a reason. I was worried it might be Tom's car. We didn't date long, and I only saw his car a few times. The main thing I remembered was that he had custom plates. I was right. So, it looks like my ex somehow got someone else to bother me while he's in custody. This just adds to the stress of the upcoming court date. I don't know how he managed to send someone to harass me from jail, but I don't know what he can and can't do from there either. Maybe I should contact the police again. Update. The police have clamped and taped off the car and searched it. The officer in charge of my case told me they found several guns inside, some of which are illegal here. My ex, who owns the car, doesn't have any registered firearms, so they might all be illegal unless they belong to someone else. The police are looking for the other man based on my description. As far as I know, nothing else suspicious was found in the car. Last update. The guy I saw with the car came into my workplace today. I wasn't paying attention at first and went over to take his order. He grabbed my arm and asked me to go outside with him. That's when it hit me that he was the same guy. I pulled away from him. Thankfully, he wasn't holding me tightly, and I was strong enough to break free. I ran to the back, into the staff-only area, and told my boss what happened. He called the police. By the time they arrived, the guy was gone. But they found him later and took him in for questioning. He was released with a warning. The guns in his car weren't his. They belonged to my ex, which scares me even more. The guy seemed genuinely confused about them. I'm not sure if he's just a good actor or if my ex lied to him. From what he told the police, my ex convinced him that we were together and persuaded him to help with a fake kidnapping prank to scare me. I'm so glad the court hearing is coming up. I was shaking and trying not to cry as the officer handling my case told me the details over the phone. I'm not sure how well I'll hold it together in court. Hopefully, the conclusion. Today, at my court hearing, my ex was originally charged with harassment and threatening behavior. Given the police investigations and his friend's confession, he's now facing charges of illegal weapon possession, planned kidnapping, stalking, and failing to comply with bail. I can happily say that he's out of my life as I have a restraining order, and he has an 8-year prison sentence. I was working one Saturday in San Francisco as a tutor for people learning English. One of my regular students was a businessman around 45 years old. Usually I don't get along with business types, but this guy was always polite and seemed truly respectful. One Saturday, during our session, he suddenly started asking about my colleague. I told him what I knew, but I was puzzled since I didn't think my student had ever met or had lessons with my coworker. When I asked why he was curious, he said, "He keeps walking by and chatting with someone, but I don't think it's a student because no one else is here right now. Is he okay? It's a bit distracting." That Saturday was Valentine's Day, and my colleague hadn't come in. Other than my students, I was alone in the building all day. I didn't see or hear anything myself, so it left me feeling pretty uneasy. Three years back, I started college in a different state. I was 18 and curious about Tinder, but had never met anyone through it. I would swipe through profiles just to see who was around. One evening, I swiped right on a few guys and got a message from someone who said he was about 15 miles away. He tried to chat, but it was awkward, so I stopped responding. The next day, I got a friend request from him on Facebook. My name is pretty common, so it must have taken him a while to find me. We had no mutual friends, and my Tinder pictures weren't on my Facebook. The only hint was the university I attended, which was listed on my profile. Shortly after, he followed me on Instagram and somehow got my Snapchat username, which is a variation of my full name with some extra letters and an underscore. I was really freaked out. I messaged him, asking how he found my full name. He replied, "I think we have a connection. I really want to get to know you better." I unmatched him, deleted Tinder, and blocked him on all my social media. Things went quiet for a few months. I was staying in a rented room and focused on my studies because I had a lot of assignments. This was around late November. I had a break from assignments for 2 weeks, so I decided to go out with some friends. One of my friends lived in a dorm, and the other was staying over since she commuted. I decided to walk back to my rented room, thinking my landlord would freak out if I wasn't home by morning. I regret not taking a cab. I was about 20 minutes away from the club when I reached my front door around 3 a.m. The door was tricky with 2 different locks, and I had to pull the handle towards me to get it open. It was even harder since I was a bit tipsy and didn't want to wake up the family I was staying with. As I finally got the door open, a dark car pulled into the neighborhood. It's a large area with a big green space in the middle where kids play. The car drove towards me, so I quickly got inside and locked the door. The car then pulled into the driveway of the house where I was staying and just sat there with the headlights on. I was trembling and stayed crouched behind the door because there's frosted glass halfway up. When I finally got the courage to go upstairs and peek out my bedroom window, the car sped off. A few days later, I received a new friend request from the creepy Tinder guy, but on a different Facebook profile. There were no pictures, just the same name. I blocked it immediately. That was the last straw. It was enough to make me switch universities the following year. Luckily, I haven't heard anything since. I can't be sure if it was just bad timing or if it was really that guy from Tinder in the driveway, but it was terrifying. If you take anything from this, be cautious about who you let into your social media or dating apps and what info you share. On a rainy night in early November, I dated a girl named Julie. She had a common name, but she was anything but ordinary. Julie was loud, always on her phone, and never seemed to have a moment of peace. Our first date was at her high school football game. At first, she avoided me, not wanting to meet up at the snack stand. But suddenly, she wanted to be with me for the rest of the game. Her erratic behavior was the first sign that something was off. Later that night, while texting, Julie pressured me to talk about a recent tragedy in my life. My close friend had taken his own life a few months earlier, and the pain was still fresh. I usually don't share such personal things with someone I just met, but Julie was insistent. After I told her, she began talking about how nobody would miss her if she were gone. Her words made my anxiety spike. I tried to reassure her that people needed her, and in a moment of panic, I told her I loved her. As the days passed, Julie's behavior became more troubling. She often talked about ending her life, and I felt trapped, believing I had to stay close to her to keep her safe. My school's homecoming dance was approaching, and I asked Julie to go with me. But one night, she ran away from home and had her friend text me, saying she was going to kill herself. Panic set in as I called her, trying to find out where she was. Julie kept telling me she was at a cliff, ready to jump. Desperate, I screamed at her over the phone, begging her to tell me where she was. I even threatened to call the police, but she pleaded with me not to. Driving recklessly, I searched for her, my heart pounding with fear and anger. She described a woman nearby who she thought was trying to kidnap her. It turned out the woman was just trying to move an owl from the road. When I finally found Julie, I was a mess. My emotions were all over the place, and I felt a mix of relief and rage. I knew I should have walked away after the football game, but now I was deep in a situation I couldn't easily escape. The fear that she might actually hurt herself kept me tied to her, even though every part of me knew this relationship was dangerous. That night, my phone buzzed again. It was a text message from an unknown number. They were insulting me, so I insulted them back, showing that I wouldn't take their crap. I asked who it was, and they said, "Someone who hates you." I kept going, telling them I didn't even know them and that they must be really sad to text someone they hate at 1 a.m. They replied, "I know who you are." I asked, "Who am I then?" They said my name, spelled perfectly, which was rare. They went on saying, "Why did you hit me? You ruined my life." Then they switched to saying people thought my parents were abusing me, and suddenly they said they loved me and wanted me to be their wife. They even asked how I could be gay now. None of this made sense, and I was really scared. The things they were saying were crazy and frightening. It got worse. They said they knew where I lived and described my house in perfect detail. I grabbed a baseball bat and ran downstairs to look out the window. It was pitch black outside. My fear was intense as I tried to see any movement in the dark. My phone buzzed again. They said they were in my backyard. I tried to stay calm while texting, but inside I was panicking. I ran to the back windows. It was still pitch black, and our dim porch lights didn't help. All I could think to do was call the cops. 2 police cars came to my house. My parents and I stayed up until the police left. I showed them the texts, and they asked if anyone had threatened me before. I told them about my crazy ex. Soon after, I got a text saying I was boring and they were blocking me. I wasn't sure if it was because the cops showed up or because I stopped reacting to their texts. Either way, it had gone too far. Update. Last night, my friend Anna got a call from Emma. It was strange. Emma talked wildly about things she did with her boyfriend. Anna sarcastically replied, "Thank you for telling me, knowing it wasn't true." Later, Anna got a voicemail from Emma telling her to kill herself and calling her names. My friend Mark and I also got calls, just harassment, but we reported everything to our high school principal. Last update. I received over 20 Instagram calls, 10 phone calls, and 5 voicemails from Emma. My phone slowed down so much that I couldn't do anything but let it ring. I felt like tearing my hair out. Tomorrow I'm going to the police again and pressing charges. So, some backstory. I was born in Philadelphia, but my family is from Sudan. I lived in Philly for 12 years, then we moved to the UAE. I enrolled in a British school there. This story takes place in 2017 to 2018, around the first term, when I started junior high. One day, I missed the morning assembly, which includes singing the national anthem and raising the flag. Instead, I went straight to class and sat at my desk. When the assembly finished, the other girls came up to introduce themselves, but the desk in front of me was empty. Our school separated classes by gender and year for religious reasons. I learned that a girl named Aileen, whose family was away in their home country, would be back in a month. When she finally arrived, she took the desk in front of mine. About 3 weeks into the school year, our amazing teacher asked if anyone wanted to switch desks. Aileen told the teacher that I distracted her. It was true. I always tried to talk to her and often rambled. So she switched desks, and life went on. One day, during PE, Aileen suddenly said, "You're like my best friend." I was shocked. After she moved desks, I didn't try to force a friendship because I knew she didn't like me much. I was still adjusting to the culture shock, so I decided to be a good friend to Aileen. This is when all the problems started. I admit, I often do too many favors for people and get taken advantage of. But Aileen was different. She made my life a mess. One day, our science teacher announced a science fair. I decided to join with a solo project and wrote my name on the board outside the reception. What I didn't know was that Aileen wrote her name next to mine, putting us in the partners division along with another girl. When the teacher read out the names to make sure they were correct, I heard my name with Aileen's and the other girls. Some backstory first. I was born in a big city in the USA, but my family is from Sudan. I lived there for 12 years, then we moved to UAE. I started school there, a British one. This story happens in 2018, around the first term of junior high. One morning, I missed the assembly where we sing the national anthem and raise the flag. I went straight to class and sat at my desk. After the assembly, other girls came up and said hi, but the desk in front of me was empty. In our school, classes are separate for boys and girls, and year 5 is for religious reasons. The girl who was supposed to sit in front of me, let's call her Sarah, was late because her family went to visit their home country. She came a month later and sat in front of me. 3 weeks into the school year, our teacher, who was great, asked if anyone wanted to switch desks. Sarah told her I distracted her. It made sense. I talk a lot and try to make friends. So she moved desks and life went on. One day during PE, Sarah told me I was like her best friend. I was surprised. After she moved desks, I didn't push to be friends because I thought she didn't like me. At this point, I was still not used to the new culture. So, I tried to be a good friend to Sarah. That's when the trouble began. I often do too much for others and get taken advantage of, but Sarah really messed me up. One day, our science teacher announced a science fair. I decided to do a solo project and wrote my name on the board outside the reception. I didn't know that Sarah wrote her name next to mine and put us in the partners division with another girl. When the teacher read out the names to check, I heard mine with Sarah's and the other girls. She just turned around and smiled at me while I sat there shocked. When I asked her why she did it, she said, "I didn't have anyone to work with, and your name was there, so I just put my name next to it." I couldn't change it, so with only a week left before the fair, me and the other girl went to Sarah's house after school. The other girl couldn't come, so it was just me and Sarah until 8 p.m. While waiting for Sarah to finish her after-school clubs, I was reading, but she insisted I play netball with them. I couldn't play because I have a mild form of EDS that affects my arms and hands, so I can't really throw or pull. I often miss PE classes, and the school nurses know how to help relocate my joints. Sarah didn't care and grabbed my arm, pulling me to play. My arm gave out, and my joints came out of place. I screamed in pain, telling her to let go. Luckily, we were near the nurse's office, and she took me there. The nurse helped relocate my joint, gave me ice and pain meds. I rested until Sarah's mom came to pick us up and take us to her house. When we got to the car, Sarah's sisters, one 9 years old and the other 2, got in with us. I held the youngest one while Sarah let the older one play on her iPad. This was fine until the baby started pulling on my fingers. Normally, I would ask an adult to take the child while I find a nurse or doctor, or even put my joints back in place myself. I had learned first aid because of my EDS. I asked Sarah to hold her sister so I could take my pain meds and fix my joints. She knew about my EDS because we had to tell the class so everyone would be careful with me. But she just looked at me and said, "You can wait, she's just a baby, let her be." I ended up switching seats with her at a red light so I could put the baby in her car seat and fix my joints. After the terrible car ride, I went to the bathroom to change into sweatpants and a hoodie. Sarah looked at me and threw some leggings at me, trying to show off more. Now, this happened in 6th grade, and Aileen had a slim figure, so I couldn't figure out why she wanted me to wear tight clothes. We started on our poster project, and I began typing on my laptop to write down the information. Then, with only a week left before the project was due, Aileen decided to start a completely new one, changing the topic and all the information we had prepared. I was furious. The other girl arrived and suggested we do 2 separate projects. Aileen could work on her new idea alone, while I and the other girl stuck to the original plan. Surprisingly, Aileen agreed, and we got to work. After we finished, we decided to order pizza and get some ice cream. Aileen ordered a double cheese pizza with feta stuffed between mozzarella and dough, but no sauce. It wasn't very good. I'd rate it 3 out of 10. The other girl and I got halal pepperoni, but Aileen complained until I bought her another slice just to make her stop. When we went for ice cream, I wanted strawberry, but Aileen claimed she was allergic and couldn't be around it if I ate it. I asked her how my eating ice cream could affect her allergies, and she yelled at me in the middle of Baskin-Robbins, accusing me and the other girl of going against her. Back at the apartment, I called my dad to come pick me up because I was done with the project and just wanted to go home. Finally, my dad arrived and rescued me from that awful place, taking me home where I could finally relax. But then, I got a text from Aileen saying she had accidentally thrown out her project. It was a 204 board. There's no way you accidentally throw that away. When I got to school on Thursday, I saw that Aileen had no choice but to stick with my project, and she told me it was just a prank. Skipping ahead to the end of the fair, I finally had some relief and enjoyed a blissful 2-week break from her. During the 3rd term, I noticed some strange changes in Aileen. She started styling her hair like mine, copying my mannerisms, and even wearing her uniform like me. She went as far as buying the same brands I wore: Adidas, Nike, Off-White, and so on. I soon realized she was trying to become me when she started asking my brother about the brands of hygiene products I used and what brands I wore at home. I blocked her on everything, changed my style, and even dyed my hair to get her to leave me alone. Eventually, she backed off from me and the other girl, and she left the school, moving away to Abu Dhabi. This happened last year and lasted about 9 months. I'm from Bermuda and I was in Leesburg, Florida for college. Making friends has always been hard for me, and being new made it even harder. So, I used Tinder to find friends, or maybe a partner. One day, after a failed date, I saw my ex's profile. I thought I could do worse, so I swiped right, and we matched. Looking back, I realized he was a rebound. He told me he was in an open relationship and shared sad stories about his boyfriend. I felt sorry for him. Our first 2 dates were normal. I spent a few days at his parents' house and saw what his home life was like. It made me feel even worse for him. He had been homeschooled all his life, and his parents were awful. One night at his place, he told me he loved me, It had only been a week. That should have been a red flag, but I ignored it. When I went back to Bermuda for the summer, it was 4.5 months of agony. My ex was overly dependent and problematic. If I said anything he didn't like, even normal things that bothered me, he would go on for at least an hour about how awful he was. I was stressed every day, walking on eggshells for 4.5 months. I almost broke up with him. I should have. During those months, I learned unsettling things about him that I ignored but shouldn't have. He told me he was into necrophilia and joked about being a serial killer, but he seemed serious. There were more things, but those stood out. Instead of dealing with these issues, I just made them worse. When I got back to Leesburg, things only got worse. His self-pity and negative talk increased. He accidentally outed me to his xenophobic dad. It was an accident, but it hurt. This could have ended our relationship, but it didn't. I was taking care of him like I was his parent. I even had to teach him to look both ways before crossing the street. I didn't realize I had a savior complex until my therapist pointed it out. Because of this, and my pity for my ex, I was burning out trying to take care of him. My therapist said I needed to leave the relationship right away. It took me a while, but I finally did it. When I broke up with him, I explained how I felt and what my therapist had said. I told him the only thing that would change was that we wouldn't be in a relationship anymore, but everything else would stay the same. Not even 2 days later, he tried to kill himself while on the phone with me. Fast forward to Thanksgiving. I was with my current girlfriend, visiting her family. I sent a message to my ex to ask him a question. That's when I found out that when we met, he wasn't actually in an open relationship. He had used me to cheat on his boyfriend. I told him I didn't want him in my life anymore, and that was it. I wish that was the end of the story, but it's not. Around Christmas, things were terrible for me. I was trying to improve my life, but nothing was going right. I lost my other girlfriend at the time. I'm polyamorous, and most of my friends. Even my roommate's girlfriend was trying to get me kicked out of our apartment. I foolishly let my ex be my friend again because I couldn't stand being alone. But he was worse than before. The abuse was subtle before, but now it was clear. When he was sober, he was okay, but when he wasn't, he was abusive. He said he loved me, but treated a transphobic girl he met in the psych ward, who was using him, better than he treated me. When I called him out on it, he threw a fit. A few days later, I was on the phone with him. I had a panic attack and started crying. I hadn't cried in 4 years before that. My current girlfriend helped me finally get my ex out of my life for good. So yeah, let's not meet again, or you're losing teeth. To start, I was young, maybe 18 or 19, and didn't know what we were getting into. My dad owns 3 businesses and was dating his business partner. She made moves on me, which creeped me out. At first, she would buy us all food, and I was thankful. But then she started wanting to be alone with me a lot, and I got nervous. My dad got married, but not to her, and he didn't tell her. She got really upset. One day, she came to my job and demanded to see my dad. I told her he wasn't there. She screamed at me, saying we would regret it. I was disturbed, so I called the cops. They took my name but didn't do much else. Fast forward to one night, I came home around midnight after my second job. I was exhausted from school and work, so I ate and went straight to bed. Around 3 in the morning, I heard my door open. At first, I didn't move, thinking it was my cat, Misty. She liked to sleep with me. When I called her name and she didn't answer, it felt strange, but I still wasn't worried. That changed when I felt someone standing over me. I woke up quickly and saw my dad's ex in our house, standing above me with crazy eyes. She was screaming about getting revenge on my dad. I rolled out of bed and ran past her to call the police. She tried to fight my dad's wife and even tried to stab my dad. The police arrived and arrested her on the spot. That was the scariest thing I've ever been through, and I'm so glad I won't have to see her again. Now I sleep with a blade next to my bed and a taser. Be careful because you never know who might visit you late at night. I've been through some scary experiences, but this was the worst thing I've ever gone through in my life. I used to be very naive and innocent. I was the type of optimist who believed that there was goodness in every heart. Now, I realize that seeing the world this way put a big, flashing red target on my back. Often, when you think of scary stories involving creepy behavior and psychological abuse, you think of a stranger. In my case, it came from my mother-in-law. At first, my husband's mother seemed to adore me, not for any real reason, but because she thought she could control me. I was meek with a passive personality, so it made sense that I seemed easy to influence. Looking back, I cringe at how creepy the situation really was. For the sake of the story, I'll call my mother-in-law Mrs. Psycho. At the beginning of my relationship with my husband, Mrs. Psycho and I seemed to get along great. She'd take me shopping, give compliments about my hair, and stuff like that. As my relationship with my partner grew more serious, she told everyone in the neighborhood how much she adored me and how I was like the daughter she never had. Naturally, I thought things were going well, but certain things about Mrs. Psycho were just off. I noticed her strange behavior at parties and neighborhood gatherings. She'd sulk in the corner, and I thought she was just socially awkward or anxious. But looking back, I see she was always complaining about something negative in her life. She'd tell stories about falling off her bike, having a neighbor complain about her parking, or losing her job because she didn't get along with a coworker. The list went on and on. In every story, she was the victim of some unusual circumstances. One huge red flag was a story she told about my partner's brother. She said he held her, my partner, and their dad hostage in their home, and that he punched their father in the face. The way she described it made him sound like a bully to the whole family, but my partner didn't think it was as severe as she made it sound. In all her wild stories and accusations about him, she always scolded her son in ways I can't imagine ever scolding my own child. What my husband and I didn't understand at the time was that the real problem wasn't his brother, but the woman who drove the insanity behind his behavior. Psychological abuse can trigger emotional responses in very unpredictable and disturbing ways. Mrs. Psycho's behavior became clearly creepy after our engagement. First, she was angry that we didn't tell her immediately when we got engaged. Then, she was angry that we changed the wedding date without asking her permission. She wanted my future husband and me to live upstairs in her house and pay her rent. When we told her we could afford our own home and wanted to start a family, her anger was frightening. She would look normal one moment, but if we told her something she didn't want to hear, her eyes would turn black. The memory of her eyes still sends a chill down my spine. After that, she became more controlling. Mrs. Psycho and her husband, Mr. Psycho, would show up at our house every other day. I started counting how long they could go without seeing us, and it was only 3 days. There was no privacy, and I felt like I had to close the curtains every night. I always had this uneasy feeling. I started locking the bedroom door before bed just to be extra safe. Despite our relationship being pleasant at first, I now felt like I was walking on eggshells around Mrs. Psycho. It seemed like anything I said upset her, no matter how innocent. I realized I couldn't talk to her like I used to when I was just dating her son. I remembered when we could have nice, deep conversations, and I could be vulnerable with her. I used to confide in her about my social anxiety and how her son came into my life when I was suffering from depression. I thought speaking kindly about her son would please her, but she just had this unfeeling, glazed look on her face. Hoping to mend my relationship with her, I decided to help her organize her antiques one day. She had this hobby of going to auctions and buying and selling knickknacks, buttons, and stuff like that. She was very proud of her collection, which I thought was junk. But to be polite, I told her I saw beauty in it, hoping to get back on her good side. There were some creepy dolls in the mix, including a horrifying vampire doll with piercing red eyes. She said she had that doll for years and used to scare her sons with it when they were little. She laughed at the memory, and the sound had an eerie, satanic vibe to it. As if that wasn't enough to freak me out, she told me a story about how a female co-worker complained about her to HR. To get revenge, Mrs. Psycho wrote a letter to the co-worker's husband, telling him she was cheating. To stay anonymous, she slipped on black gloves and drove far away to mail the letter, so the address couldn't be traced. I felt very uneasy hearing this story, wondering how she could be so angry to drive hours away just to hurt another person. After hearing this story, I didn't want to be alone with my partner's mom anymore. My partner tried to talk to his parents about how I felt like I was walking on eggshells around them, but they turned it around, saying they felt like they were walking on eggshells around me. During this time, I realized that psychological torture can come from extreme invalidation. Not having your feelings acknowledged can really drive a person crazy. I started to understand what might have happened to Mrs. Psycho's other son. I can't be sure because I never met him, but I think he was driven mad by his mother's severe emotional neglect. Now she was doing the same thing to me and my partner, gaslighting us into believing we were just too sensitive. When my husband and I started figuring out that something was off, things got even creepier. His parents started showing up at our house to corner us into submission. They would tell us stories to make them seem like victims so that we would give in to their demands. If we denied their requests, they used psychological tricks, telling us that we were uncaring or ungrateful. One example of their manipulation was when I became pregnant. I told them the smell of pizza made me very sick, but they ignored me. Mrs. Psycho insisted we go to a pizza restaurant for her birthday. I felt like I couldn't say no. My husband felt the same way. He sensed something bad would happen if we declined. Mrs. Psycho's husband and her sister even contacted us, telling us we weren't allowed to say no to her dinner invitations anymore. They said, saying no hurts our feelings, but it felt very threatening. I didn't feel safe. 2 weeks after our daughter was born, I had the creepiest experience of my life. Mrs. Psycho caught me alone on the front porch. The weather was nice, so I was rocking with my baby in an outdoor chair. She sat next to me and, in a quiet, ominous voice, said, "You have to share her, you know." Her black eyes looked at my baby. This wasn't a cute grandma moment. Her voice was cold and possessive. I held my daughter tighter, feeling a protective instinct take over. Mrs. Psycho had told me before that she always wanted a daughter but only had sons. Maybe it was my postpartum hormones or just feeling paranoid, but I started to think she might want to get rid of me to have my daughter to herself. I told my husband about the strange interaction with his mom and how I couldn't handle the psychological pressure from his parents anymore. It was taking a toll on me and our marriage. They even restricted me in strange ways, telling me I wasn't allowed to refer to our daughter as my baby. I had posted on Facebook about how happy I was to be a new mom, with a picture of me and my daughter saying, "She has my eyes." Mrs. Psycho commented, "My son had something to do with it too." This not only dampened my mood, but also felt creepy. It was as if my happiness made her more angry. I felt like I was going crazy. The stress was making me physically sick. At first, my husband hesitated when I told him about my concerns, saying he couldn't just cut off his parents. But I heard fear in his voice, and it wouldn't take long before he realized how messed up the situation really was. The incident that made my husband cut off his parents happened when they cornered us in our own living room. They wanted us to watch their unruly dog while they went on vacation for 5 days. My husband almost agreed, but stayed firm and said, "No, we can't. We have a 2-month-old baby to look after." The murderous glare his mom gave me was intense enough to make me shiver. It was the look someone gives before they attack, very primal and hateful. I thought she was about to lunge at me and strangle me. I was terrified. Mr. and Mrs. Psycho eventually left our house, but they were clearly angry that they couldn't get their way. My husband and I had a dark feeling that something bad was about to happen. First, we received long emails from Mrs. Psycho, mostly insulting me. She said I was brainwashing her son and tried to make herself look like a victim. She used my anxiety disorder to argue that I was mentally unstable and dangerous. She threatened to post about me on Facebook and make our life hell if we didn't apologize. At the same time, she told me I was dead to her and listed all my past mistakes and faults. It hurt. My husband and I needed time to recover from the emotional wounds she inflicted on us. We remained silent, not wanting to engage with her anymore. My husband and I were scared and hurt, spending most of our days cooped up in our bedroom, not knowing what to expect. But we stayed strong through the process of separating from the toxic relationship. Mrs. Psycho made good on her threats, posting about me publicly on Facebook. She called me crazy and claimed I had borderline personality disorder in all capital letters. This was out of nowhere. She knew I had anxiety, but I was never diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. It didn't end there. She also posted a dramatic story about how we banned her from seeing her grandchild. An active smear campaign against me started as Mr. and Mrs. Psycho went door to door in our community, posing as good citizens to warn everyone about their dangerous, manipulative, 5-foot-tall daughter-in-law. My neighbors didn't react the way she expected. They were more wary of her than me. Instead of ruining my reputation, she creeped out most people in our neighborhood. Psycho's efforts to smear me didn't work. The neighbors were equally creeped out by Mr. Psycho's willingness to go along with everything. After years of his wife's abuse, he seemed like an empty shell, just following her orders. A few doctors and therapists in the neighborhood, while not diagnosing her officially, said off the record that Mrs. Psycho might be projecting. This meant she was confessing her own dangerous nature while blaming it all on me. This, along with stories of her interactions with others in the neighborhood, confirmed that something was very wrong with her. This made things more unsettling when Mr. and Mrs. Psycho showed up at our house one evening. My husband and I were watching TV in the living room with our baby when the doorbell rang. He peeked through the curtain to see who it was. I saw fear on his face. "It's my parents," he said, and my blood ran cold. I grabbed the baby and ran upstairs, pausing only to tell him that it was his choice whether to answer the door or not, but that the baby and I would be hidden away. As I went up the stairs, my husband stayed by the front door, unsure of what to do. I could hear jostling at the door, like his parents were trying to force their way inside with a spare key. Thankfully, we had changed the locks a few days before, so they couldn't get in. I rushed upstairs and locked me and the baby in the bedroom. I held my daughter close, my heart pounding. When there was a knock on the bedroom door, I jumped. It scared me. My husband's voice on the other side calmed me down. He told me he didn't answer the door. He was shaking when I unlocked the door to let him in. His face was pale. He showed me a text message from his dad saying, "Anyone home?" Followed by another text from his mom saying, "You're a coward, hiding behind your keyboard." I shudder to think what might have happened if my husband had opened the door. We blocked them on everything, phone numbers, social media, all contact. They moved to another state, thank God. We have had no contact with them for almost 2 years now, and our daughter is growing up in a loving, toxic-free environment. Sadly, we've had to block some of my husband's other family members because they kept telling us we should talk to my in-laws. It felt like being told to contact our abusers. Sometimes I feel like physical abuse would have been better, because then there would be visible evidence of the harm done. So far, they haven't tried to apologize or make amends. Instead, they sent a nasty message saying, "Have a shitty anniversary. You two are a match made in hell," which only made us more sure of our decision to cut them off. Just a heads up, this is a long story that involves some violence. I apologize if I'm posting this in the wrong spot, but it has elements of stalking, and I was terrified by this person for some time. I may not leave it up for long as I'm still sort of afraid of him seeing this. This happened about 10 years ago when I was in college. I was a sophomore, a 19 or 20-year-old female, and I was very naive. The college I went to was a religious school. This is partly why this problem continued as long as it did. The school had several rules that students had to follow. The rules important to the story are no drinking on campus. You can only visit the opposite sex in their room during visitation hours. And during that visitation, the door had to be left open. I was not an unattractive girl, and I caught the attention of a guy who shared the same major as I did. This means we had a lot of classes together. He introduced himself to me as Andy, and we began talking. He was very tall, about 6'4", and quite heavy, around 300 pounds. He showed romantic interest in me, but I wasn't attracted to him and told him this whenever he brought it up. He would immediately backtrack and say how happy he was being my friend, and that he didn't mind that I didn't care about him romantically. I got along very well with him, and we hung out, just the two of us, frequently. The other people in our class began to expect to see us together, and we became fast friends. Andy had a girlfriend when we first met who attended another school. He broke up with her during the summer break between freshman and sophomore year. But I didn't know the reason for the breakup was that he wanted to start pursuing me more actively. When I came back from summer break, something had changed. Andy became more forward towards me, often making comments about how pretty I was and that I should be with him. I began to feel uncomfortable with the attention and told him this many times. I didn't want to lose him as a friend since he was one of my only few friends. A lot of those friends I met through him, so if I cut him off, I would have almost no one to talk to. Andy would often swing wildly from charming and sweet to insulting and manipulative. He would offer to take me places and help me out with things, then say that I owed him so much in return. He would say that we were so close and we should just date since we were already practically together all the time. Alcohol made him the worst. I tried to avoid drinking with him, but it did happen occasionally, either off campus or secretly in the dorm room. He sometimes used my past relationships to manipulate me into feeling guilty. As a religious person, I had committed the sin of sleeping with 2 guys I had dated before meeting Andy. He brought this up a lot, implying that I was damaged goods because of this. He at one point told me, "I'm the best man you could possibly get because of your past." Eventually, I caved and told him that I would date him just to see if there were any feelings there at all. This, of course, made him ecstatic, but it also made him extremely overprotective and jealous of any attention I received from other guys. He would call and text me constantly, and if I didn't pick up the first time, he would call me until I did. He constantly questioned where I was going and would follow me if possible. I worked for the college as a short-order cook at their late-night grill, and Andy would wait for me to get off work almost every night. He would sit at one of the tables for hours, just waiting for me to finish my shift. It began to creep me out, but I told myself he was just an overprotective boyfriend. We did eventually have sex, but I was still not physically attracted to Andy, and I was essentially waiting for him to finish every time. He made me feel like it was a necessary part of a relationship, and that because I slept with my exes, I needed to sleep with him too. Despite this, I did enjoy his company and our conversations when he wasn't being possessive. We tried being in a relationship for 2 months until Christmas break. When I went home, I had a chance to clear my head and talk to my family about the situation. My mom seemed especially uncomfortable with how often Andy contacted me, and it got worse while we were apart. He got a hold of my family's Facebook pages and phone numbers, and would call and message them whenever I didn't answer his calls or texts right away. He called me up to 10 times a day, and I had hundreds of texts from him. This was a time when you had to pay for a certain number of texts per month, and no matter how many times I told him he was using up all my texts, he would still text me. I honestly couldn't afford this relationship anymore. After thinking long and hard about it, I called him. I told him how I felt, and that this relationship wasn't working. I said the cliché phrase, "I still want to be friends," and I genuinely meant it. Andy flipped out. He began calling and messaging me more frequently than before, at all hours of the day and night. His messages ranged wildly from, "You broke my heart, please come back," to, "How dare you, you stupid bitch, I deserve better than you," and then back again. I had no clue what to do. I dreaded returning to school. When the day finally came and I went back to campus, Andy stalked me. He would freak out on me for no reason, curse at me and call me names, then apologize profusely. His attitude would change frequently, sometimes the next day, sometimes even the next hour. He still waited for me outside of my work. He still followed me back to my dorm. He still walked with my group of friends to and from class. When they were around, he would pretend to want to be friends, then wait until we were alone to start an argument. He would push me or step on the back of my heels when I was walking and mock me. When I complained, he would say he was just joking. I didn't realize at the time that these were warning signs, and I was too naive to pick up on them. I told him I thought we needed to spend more time apart, and that worked for a short while. Andy eventually seemed to even out, and a few weeks later invited me to his dorm room to play video games as a peace offering. When I arrived, he snuck me in the back way so he didn't have to leave the door open. He offered me a drink. This made me nervous, but I was an underage college student, so I didn't turn down an alcoholic beverage. Everything seemed to be going all right. We were getting along and joking around, so I got more comfortable. I had another drink, and quickly after, I started to feel exceedingly tired and had trouble standing. I don't know if Andy was topping off my drink when I wasn't looking or, God forbid, put something in my drink, but there was no way I was leaving that room that night. Andy became very accommodating and arranged for me to crash on his couch. I agreed, but I could tell something wasn't right. So I told him in a drowsy voice, slurring my words, that under no uncertain terms would he try anything sexual. He laughed it off but agreed. The last thing I remember is curling up on the couch and falling asleep. I don't need to tell you what happened that night while I was passed out. The next morning, when I found out, I was horrified. I yelled at Andy, who laughed it off as something funny and said I brought it on myself by drinking. Then he laughed again. I went to my dorm room across campus, crawled into bed, and cried. I skipped classes that day and stayed in my room the whole time. I called out of work. I didn't want to do anything or see anyone. I didn't want to tell anyone what happened. At some point during the afternoon, Andy tried to sneak into my room. I freaked out, yelling at him to get out. He apologized and said he wanted to drop some things off and didn't think I'd be there. He had a hot water bottle and some flowers. How sweet. Not. He kind of threw them in my room and shut the door as I yelled at him to leave me alone. A couple of months went by. Andy still followed me sometimes, but I told him to back off. He still messaged me, but I mostly ignored him. He followed me off campus on multiple occasions, and I learned that he had been following me around for quite some time. I began to develop anxiety about seeing him everywhere and went to the campus doctor. I explained parts of the story to him, and he gave me some Xanax and antidepressants to help with my paranoia. I tried my best to function, but my grades suffered, and so did my friendships. By this point, I had maybe 3 friends left who didn't think I was a horrible person who led Andy on, then dumped him and broke his heart. The last straw for me was when Andy crashed my birthday party. Apparently, he asked one of my friends if he could help plan it, but she didn't know that we weren't speaking, so she agreed. He showed up to the park where it was being held, drank all the alcohol, and then began telling my few remaining friends how much of a bitch I was. He called me a whore. He told them that I led him on and broke his heart, and the entire evening was ruined. Unfortunately, he was too drunk to drive himself home, so I was nominated to bring him back by driving his car. I mentioned that I didn't want to go by myself, so my friend offered to ride with me to help carry him to his dorm room. But immediately after that, she left. She left me alone with him in his dorm room, even though I told her I was extremely uncomfortable being alone with him. She knew some of what happened, but I think she figured I was being dramatic or exaggerating. Immediately after she left, Andy wasn't that drunk anymore. He turned hostile and threatening. He told me that if I didn't stay with him, he would hurt himself and pulled out a pair of scissors. He held the blade to his wrist, and I took a step back. I didn't know what to do, so I simply said he shouldn't hurt himself, but that I really wanted to leave. I backed up slowly and went to the door, but he jumped up, dropped the scissors, thank God, and grabbed my wrist. He yanked me back from the doorway and twisted my arm behind my back until I cried out. Then he threw me against the wall, face first, slammed the door shut, and locked it. He picked me up. I'm fairly tall, but he's close to 6'4", and big. He tossed me onto his bed. I was terrified, but told him if he didn't let me go, I would scream. He covered my mouth with his hand and told me if I screamed, I would get in trouble for violating visitation. I had already gotten in trouble for that once before, and there was a risk of being expelled if I got caught again. He said he would let me get up if I promised to stay in the room with him. I tried to seem calm and relaxed, but inside, I was scared for my life. I thought if I stayed, he would try to assault me again or worse. I agreed to stay with him, and he let me up off the bed. I sat up, and with all the strength I could muster, smiled. I said I'd be okay hanging out with him, but I really had to use the restroom. He agreed, but told me not to take long. He said he would be waiting outside the door. The dorm bathroom was actually a shared bathroom between 2 dorm rooms. In Andy's room, there was a door to the right that led to the bathroom. Then if you walked through the bathroom, there was another door on the opposite side that led to another dorm room. Both bathroom doors could be locked from the inside to prevent someone from one dorm from using the bathroom to access the other dorm room. I went into the bathroom and closed Andy's door, then prayed that the guys living in the next dorm room had left their bathroom door unlocked. I walked to the other side and tried the doorknob. Miraculously, it turned, and I opened the door into a room with two very surprised guys. I apologized and mumbled that I just needed to get out of there, then turned to leave. They both stared at me as I ran out the front door. I left that residence hall and ran all the way across campus to my dorm. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me and someone shouting my name. My heart sank. It was Andy. I panicked, but the entrance to my dorm room was directly ahead of me. I picked up the pace, and Andy followed close behind. He was gaining on me, and it had been ages since I last ran. I'm the perfect example of, if I'm running, you better run too, because something is chasing me. I could see the entrance of the dorm. I had my key out and grabbed the door handle of the first set of doors. There were two sets of doors that led into my residence hall. The first one was always unlocked, but the second one needed a key. When I got inside the first doors, Andy caught up to me and grabbed me by the arm. He tried to use his weight to pull me back from the second set of doors and out of the entrance. I fought with everything I had, yelling at him to let me go the whole time. I saw through the dorm window that people were inside the foyer. If I could just get their attention, I could get one of them to open the door. I finally managed to get close enough to the second set of doors to knock. The instant I knocked on the door, Andy let me go. He walked away quickly, letting a few choice curse words fly in my direction before dragging himself back in the direction he came from. When a guy from inside opened the door, he saw a girl who was out of breath and on the verge of tears. He asked if I was okay, and I said I think so, then waved him away. I ran to my dorm room and locked the door immediately. The very next day, I contacted my RA about the situation. I showed her some of the messages Andy sent me and explained that he had broken visitation by coming into my dorm to drop stuff off for me and that he had just chased me across campus. She was immediately concerned and contacted the Dean of Discipline. They instituted a ban on Andy being allowed to enter my dorm and told him to stay away from me and not contact me anymore. It took him a long time to even begin to comply. I should have gone to the police, but when I met the Dean of Discipline, he strongly encouraged me to keep everything in-house. He said we are a family, and we will deal with this internally like a family should. I didn't learn this until years later, but this is an attitude of many colleges when dealing with victims of stalking and assault. Eventually, over the next summer, I told my mother most of the details of what happened, and she cried with me. She was extremely supportive and drove me 5 hours to the police department in the town where the college is located so I could file a report. They basically said that since it had been so long since the assault, there wasn't much they could do, but I could try to get a restraining order. I followed their directions and was able to get a restraining order against Andy. He violated the order several times and ended up going back to court. The court put so many restrictions on him that he ended up having to transfer to another college while I finished my degree. When I graduated, I got out of there and never looked back. I returned to my hometown, moved back in with my family, and got a decent job. I've dealt with anxiety, depression, and extreme paranoia since then, and for a while, I was terrified that he would find me again and finish what he started. I got a firearm card and bought a handgun that I keep under my nightstand for protection. I never had to use it outside of practicing at a range, fortunately. I eventually found a fantastic guy who is amazing, sweet, kind, and very understanding of my past. He is also super handsome, I might add. We are now married, and I have never been happier. I'm so glad I got out of that situation. Many women aren't as lucky. Andy, let's never meet again because if you try to hurt me, I'll probably be armed. This happened a few years ago. I was dating this guy I'll call John. We had been together for about 2 months, and I thought everything was fine. But after 3 months, John started showing up during my class breaks and after my classes ended. To some people it might seem sweet, but to me it was really creepy. I never gave him any details about my classes or my timetable. Things started to get worse. He became demanding and possessive. I couldn't take it anymore, so I broke up with him. What happened after that really scared me. I started receiving gifts in my mailbox with notes saying I belonged to him and only him. I never gave him my address. He even waited outside my classes and in public places for me. Luckily, a friend who knew about the issue often saved me. One night, I had a late class, so I had to go home alone. I guess he was stalking me because when I reached the elevator, someone grabbed me really hard. I got a bruise on my wrist. I didn't need to think twice to know it was him. He started shouting at me about how I avoided him and called me a slut for hanging out with my guy friends. I was terrified. Luckily, my brother was on his way back home and saw what was happening. He came running, and John ran away. I started crying when my brother hugged me. I have never felt so grateful in my life. Thank goodness I have an older brother. I made my brother promise not to tell our parents because I didn't want them to worry about me. After that day, my brother started fetching me home daily, and John never appeared again. Maybe this isn't terrifying to some of you, but it was really traumatizing for me. Even now, the idea of going home alone still terrifies me. Reading through some of the stories here made me think of a strange one I heard from an ex-girlfriend a few years ago. I can't recall exactly what brought it up, but I think it was when she was too scared to grab something from under the bed one night. It puzzled me until she shared why. Her cousin, who she was really close with, came home late one evening and found the front door wide open. It freaked her out, but after searching the house and not finding anything missing, she chalked it up to forgetting to lock the door. The following night, her cousin was chilling in her room, doing whatever it is young girls do, when her cat started acting weird. It was lying on the floor, hissing loudly. No matter how much she tried to calm it down, the cat wouldn't stop, focusing all its aggression on the space beneath the bed. Curious and a bit annoyed, she got down on all fours to see what was going on. To her horror, there was a man lying under her bed facing her, clutching a sharp knife, his eyes locked onto hers. She screamed louder than she ever had before and dashed out of her room, scooping up her cat as she ran. Her parents rushed over, and she hysterically explained there was a guy with a knife hiding under her bed. Her dad slammed the bedroom door shut, trying to keep the intruder trapped inside while they called the cops. Unfortunately, the man managed to overpower her dad, flinging the door open and bolting out of the house before anyone could stop him. Luckily, no one got hurt, but they never caught the guy. Ever since hearing that, I've been grateful that my bed is too low to the ground for anyone to hide under it. I'm a 32-year-old woman, and I want to tell you about my ex-friend, a 34-year-old guy. Let's call him Dan. I first met him in junior high through a mutual friend. From the start, I could tell Dan had a bit of a crush on me, but we never got really close, and he never acted on it, so I just shrugged it off. Jump ahead to a few years back, we reconnected over our shared love for watching local soccer matches. I had moved to a nearby city for college while Dan stayed in our small hometown, a good 5 hours away. During that time, Dan got married to a sweet woman who I met a few times. Once they even visited me in the city. Every summer we'd catch a couple of baseball games together. One year, we decided to take a trip to a nearby city, about 3 hours from where I lived, to catch a soccer match on the road. We made the drive, enjoyed the game, did a bit of sightseeing, and then headed back to my place late that night. Dan crashed on my sofa and left the following morning. This is where things start to get weird. While we were driving back, I had offered to take the wheel if he felt tired, but he insisted on driving the whole way. Later, he admitted that there were a few moments when things got a little sketchy on the road, but he didn't say anything to me at the time and just kept driving. I noticed that he was tailgating the whole way, riding really close to the cars in front of us. Needless to say, I started feeling really uneasy whenever I was in his car. A few days after our trip, I shared a picture of a casserole I made on Instagram. Out of nowhere, Dan messaged me through 3 different platforms: Facebook, Insta, and text, saying he'd love to come over for dinner and could be there in no time. Mind you, there's still a 5-hour drive between us. Plus, I knew his marriage was on the rocks. His wife had been in a serious car crash before they met, and she was still dealing with the aftermath. She had good days and bad ones, and Dan had mentioned that this put a strain on their relationship. Knowing all this, and considering I always had a hunch he might have feelings for me, I decided to set some boundaries and asked him to give me some space. Unsurprisingly, Dan ignored my request. I ended up posting a warning on Facebook for our mutual friends about his odd behavior and blocked him everywhere. I also told him directly to stop contacting me. Since then, I've moved, and Dan has no clue where I live now. I've made sure to tell my friends not to share my new address with him, and they've all been supportive, admitting they've noticed some weird changes in him too. A few years passed, and I thought I was in the clear. But then, out of nowhere, Dan tagged me in a year-in-review post where he included a photo of himself burning the book I'd written. The kicker? He did this from a brand new account I hadn't blocked yet because I didn't even know it existed. I blocked that one too, and posted another update for my friends, who were quick to offer support and advice. Since Dan hasn't made any direct threats or tried to physically stalk me, I can't really take legal action against him. But the joke's on him anyway. He already paid for my book, and there are still hundreds of copies out there in the world. Plus, all the original files are safe on my and my publisher's computers. This tale I'm about to share with you took place over about 4 or 7 years. Names, of course, have been changed. It all started when I was in college and met this guy named Mark. He was charismatic, well-spoken, and carried himself with a certain confidence. Most people were drawn to him immediately, though I found him a bit intimidating. At the time, I was an 18-year-old out-of-shape kid with a tendency to act out just to get noticed. I'd wear outrageous outfits to class or crack jokes at the professor's expense, all in a bid for attention. I was that guy, the one who people didn't exactly hate but weren't keen to hang out with because I could be too much sometimes. It did nothing to help my already low self-esteem, but I didn't realize that until much later. Mark and I didn't hit it off right away, mainly because I got pretty drunk at a party once, and he decided on the spot that I was annoying. Despite that, we were civil to each other since we were in the same department and had a few classes together. Our social circles didn't overlap much either, even within our department. Mark had recently been discharged from the military boot camp. He told everyone it was due to an injury that made him unfit for service, but that wasn't the real reason, which I'll get to later. Fast forward about 5 months after I first met Mark, and our mutual friend Kevin invited me to a small gathering at his place. Kevin was Mark's roommate. I told Kevin that I felt like Mark didn't like me much, to which he replied that I was right. But he wanted us to get to know each other better because he was convinced we'd become friends if we just gave it a shot. After some persuading, I agreed to go. When I got to Kevin's place, there were only a handful of people from our department there. It was a laid-back atmosphere. There was some booze going around, and while I had a few drinks, I kept my distance from Mark. After a few hours and quite a few beers, I was feeling pretty good. Someone pulled out a couple of joints, and soon they were being passed around. When one came my way, Mark spoke up. "Don't bother giving it to him. He's too much of a goody-goody." I wasn't sure why he said that, or even thought it. Maybe it was because I'd mentioned in passing that I'd never tried weed before. Whatever the reason, it ticked me off that he was mocking me. So, I did what any 19-year-old drunk guy would do. I grabbed the joint and took the biggest hit I could manage. Now, anyone who's ever smoked weed knows that's a bad idea if it's your first time and you're dealing with strong stuff. After a coughing fit and laughter at my expense, I shot Mark a defiant look. He just nodded in my direction before continuing his conversation. No one had warned me not to mix alcohol with weed, and if I'd stopped there, I would have been fine. But I kept drinking, which made all the effects of being high even worse. By the time I realized I was high, I started to freak out. My mouth felt dry, my tongue seemed to swell, and my throat felt like it was closing up. The weightless feeling that sometimes comes with being high made me feel like I wasn't even touching the ground anymore. The way time seemed to stretch out made me feel like I was frozen in place. I started to panic. By this point, everyone else had left, and it was just me, Mark, and Kevin. I told Kevin I thought I was having an allergic reaction to the weed because something didn't feel right. Oddly enough, Mark asked me to explain what I was experiencing. When I did, he calmly walked me through everything, helping me relax. Once I'd calmed down, he handed me a controller, and we played video games until I was sober enough to drive home. It was actually really cool of him, and it marked the beginning of one of the best friendships I'd ever had. Until it turned into the worst, most toxic relationship. Over the next year or so, Mark and I grew really close. I considered him one of my best friends. Being around him was almost addictive. He had this way of making you feel important. Now, looking back, I realize he was a complete sociopath, but you don't notice those things until it's too late. He pressured me into working out with him, which boosted my energy and self-confidence. I got into decent shape, not ripped, but definitely no longer the fat kid. He'd come over and drag me out of the house to do stuff. Before we became friends, I was a bit of a loner and a homebody. We'd go to the beach, mess around, or go hiking, basically anything outdoorsy. For the first time in years, I felt good about myself and was genuinely happy. Then there was Emily. Emily was the love of my life, the one that slipped through my fingers. Or rather, the one I foolishly let go twice during our 4-year relationship, because I was scared. She's not a huge part of this story about Mark, but she played a role. She had come to my city to attend school and had a boyfriend back home. But we clicked immediately. And before you ask, no, we didn't hook up or anything while she was with him. She made her interest in me clear, and I made it clear that nothing would happen while she was seeing someone else. She told me she was thinking about breaking up with him because he was controlling and kind of a jerk. The next day, she walked up to me and kissed me full on the mouth. When I started to pull away, she laughed and said, "I broke up with Alex last night. You're mine now." I grinned, and just like that, we were together. Sorry for the detour. This part doesn't have much to do with Mark, but it was such a happy time in my life, and I would never have had the confidence to pursue someone like Emily if it weren't for Mark. The year after Emily and I got together was pretty uneventful. I'll admit there were some warning signs with Mark that I either didn't see or chose to ignore. Looking back now, one of the most glaring was the day Mark showed up while I was hanging out with Emily. She'd always gotten a bad vibe from him, and rightly so when he arrived, she left for class about 45 minutes early. As she walked away, Mark said, "I could steal her from you if I wanted to." I gave him a startled look, my heart racing at the thought that my friend might actually want to and could take Emily away from me. He laughed at my expression and added, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in her. She's a 6 at best. She's good enough for you, but I prefer my girls thinner and a lot hotter. I just wanted you to know that if I wanted to, I could take her." It's worth noting that Emily was slender, though curvy, and absolutely stunning in a classic way. I'm not convinced Mark was actually attracted to her. I think he just saw himself as an alpha and needed to assert his dominance over me, one of his perceived betas. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but it worked. I got upset and told him not to speak about my girlfriend like that, but after he mumbled a half-hearted apology, I just let it slide. Over the next year, more red flags popped up, but I kept ignoring them. I know it seems like this story is speeding up now, but those first few years weren't all bad. Sure, Mark was starting to show his true nature, but the really awful stuff hadn't happened yet. Also, just to clarify, I was in a 2-year college for almost 4 years. That's how long it took me to get my associate's degree, not that it really matters. Mark started dating a freshman in our department. I heard from others that the relationship was really toxic, with Mark being emotionally abusive, but I brushed it off. The girl he was seeing hadn't spoken up, and I figured Mark was a good guy, right? I hadn't seen anything myself. I convinced myself that people were just misinterpreting Mark's strange sense of humor, painting him in a bad light. I didn't realize back then that the girl wouldn't speak out because that's what emotional abuse is. Manipulating someone into thinking they deserve the treatment they're getting, making them feel worthless. At the end-of-year department party, I proposed to Emily, and she said yes. When Emily and I graduated with our associate's degrees, we decided to transfer to another school together. Our relationship grew stronger without Mark's influence, but I still felt some strange pull toward him, like I was stuck under his spell. The school we chose turned out to be terrible, so after a year, we decided to transfer again to a better, cheaper college about an hour away. Coincidentally, it was the same school Mark had transferred to. That summer, Emily moved back to her hometown to transition between schools, and I ended things with her for the first time, over the phone. It was a jerk move, I know, but we were 5 hours apart since I stayed behind to live on campus and work, and we just couldn't find time to see each other. My only excuse was that I got scared of the commitment. I always said that when I got married, I wanted it to be forever. I started overthinking and wondered if Emily was really the one I wanted to spend my life with. When I moved to the new city, Mark helped me find an apartment in the same complex where he and Kevin, the friend from earlier, both lived. We were in different buildings, but the courtyard between them was only about 30 feet wide. I could actually see into Mark's basement apartment window from my second-floor place when our blinds were open. Sometimes I'd glance out while playing video games or something, and Mark would catch my eye and wave me over. I'd immediately shut off my game and head over to his place to smoke some weed and watch one of his 4 DVDs for the millionth time. During this period, I became a heavy drinker. I'm pretty sure Mark noticed what was happening, but didn't say anything, because he wanted to hold it over me later. He probably even encouraged my drinking a bit. He started using the same pushy tactics he used to get me to work out, but this time to drag me out drinking. If I told him I had an early class or needed to finish homework, he'd brush it off, saying we'd be back in plenty of time for me to get stuff done or get some sleep. We'd often stay out until 2 a.m. when the bars closed, or later if I met someone cool and decided to hang out at their place afterward. If I said I didn't have the money, Mark would promise to cover me. But at the end of the night, I'd get a bill I could barely afford, and he'd explain that he only meant he'd pay for the first couple of rounds. If I drank more, that was on me. Several times I had to borrow money from him to pay rent, which only tightened his grip on me. Let me take a quick break to address the obvious. I know all these problems were my own doing. I could have controlled my drinking, said no when Mark asked me to go out, or realized sooner that he wasn't going to pay my tab or get me home early. I take full responsibility for that. But something you need to understand about Mark is that he was a master manipulator. He made me feel like a terrible friend if I ever told him no, even when I had a perfectly valid reason to refuse. The point of sharing this part of the story is to highlight that Mark was never the good friend I thought he was. A real friend would have pointed out that I was drinking too much. Would it have stopped me? Probably not, as I know from other friends who tried to intervene. But at least in hindsight, I could have said, you know, Mark tried to help me. He was a good friend. But that's not the case. Anyway, back to the story. A few months after moving to the new city, Mark introduced me to a friend of his from out of town, Jessica. She was a stunning woman with dyed red hair and a pixie cut, thin but athletic, with a face that could stop traffic. She was basically every straight guy's dream. On top of that, she was smart, funny, quick-witted, compassionate, and kind. I quickly developed a crush on her but figured she was way out of my league. Still, I asked Mark if she was seeing anyone, because by then, I had a bit of confidence. He told me she wasn't and asked if I liked her. I admitted that I did, and he assured me he'd try to find out how she felt about me. A few days later, I found out Mark was now dating her. It threw me for a loop because when he introduced us, they'd kept joking about how they weren't interested in each other and would never work as a couple. Even then, I had a nagging feeling that Mark had used his psychological tricks to get her to date him, just to assert his dominance over me again. But I shrugged it off, happy that Mark had found someone to take his mind off that freshman he dated years ago. He'd never stopped whining about missing her after she finally told him to get lost one night when he called her fat. She couldn't have weighed more than 95 pounds soaking wet. Over the next few weeks, I noticed that Jessica was looking more and more tired and worn out. When I asked if she was okay, she'd just smile and say her workout routine was wearing her down. We'd started becoming friends, so I told her not to hesitate to come to me if she ever needed anything. She thanked me for the offer, but assured me she was fine. I later found out that Mark was treating her the same way he'd treated his ex, emotionally tearing her down. Apparently, Jessica told Mark about my offer to help, thinking it was sweet of me. And as you can probably guess, Mark lost his mind. I'd never seen him so furious. He stormed into my apartment, banging on the door like he was going to break it down, yelling at me to get my backstabbing ass out in the hallway so he could kill me. I didn't know it at the time, but Mark had just started taking steroids, which partly explained his irrational rage. After nearly an hour of him pacing my living room, threatening me, and yelling loud enough to wake the whole neighborhood, I finally managed to convince him that I had no romantic intentions toward Jessica. The bro code dictated that even if they broke up, I wouldn't go after her because she had dated one of my best friends. Once he believed I wasn't trying to steal his girl, his words, not mine. It was like a switch flipped. Suddenly, we were best friends again, and his earlier anger was forgotten, like it had never even happened. Mark broke things off with Jessica soon after. My guess is, once he realized I no longer had any interest in her, he couldn't use their relationship to manipulate me anymore. I only saw her a few more times after that, but the last time I did, she seemed a lot happier. Another red flag about Mark that I either missed or chose to ignore. About a month after the breakup, Emily and I got back together. She was understandably cautious and distant with me at first. I'd hurt her badly for no real reason other than my own stupidity. Over time, she started to trust me again, opening up more emotionally. That was a mistake on her part, and I hate to admit it, but I may have picked up some of Mark's manipulative tendencies. I'm deeply ashamed of how I treated her during our second time together. Even though Emily and I were back together, she still felt uneasy around Mark. She'd often leave if he showed up while we were hanging out. He never seemed to notice or care that she didn't want to be around him. Things took a turn for the worse when we went to a house party one night, and Mark groped her. I'm embarrassed to admit that when she came to me, furious and upset, I didn't immediately believe her. The first thing I said was, "Mark wouldn't do that. Maybe you misunderstood what happened. He smacks my ass and grabs my chest sometimes as a joke. All right, I'll go talk to him." I should have cut ties with him right then and there. I should have taken Emily home, confronted Mark, and knocked him out. But I've always been a people pleaser, and Mark brought that out in me in the worst way. When I confronted Mark, he said he had grabbed Emily's waist to squeeze by her in the crowded kitchen and accidentally brushed against her chest while reaching for a bottle. And I believed him. I went back to Emily and repeated what he told me. After more tears and yelling, she finally just laughed in disbelief. I still can't understand why she didn't dump my sorry, enabling ass right then. But she didn't. When Mark showed up a few minutes later, I explained the situation to him. He put on this fake sympathetic face and then laughed it off, saying, "Man, forget her. Let's find you a hot, drunk chick who'll give you a blowjob." Even then, I knew that was a huge red flag, and I definitely didn't hook up with anyone that night, but I ignored the signs yet again. Emily didn't talk to me for a week, and honestly, she should have cut me off completely. Over the next few months, things were strained between Mark and me, and we didn't hang out as much. Emily and I started doing better now that Mark wasn't around as much, and we even talked about moving in together. But that never happened because I was already thinking about ending things again. I didn't know why at the time, but deep down, I knew it was coming. When I finally broke up with her, there were no tears like last time. No begging to make it work. Emily just looked at me with this cold, emotionless stare and said, "My sister told me not to trust you again. I should have listened. Get your stuff and get out." I wish she'd left it at that, but over the next few years, we ended up in this weird friends with benefits situation. We both knew what the other wanted in bed, and I think we just found comfort in each other when we were lonely. I went along with it, even though I knew there were no real feelings on her side anymore. It was just sex. We never got back together, but we did become a kind of half-assed version of friends for a while. After the breakup, I fell into a deep depression. I didn't realize at the time that it was because I was still in love with Emily. I mean, I was the one who ended things, right? But regardless, I started drinking more and stopped working out. I began gaining back all the weight I'd lost during my first year of college, and Mark noticed. He called me a fat slob, but I didn't mind it much because I was used to being the butt of every joke about my weight. Besides, he always said it with a laugh, like we were just two friends ribbing each other, right? Around this time, I started hanging out with him again. One day, Mark asked if I wanted to move into a house with him. I politely declined because I liked living alone, and my rent was pretty cheap for where I was. He called me a coward and got irrationally angry, saying I owed him everything. He spent the next hour and a half screaming at me. We didn't talk for 3 days, but when he finally calmed down, he never apologized for his outburst. When he did move out, another friend of ours who had just gone through a breakup took his apartment. I started hanging out with this new friend, Jake, a lot since he was just across the courtyard, and Mark had moved a couple of miles away. During this time, I met someone through Jake, who would go on to become one of the best friends I've ever had, Nick. Remember the friend I mentioned who regularly tried to get me to stop drinking? That's Nick. He was, and still is, the one person I never wanted to disappoint. Even now, being mostly sober, a big part of what keeps me from drinking is the thought of how ashamed I'd be if Nick found out. To me, that's the mark of a true friend. Someone who never asks for or expects that kind of loyalty but gets it anyway. I think Nick was a little uncomfortable with it, but it wasn't something I could just turn off. Nick and I hit it off pretty quickly and started hanging out regularly. It was with Nick and his circle of friends, all of whom I now proudly call my own, that we started a Dungeons & Dragons group that lasted nearly 5 years. Nick will play a bigger part in this story later. Things continued like this for maybe 6 months before I finally decided to take Mark up on his offer and move into his house with him. Mostly because money was tight and my bills would be lower if I did. His current roommates had moved out for whatever reason, and he had a couple of vacancies. I took one room, and a friend of his from boot camp, Ryan, took the other. For a while, things were great. Mark had apparently found religion. He'd become Catholic and had given up the drugs. It felt like I had my old friend back from those early days when we first started hanging out. Mark, Ryan, and I often took road trips, hit up bars, or explored outdoor spots around the city. Remember when I mentioned Mark was discharged from the military due to an injury? Well, that wasn't the truth at all. One night, while Mark was working, Ryan and I were hanging out having a few beers when the topic came up. "You know he's nuts, right?" Ryan asked. "What do you mean?" I replied. "He got kicked out before finishing boot camp." I was surprised and told Ryan that Mark had claimed it was due to some injury. Ryan gave me a look of disbelief before explaining that Mark had been overheard by a commanding officer talking about killing his then-wife, her supposed lover, and even their daughter after boot camp. They had given him a psychological evaluation and discharged him for being too unstable, even for the military. I later confirmed this with some of Mark's childhood friends. By then, I was starting to see Mark for who he really was, but I was still too loyal to let go of the idea that he was a good friend. One time, I invited Nick over to play video games, and when Mark met him, the first thing he did was call him fat. Nick was a big guy at the time, but he'd been working hard to get in shape. Shout out to Nick, if you're reading this, you look great now, regardless. I remember the look of disbelief on Nick's face, but I brushed it off, telling him that was just how Mark made friends. If he wasn't calling you names, it meant he didn't like you. Can we all agree to stop this behavior? Treating people like crap to break the ice is a terrible habit. I've done it in the past, and I hate that I ever did. Anyway, not the point. I could tell Nick was skeptical, but he let it slide. I think he resented me for not standing up for him, though he never said anything. I wouldn't blame him if he did. A few weeks after my conversation with Ryan, Mark had a friend from out of town stay with us for the weekend. Ryan was away on a work trip or something. I forget the details. Before his friend arrived, Mark told me she was fat but cute, and that if I wanted to hook up with her, he'd give his blessing. That rubbed me the wrong way. Not just because of how he described her, which turned out to be completely false, but because he felt the need to give permission for two of his friends to sleep together. I kept quiet, though. I don't remember her name, but she was a very attractive woman. She was curvy, but nowhere near fat. I couldn't understand why Mark would describe her that way. We got along really well from the start. That night, she and Mark ended up sleeping together. I'm pretty sure he did it just because he knew I liked her. I wasn't desperate to start a relationship with her, but I did have a bit of a crush, and once again, Mark asserted his dominance over me. The next day, we all went to lunch at a local spot, and Mark basically left his friend with me to drive his car back to the house while he went off to do who knows what. I was pissed. Not just because he ditched us, but because this woman had come all this way to visit him, and he just bailed for no good reason. She and I spent the day watching movies and playing video games. We talked a lot about Mark, as he was our common link, and she revealed a bunch of stuff about him that I won't get into here. Otherwise, I'd be typing this for weeks. I texted Mark multiple times throughout the day, asking where he was. He didn't respond until about midnight when I sent a message saying it was shady of him to leave his friend with me when she had come to see him. The text I got back just said, "Mind your own business, fat ass. I'll be home when I'm home." He finally rolled in around 10 the next morning, driving a motorcycle I'd never seen before. As his friend was getting ready to leave, he barely said goodbye to her. Once the door shut, I rounded on him. "Where the hell were you, man?" I asked, feeling my anger rise. "Not that it's any of your business, but I was helping a friend bury a body," he snapped as he walked into his room. I knew instantly he was lying. I had this gut instinct with Mark. I could almost always tell when he was lying, and this one was so ridiculous that I didn't even need to think about it. "No, you weren't," I muttered under my breath. "What was that, fat ass?" he shot back, coming back into the room shirtless and getting in my face. I pushed him away, and he looked completely shocked. He couldn't believe I was standing up to him. "I said you're lying," I repeated, enunciating each word. "But if you want to treat your friend like crap after she drove 4 hours to see you, go ahead." We glared at each other for a few seconds before he deflated and looked almost ashamed, which surprised the hell out of me. "I was with a girl I'm dating," he finally admitted quietly. "So you invited your friend to stay with us, cheated on your girlfriend with her, then ditched us and lied to me about it. Screw you, man. You're a real piece of work," I snapped, storming into my room. I'm pretty sure Mark threw something at me, but he missed because I heard a loud thud against the wall as I walked through the doorway. I didn't stop to check. I didn't see or talk to Mark for a couple of days after that. It wasn't until Ryan came back from his trip that things started to smooth over. Ryan noticed we weren't spending time together and were acting cold toward each other. He ended up yelling at us, saying he wasn't going to live with two idiots who couldn't act like adults. Despite things getting patched up a bit, our relationship was never the same after that. Over the next few months, Mark started selling drugs and always had a loaded gun in the house. I specifically remember him telling me one day that some guy was coming over to pay off a debt, and if he showed up while Mark was at work, I was supposed to take the money, count it, and leave it on his bedroom desk. I didn't know what kind of drugs he was dealing, so I just assumed it was a guy who owed him money. I agreed and went back to playing video games after he left for work. Mark got home from work before the guy showed up, and then there was a knock at the door. Mark came out of his room with the gun in hand and signaled for me to be quiet. He opened the door to a man standing on the porch with a wad of cash in his hand. Mark immediately pointed the gun at the guy's face, cocked the hammer back, and started screaming at him to drop the money and get the hell off his porch. As the guy ran off in terror, Mark yelled after him, saying he'd kill him if he ever saw him again. I was freaked out by what I had just witnessed, but I was even more terrified when Mark turned to me with this huge grin after collecting the money from the porch. I just gave him a weak smile and tried to pretend the whole thing hadn't happened. I found out later that Mark had started using steroids again when all this happened. During that time, he would often come home late, completely wasted, ranting about one group or another. The incident that sticks out the most was when he stumbled in one night so drunk he could barely form a sentence. He was rambling about global conspiracies and how the Chinese were plotting to take over the world. He mumbled something incoherent and then suddenly shouted, "King Ling!" followed by more gibberish, ending with, "fucking our daughters." As soon as he said that, he collapsed on the floor and started crying. I had no idea what to do. I knew if I tried to comfort him, he'd likely turn violent. So I just left him there and went to my room. A few weeks after that lovely episode, Mark and I got into an argument about something trivial that I can't even remember. He stormed off to his room, and I figured that was the end of it. Normally, after some time apart, he would calm down. He never apologized, but at least things would cool off. But this time was different. 10 minutes later, he burst back into the living room with a gun in hand, pointing it straight at my face, yelling that if I didn't start respecting him, he might as well just kill me. "You're not going to shoot me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Inside, I was terrified. I'd been around guns before, but never had one pointed at me. "Yeah? And why's that?" he sneered. "Because I'm one of the few real friends you have left," I replied. He seemed to consider this for a moment before finally lowering the gun. His face was still full of rage, but at least the gun was no longer pointed at me. "Can you move, man?" I asked, trying to keep things normal. I'm trying to watch Netflix." We stood there staring at each other for what felt like an eternity, before he finally turned and stomped back to his room. I didn't see him again for the rest of the night. A few days later, Mark and Ryan asked me to sit down when I got home after my third double shift in a row at the restaurant where I worked. I asked what was up, and they said we needed to talk about me living there. I told them it was fine because I was already planning on moving out. They seemed relieved, and I went to my room to get some much-needed sleep. As a side note, while I was moving out, I accidentally broke the handle off the storm door, and Mark lost it. He started screaming at me, calling me every name under the sun, including some racial slurs. I told him I'd replace it, but he just kept hurling insults. Nick was helping me move at the time, and when we got away from the house, he gave me a look that said it all. "I know," I said. "That's part of the reason I'm leaving." "I didn't say anything," he replied. "You didn't have to," I said. That was when it finally clicked for me. I realized that Mark was nothing but a toxic, manipulative piece of trash. It took someone I hadn't even known that long to give me one look for the puzzle pieces to fall into place. I was done with Mark. After I moved out, I only saw Mark once more. I was coming out of class on campus when he pulled up on his motorcycle and tried to make small talk. I made some excuse about needing to get to work or home and walked away. About a year later, I blocked him on all social media after he commented on one of my Facebook posts, calling my mom the C word. I should have done it sooner. About a year after that, Nick and I were at the mall. We were on a tight schedule and needed to hit different stores, so we split up and planned to meet at the food court. I finished my errands first and was waiting by the Dairy Queen when Nick called me. "What's up?" I asked. "I just saw Mark. He was going into the store I was coming out of," he said. He didn't need to say which Mark. He knew all about the mess I'd gone through with him by that point, though I'm sure some of the stories I'm sharing now would even surprise him. My heart started racing, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I hadn't spoken to Mark in over 2 years, and the thought of running into him now filled me with dread. "Hello? You still there?" Nick asked. "Yeah," I managed to say. "I'll meet you at the car." "That's why I told you. I'll be out in a bit." I practically sprinted to my car and kept praying that Nick would get there soon. My mind raced with thoughts of what I would say or do if Mark showed up. Luckily, I never had to find out because Nick appeared pretty quickly, and we left. That was the last time I heard anything about Mark. The events I've shared in this story aren't everything that happened, of course. There were more incidents during my time with Mark, including more death threats, a physical fight, more verbal abuse, and even an insurance scam Mark tried to rope me into without my knowledge. At this point, you might be wondering why I didn't cut ties with Mark sooner. Why didn't I walk away after the first red flag? Well, there are a few reasons. First and foremost, as I've said, Mark was a psychopath. Psychopaths are incredibly skilled at making people trust them, even while treating them like garbage. Not to mention, he gaslit me into believing that a lot of the smaller incidents were my fault, which made me think the bigger problems were also on me. This is how psychological abusers keep control. Secondly, I'm loyal to a fault. I'll see the good in people I care about, even if they stab me in the back repeatedly. It's a flaw I'm working on. I only started seeing the terrible side of Mark when he treated another friend I cared about like crap. Third, a part of me was genuinely scared to walk away. I was afraid, and sometimes still am, that he'd get it into his head to come after me because I rejected him. This, again, is part of the conditioning that abusers instill in their victims. But regardless, I'm much happier now and relieved that I've put that toxic friendship behind me. I want to end this on an important note. If you're in any kind of relationship and start noticing red flags, don't ignore them like I did. I explained away so many of the red flags that Mark was waving proudly, and I regret it to this day. I was lucky to get out of that toxic friendship with only some psychological scars and a shattered sense of self-worth. But it could have ended much worse. If you need help getting out, seek it immediately. Leave everything behind if you have to. Things can be replaced. You can't. Thanks for reading this, and Mark, wherever you've moved to, I hope I never see or hear from you again. When I was 6, my parents split up. This made my mom move to another small town, chasing a better-paying job since she was on her own now. During the long 10-hour drive to our new home, we made a pit stop in this artsy little town, full of quirky shops and street art. My mom mentioned we were meeting up with an old friend of hers, Patricia. They had reconnected recently after years apart, having been close during their college days. We ended up at this Indian restaurant to have dinner with Patricia. She arrived shortly after we did, and the first thing I noticed was how tall she was, easily over 6 feet. Her wild, curly brown hair had streaks of blonde, and she had these pale blue eyes that almost looked like they were glowing. She was dressed in a mix of bright colors, with feather earrings that swung as she moved, making her look like she belonged in some kind of mosaic artwork. When Patricia reached our table, she greeted my mom with a big hug, then shook my older brother's hand. When she turned to me, I offered my hand, but instead of taking it, she just stared at me with this blank expression, her mouth slightly open. It made me feel really weird for a moment. Then suddenly her face lit up with a huge grin, and she knelt down to give me a tight hug. Dinner went by with them catching up, and afterward, my mom told her in the parking lot, "Just follow us." I didn't realize at the time that Patricia was going to stay with us for a while. She trailed us for the next few hours until we finally arrived at our new home late at night. My brother and I found that a bunk bed had already been set up for us. It was around 11:30 p.m. when we started setting up our sleeping bags, and I quickly claimed the top bunk. Not long after saying goodnight, I drifted off to sleep. But something woke me around 1 a.m. It was the light from the deck, which was just outside our bedroom. I peeked out through the blinds and saw Patricia sitting on the deck, cross-legged, smoking a cigarette. I didn't think much of it and tried to go back to sleep. But then, the light from the window dimmed slightly. I turned my head on the pillow, and there, standing outside, was the silhouette of Patricia. She was just standing there, facing my window. I didn't dare sit up or make a sound. I just kept pretending to be asleep. Her shadow moved away, and then I heard the front door click shut. The light on the patio went out after a few minutes, so I turned to face the wall, trying to go back to sleep. Just as I was drifting off, my bedroom door creaked open. I quickly turned my head, thinking it was my mom, but it wasn't. It was Patricia, dressed in a nightgown. I immediately turned back toward the wall and squeezed my eyes shut. I felt her quietly walk over to my bed. She gently started combing her fingers through the back of my hair, her nails lightly scratching my scalp. I kept my eyes shut tight, barely breathing, hoping she'd think I was still asleep. A soft scent of lavender filled the room as she began rubbing some kind of oil on the back of my neck, massaging the muscles with a weird pinching motion. At first, I was tense, but as the minutes passed, I started to relax. It wasn't long before I drifted back to sleep, feeling strangely at ease. The next morning, I woke up to find my mom already gone for work, and Patricia was waiting for us at the table with cereal. She'd added chocolate chips to my bowl, but not my brother's. My brother and I made some small talk with her. She was all smiles and giggles, trying to make everything seem normal, like this was just another morning. After breakfast, my brother went to set up his PlayStation in his room. I, as usual, was the last to finish eating. Patricia just sat there, watching me closely. When I finally finished, I said, "Thanks," and reached for my bowl to take it to the sink. But she placed her hand on mine and said, "I gave you that neck massage so you wouldn't wet the bed. I know how new places can make that happen." I looked up at her, puzzled, and said, "I've never wet the bed before, but thanks, I guess." She continued giving me those strange neck massages for the next few nights, always using that same lavender oil. After a few days, I told her I felt comfortable and she didn't need to do it anymore. She sighed but agreed, though she seemed a bit disappointed. The next week, I started elementary school, which meant early bedtimes around 8 p.m. My mom and Patricia would stay up late, chatting and drinking wine after my brother and I had gone to bed. I started waiting for them to go to sleep before sneaking to the bathroom at night because my mom didn't like me being up late on school nights. Once everything got quiet around 11 p.m., I'd tiptoe to the bathroom. But soon, I noticed something strange. Every time I got up to use the bathroom, Patricia would be there too. It didn't matter how quietly I moved. As soon as I opened my door, she'd be walking down the hallway toward the bathroom. It became so predictable that I started avoiding the bathroom altogether and sneaking outside to pee from the back door. I just couldn't handle running into her there night after night. This whole thing was starting to really frustrate me, no joke. I began to open my door as quietly as possible, then sprint to the bathroom. For a little while, that seemed to work. But one night, I got up a bit later than usual, around 1 a.m. I was still half asleep, so I wasn't as careful with the noise. As soon as I opened my door, Patricia's door flew open too. She came rushing out into the dimly lit hallway, completely naked, and hurried straight for the bathroom. I was already too far down the hallway to turn back, so I dove behind one of my mom's big plants, crouching with my knees pulled to my chest and my head down. Patricia stormed past me so fast that I felt the air move around me. She stayed in the bathroom for almost an hour with the door cracked open, lights off, and no sound coming from inside. I didn't dare move. I just stayed curled up behind that plant, trying to make myself as small as possible. Eventually, I heard the bathroom door creak open, and then she started pacing up and down the hallway. I stayed hidden until she finally went back to her room. I tried to brush it off as a freak accident, just bad timing. But after that night, it became a pattern. If I made even the slightest noise, creaked a floorboard, opened my door, she would bolt out of her room, naked, and rush down the hall. It was unnerving, to say the least. About a month later, my brother and I were outside, fooling around with some sticks, pretending they were swords. In the middle of our play, he accidentally smacked me in the forehead with his stick, and it started bleeding pretty badly. Patricia saw it happen. I expected her to scold him, maybe even comfort me, but instead, she marched over to my brother and kicked him hard in the head with her boot, knocking him flat on his back. He scrambled up, tears streaming down his face, and ran into the house. Meanwhile, Patricia grabbed me and started rocking me in her arms, shaking so much that it felt like she was vibrating. She kept asking over and over, "Are you hurt? Are you hurt?" Her voice was trembling, almost frantic. Later, my brother told my mom what happened, and that was the last straw. She decided Patricia had to go. On her final day with us, Patricia made sure to have a moment alone with me in the driveway before getting into her car. She knelt down and said, "I hope we meet again in another life. You remind me so much of my husband. Goodbye." Then she started crying, hugging me tightly. After she left, I asked my mom about her husband. Turns out, he was a Marine who had died in Iraq a few years before she moved in with us. My mom mentioned that Patricia often said how much I reminded her of him, almost every day. My mom hasn't spoken to her since, and I never told her about the massages or the other weird stuff. I figured it was better left alone since Patricia was already out of our lives, and bringing it up would just stir things up even more. In 2019, my cousin Kate got involved with a guy named David. They were really close, and by 2021, they were engaged. But then, Kate messed up and cheated on David with a guy named Mike. Trying to fix things, she suggested they all try a polyamorous relationship with Mike. As time passed, though, Mike became an unbearable roommate and boyfriend, so Kate and David knew they had to get rid of him. But that was easier said than done. Kate first asked him to leave, but he flat out refused. Even the landlord wouldn't help since Mike wasn't technically breaking any rules. Desperate, they decided to give him a reason to leave, and that's when I got involved. I'm a pretty laid-back person, but I'm also 6'3" and can be intimidating. I went over and told Mike he had to go. After a tense conversation with the landlord, who Mike had called for backup, Mike was finally handed an eviction notice and kicked out. But Mike wasn't done. He admitted that he was only sticking around for Kate, who would have guessed, and that he wasn't giving up on her. What followed was straight out of a horror movie. He started stalking Kate, following her home, waiting by her car at the grocery store, just being a total creep. And it wasn't just her. He started keeping tabs on everyone in the house, including me. I even caught him watching me in the college parking lot one day. We all agreed something had to be done. That night, I went over to Kate's place and told her what had happened. Kate had reached her limit. We called Mike and told him to get lost, warning him that we'd call the cops if he showed up again. We all went to bed thinking that was the end of it. But man, we were so wrong. It was exactly 6:30 in the morning. I was jolted awake by what sounded like heavy pounding, almost like a drumbeat, shaking the entire house. It didn't take long to realize it was David at the front door trying to break in. He was slamming his fists against the door, desperate to get inside. Knowing how unhinged he was, I had brought a gun over to Kate's house the night before, just in case. I shouted, "If you're ready to die, I'm ready to pull the trigger." That seemed to get through to him. When the cops arrived, they weren't thrilled about my threat, but given the situation, they let it slide. A month later, I was hanging out at Kate's place again, just relaxing and playing some video games. I was thrashing David's character in Mortal Kombat like usual when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I looked up and there he was, staring right at me through the window. My heart nearly stopped. It was like feeling a bug crawling up your neck. The moment he realized I saw him, he took off, but I couldn't shake the feeling for the rest of the night. A few nights ago, I crashed at Kate's place again. I woke up in the middle of the night, my head pounding. I needed some painkillers and maybe a glass of water, so I headed to the kitchen. But when I got there, I froze. David was standing in the dark, holding a huge knife in his hand. His eyes were wide, pupils blown out, and he looked like a wild animal. He muttered, "It's not what it looks like. I'm just here to stab Mike in the face. I love her, and everything was perfect before he came into the picture." Without thinking, I rushed him. Somehow, I managed to knock the knife out of his hand before he bolted out the door. When the police finally caught up with him, they told us they couldn't hold him for long. Apparently, he was still technically a tenant, and the eviction hadn't fully gone through yet. They said we needed to get a restraining order if we wanted to keep him away. So, why am I writing all this down? Honestly, it's the only way I can try to make sense of everything that's happened. I keep telling myself that eventually, he'll slip up and get arrested for good. But as long as he's out there, I can't help but feel this constant fear, for myself and everyone I care about. Sleep doesn't come easy anymore, and I'm always on edge, waiting for the next time he shows up. My closest friend and I grew up in a dull, trying too hard to be cool town in southern Georgia, where we were always the outsiders. We first met back in the 6th grade, when I overheard her talking to someone else about Pokemon, which was pretty much my 12-year-old obsession. We hit it off immediately and became inseparable. Soon, we were spending nearly every weekend together. Sleepovers, birthdays, family events, you name it. We were basically family. She was the first person I told when I realized I was bisexual, and I was the first one she confided in about being trans. Her home life was chaotic, but honestly, mine wasn't much better. We often found solace at each other's houses. Like I said, we became like siblings. Her dad was a heavy drinker, strict, and had a quick temper. Her sister was this snobby girl who quickly became part of the popular crowd when we started high school. And her mom was this wannabe vegan hippie who hadn't quite moved on from the 70s. When I was 24 and she was 23, she crashed at my place for another one of our late-night hangouts after yet another argument with her mom. She had just been fired from her job at Target, and I was about to start my first shift at a local burger joint the next day. The next morning, as I drove her back home, she excitedly told me she was going to apply for delivery jobs since she finally had her own car. I was thrilled for her. It was the first time she was taking charge of something like that on her own. Usually, I was the one nudging her to apply wherever I was working, even though she never stuck around long. My first day on the job went pretty well. My coworkers were friendly and tried to get me to open up more. The manager liked to mess around, trying to get me to use slang I wasn't comfortable with. It wasn't a long shift since it was just training, but I had been up early, nervous about starting my first job in a while. I got home around noon, told some online friends that the day went well, and by 5 p.m., I was ready to crash, exhausted but content. As I was about to crawl into bed, I got a message from her on Discord, venting about yet another fight with her mom and asking if she could come over. By this point, I was starting to get tired of their constant arguments. I had been mending my relationship with my own family and reconnecting with some friends, and I had given her advice countless times on how to handle things better. But in my tired state, I just told her to figure it out on her own and fell asleep. Around 8 p.m., I was jolted awake by her barging into my room, clearly panicked. Still groggy and trying to shake off sleep, I dragged myself to the bathroom to pee, then came back to find her sitting on my bed, rocking back and forth. That's when I noticed she was covered in blood. I asked her what happened. She tells me in a shaky voice that she just saw her mother get stabbed to death by someone. My brain goes into overdrive trying to process what she just said. Deep down, a part of me is screaming that something doesn't add up. Why is she just sitting here, rocking back and forth like that? Why didn't she call the cops right away? But this is my best friend we're talking about. The person I've known for what feels like forever. The one person I've always been able to rely on. I push those doubts aside and go to tell my brother and stepdad. My mom had passed away a year earlier, almost to the day, so we were all in a pretty dark place, barely talking to each other. That's just how we dealt with things, keeping it all bottled up. When I tell them what's going on, they immediately voice the same doubts I had, though they're much more blunt about it. I make excuses that even I don't really believe, and head back to my room, phone in hand. I finally convince her to call the police, and I listen as she describes everything in detail. A man in a black ski mask, she says. When the police show up, she's adamant that it was probably her dad. They send officers to her house to check the scene and take her statement. I ride with her in the back of the squad car to the police station. It's around 3 a.m. by the time her sister and dad are brought in for questioning. I have work in a few hours, so I ask one of the officers to take me home. It takes forever for me to fall asleep. The next day at work, I'm quieter than usual until my manager notices something's off and asks me what happened. I tell him everything, but decide to stick it out for the rest of my shift. When I get home, my brother tells me she confessed. Her mom had threatened to kick her out because she couldn't hold down a job, and in a fit of rage, she grabbed a kitchen knife and just snapped. My mind goes blank, like a computer freezing, and I turn back to my screen. I was in a voice chat at the time, and all I could manage to say was, "My best friend just admitted to killing her mom." Then I hung up and just laid on my bed, staring at the ceiling. Her trial started on the 10th of this month. I don't know how it ended, but my grandma told me she took a plea deal, life in prison, instead of the death penalty. Part of me wants to scream at the world for taking away such a kind, caring woman. But a bigger part of me is just relieved she's facing the consequences. Emily, you were my best friend, my sister, my ride or die. But please, let's never meet again. Hey Reddit, I gotta share this crazy story with you all. First off, I want to be clear. I was super clueless when I was younger. Like, really clueless. My ex never hit me, but he messed with my head big time. For 6 years he played mind games, twisted things around, and did some pretty messed up stuff to control me. I kept forgiving him, because I thought he cared about me, and I felt like I belonged to him since we'd been together so long and I had his ring. I was 19 when I finally got out of there. But then he started sending me messages everywhere. Facebook, texts, emails, even from random apps. Always the same thing. I'm still here. Every single month like clockwork. Same time, same day, same words. This went on for 8 freaking years, and I couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't technically breaking any laws, so no one would help. I just kept blocking each new account and tried to move on with my life. About 6 weeks ago, the messages suddenly stopped. I'm pretty sure I know why. I got engaged to this awesome guy and posted about it online. The same day my ex sent his last message. It's like magic. The messages just vanished. I think in his warped mind, I'm not his anymore because I'm gonna marry someone else. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. But I've got this feeling it's not over yet. So, yeah, to my ex of 6 years, let's hope our paths never cross again. Hey Reddit, this is my first post and it's pretty heavy. Heads up, it talks about abuse, so be warned. I'm a 20-year-old girl. I met my ex, a 25-year-old guy, in August 2018. We didn't start dating until I was almost 19, because he was living with his girlfriend. He claimed they were just roommates, but I found out later they were still hooking up. Meeting him was the worst decision ever. At first, everything seemed great, like most relationships. I sent him some pics, boyfriend stuff. Big mistake letting him keep them. I noticed they kept texting, so I snooped on his phone. He was telling her he still had feelings for her. It hurt bad, and I confronted him. He said sorry and swore it wouldn't happen again. I made him text her about us dating. She was furious. She stopped paying for their place and helping with his car. He'd quit his job at McDonald's and refused to do DoorDash because I need to practice Fortnite to become a pro streamer. I worked like crazy, but lost my job when the boss wouldn't let me work without a doctor's note. So I ended up doing his gig while he played games. Before him, I had $3,500 saved up. He used my card for everything: phone bills, car payments, rent, weed, fast food, new Fortnite accounts, and expensive in-game items. He kept losing accounts for being toxic, but worse was coming. I discovered he was using an old phone to watch tons of porn, make dating profiles, and run fake Instagram accounts pretending to be a woman. I called him out and said I wanted to leave. He freaked out, jumping around crying, promising to change. I believed him. Things got worse, and I was scared to go. He shoved me into a wall, yelling in my face, "You hid my car keys 'cause you're jealous of other girls." Which was dumb since he'd thrown them at me in another fight. One day, I checked his tablet and found out he was selling my pictures from when I was 17 and 18. He was doing the same with his ex's pics too. I started packing my stuff and put super glue in his charger port to get rid of that gross stuff I saw. When he figured out it wouldn't charge, he lost it. He started yelling right in my face. I tried to grab my things and leave, but he pulled me down when I turned around. He wrestled me into a chokehold. I was crying, thinking this was it, but he let go before I passed out. I was coughing and gasping for air while he just stood there laughing at me. I tried to crawl away, but he grabbed my ankle and dragged me out of the place. I kicked to get free, which made him pull harder like we were playing tug of war. He left me outside without my wallet, keys, or anything valuable. I begged for my stuff so I could just go home. He came out and dragged me down the steps by my leg, leaving me with huge bruises and some cuts. I called the cops, but they didn't do anything. Later, he had to move after getting kicked out of the apartment. I got a new job. One cold day, I went to get a sweater from my car and found him sitting inside, on his phone. I'd left it unlocked, 'cause I work in a safe area. I called him a jerk and told him to get out. He started going around the back, so I jumped in the back seat to lock the doors. He ran over, yanked the door open, and tried to pull me out. I screamed and kicked him. Luckily, someone saw and called 911. They arrested him but just told him to go home for the night. I got fired because of it. He got bailed out and gave my number to other guys in jail. After he got out, he walked 5 hours to my place and was snooping in my backyard when my neighbor spotted him and called my uncle. My uncle grabbed his gun and waited in his pickup for the guy to leave the corner store. He did, but ran off. The ex kept harassing me, saying he'd show up at my graduation and ruin everything. He's made tons of fake accounts on Snapchat, Insta, and TikTok pretending to be me and his other ex. As of today, March 15th, 2025, he still pretends to be high school girls selling our pictures and making fake profiles. When we first crossed paths, you mentioned that you didn't have anyone who really got you. We were all new to the area, and it was my first time living away from my family. Despite that, I found myself comforting you, even though you were much older and had been away from your folks for about 5 years. You started spending more time with me after that so-called friend of yours ditched you. We quickly became close, and soon you began revealing your true nature. You'd lash out, yelling and hurling insults at me whenever I disagreed with you. It felt like you needed me to constantly praise you, like you thrived on being the center of attention. If I got sick, you wouldn't even check on me, but somehow you were the good friend, while I, who had helped you with everything, including when you broke your leg, was the bad one. Even when I took you to the doctor when you were ill, You couldn't stop spewing hurtful words, tearing me down piece by piece. You were the only one who knew about my panic attacks, yet you were quick to label me as someone just seeking attention because of them. You thought I was trying to get close to some guy who, in your mind, had a thing for you, and you called me a slut for it, even though he was just helping me through a rough patch, something you never seemed willing to do. You warned me to stay away from your circle of friends, and you even went as far as to criticize my mom's parenting skills. It didn't matter how exhausted I was. I still ended up doing your assignments. Everyone around us saw it. They even started calling me your servant, but all you cared about was yourself. You blamed me when your crush ended up with someone else, and I just took it. Then, when you supposedly got a boyfriend, I was the last to know, and you didn't even bother to share his picture with me. But when I got into a relationship, you went around telling everyone that I was too young to be in anything serious. You even told me not to bring up my relationship around you. You cut me off from everyone, talked trash about me, called me a flirt, all while pretending to be my friend. You constantly put me in uncomfortable situations, like making me beg for your attention when you gave me the silent treatment for something you did in front of people I couldn't stand. And you relished in it. When I finally decided to cut you out of my life, you were shocked to find yourself alone. You claimed I didn't have friends, but the truth was, you were the one who left without anyone even noticing. It's been almost 2 years now, and I still have friends I once ignored because of you. To the people who asked why I stuck with you, and if by some chance you read this, which I doubt, but if you do, and wonder why I stayed by your side for over a year, it's because I saw you as a sister. I genuinely cared for you, no matter how terribly you treated me. I trusted your words, overlooking your actions, and even though it sounds foolish, a part of me still cares for you. But I can't forget how you changed me into someone I barely recognize. Now, I struggle with trust, constantly paranoid about people's intentions, and have lost so much self-love and confidence. I'm just a shadow of who I used to be. To the former best friend who manipulated me, brought out the worst in me, and left me with scars that will last a lifetime. I still care. But please, let's never cross paths again. I'll start with a quick background. I was living with a boyfriend who didn't care about my safety at all. He would get really angry if I locked the door, even though we were in a sketchy part of town. He was much older, pushing 29, while I had just turned 20. Neither of us had a car. He was working the night shift at a fast food joint, and I was constantly sick, making it tough to hold down a job. He was into drugs and drinking heavily, and he took it out on me, blaming me for his habits and hurting me when he was high. When I finally gathered enough courage to leave for good, I did it while he was at work. I begged my mom to help me grab some essentials, personal things, and clothes. Instead of just helping me pack, she called the police. Turns out, he had a warrant out for his arrest, so she got a cop to come with us for protection. As soon as he got out, he began bombarding me with threats, using different numbers to say he'd kill me and my family if I didn't come back. It didn't matter how often I blocked him. He kept finding a way to reach me. I was terrified but thought I was somewhat safe because he had no car. I was wrong. About 2 weeks into this, he showed up with a friend who was known to carry a gun. He was banging on the door, shouting my name. I was on the second floor, and when he saw me through the window, my heart sank. I dropped to the floor and crawled to my brother's room, hiding in his closet. His window faced the backyard, and for some reason, that felt safer to me. I was home alone, and scared that even my breathing might give me away. I didn't dare call the police, fearing the noise would be too loud, so I texted my mom silently. The cops arrived around 15 minutes after my mom said they were coming. Both he and his friend were arrested. His friend had the gun on him. He didn't. In the end, I got a restraining order against him. I'm now sober and definitely in therapy after everything that happened. My dad had been seeing this woman for a while, and everything seemed to be going well. She met us a few times, and my sister and I got along with her just fine. Eventually, Dad asked her to move in with us. She packed up her stuff and drove about 8 hours to join us, bringing along her 2 cats. The first couple of months were pretty smooth until she couldn't land a job. They had agreed beforehand that she would have at least one job lined up for an interview before moving in. She moved in on August 1st but didn't secure a job until mid-February. Meanwhile, I had just graduated from high school with no job experience, but I managed to find work before she did. Because of this, Dad had to cover her car payments and insurance, which put us in a tough spot financially. But we managed. Then in November, we stumbled upon something troubling. A year's worth of text messages between her and a friend named Jason. These texts were sent after she and my dad started dating, and while she was still living in her old town. The messages were full of him coming over for late-night visits, and included some explicit photos. Dad confronted her about it, but she brushed it off, claiming we didn't get her friendship with Jason. Somehow, Dad let it slide, especially since they hadn't messaged each other in weeks. But small fights started to break out, and she began sneaking money out of Dad's wallet at night to buy cigarettes. It might sound minor, but it became a nightly thing, and it strained us financially even more. Most of the arguments were about her lying or doing something stupid, and then refusing to apologize. Things got worse as Christmas approached. Dad told her he didn't love her anymore, and that she needed to work on the relationship if she wanted it to last. This meant actually getting a job and cutting out the lies. She said she would, but I told him it was a bad idea to give her another chance. I was fed up with her and wanted her gone. Instead, her lying escalated and the problems piled up. We even suspected she was on drugs because she would come back from drives all jittery and rambling. She started rambling nonsense. One night, she went after me and a friend during another one of their arguments. My dad lost it, shouting, "Pack your stuff and get out. How dare you come after my kids, you psycho?" Telling her to leave was a regular part of their fights, but she never listened. She was emotionally abusive to everyone in the house, especially Dad. It broke him when he found out she'd been getting $1,000 a month from her mom, which could have kept us up to date on rent. We still don't know what she did with all that money. No matter what happened, she always twisted things to make herself the victim. It was never her fault. There was always some misunderstanding. When she started smoking in the garage, the smell would seep into the house. My room is right across from the garage door, and I always keep it open because my cat likes to sleep on my bed. I've got asthma, so I kept waking up coughing, the stench of cigarettes in the air. She also drove recklessly with my little sister and me in the car once. I told Dad, and when he confronted her, she played it down, saying I was being dramatic, that she gets anxious driving at night, and that we were stressing her out. It might seem small, but she put my sister and our pets at risk. We had 2 indoor cats, and her 2 were outdoor cats before they moved in. Her cats got ours to sneak out whenever she left the front door open after smoking. We live right near a big desert lot where coyotes roam every night. After she finally got a job, she didn't want to pay her fair share of the bills. Dad asked her to contribute half of her paycheck every 2 weeks, but she insisted it should only be 25% because there were 4 of us in the house. But my sister and I were only there on weekends since we went to school about an hour away and stayed with other families during the week. It turns out she wasn't even paying her car payments after she started working. She got a repossession notice and hid it from Dad. After everything, ruining us financially, emotionally abusing my dad, putting my sister and me in danger, doing drugs, stealing money, taking stuff from my room, risking the safety of our cats, and so much more, Dad finally gave her 2 weeks to move out. She left yesterday, and all I can say is, let's never cross paths again, because next time, I won't be nice like I had to be before, with all the bitterness I've got, the daughter of the man you wrecked. When I was 21, I was finally settling into my own apartment when I got an unexpected message from my old high school girlfriend. We had dated briefly, but it ended badly because I was a jerk and started seeing someone else. It had been about 7 years since high school, and honestly, I never thought I'd hear from her again. But here she was, saying she had moved on from the past and wanted to try again. We went on a date, which led to a few more, and before I knew it, we were back together. A month into our new relationship, I was working the night shift when she called, sounding frantic. She told me she had a huge fight with her mom that escalated into something physical. She said her mom slapped her and she needed to get away for a while. When I got home, I found out that she wasn't just cooling off. She was moving in. I'm a pretty easygoing guy, and I didn't mind the company, especially since I could use help with the bills. I knew this could get messy, but I didn't realize how messy it would become. We managed to live together for 2 months before everything started to go downhill. She became increasingly insecure, first about me talking to other women, and then about me watching porn. Our arguments started to drag on, sometimes lasting the whole night. Things took a darker turn when she began to harm herself and blamed me for it. One night, she cut herself so deeply that she ended up needing a tetanus shot. Late-night calls started coming in more often, always when I was on duty at the fire station. She'd demand to know where I was, who I was with, and why I wasn't answering right away. One night, things hit a boiling point when she went off the rails, saying that watching porn was just as bad as physically hurting her. She screamed at me, blaming me for her self-harm and the trips to the hospital. I finally had enough and told her to pack her things and go. That's when she really lost it. She grabbed the revolver I kept locked up for emergencies, saying she was going to kill me and then herself. I managed to dial 911, and as soon as she heard the sirens, she threw the gun outside and stormed off. I thought that would be the end of it, but it was far from over. A couple of days later, she texted me, saying she needed to drop off her key to my place. I told her to just toss it, but she showed up anyway, leaving the key and a letter taped to my door. The note was full of nonsense about how I was the one who needed help and how she forgave me for everything. I stopped reading as soon as she started that crap about me being mentally ill. She didn't stop there. She kept sending messages, asking if I had read the letter, and then tried to blame her behavior on a miscarriage. She claimed she had been pregnant with my child and lost it because of the stress. Now, years later, I'm happily married with a wonderful 4-year-old, and I don't regret for a second getting out of that mess. Let's just say, I learned my lesson the hard way. Since this happened a few years back, I might not remember every detail correctly, but I'll do my best to tell the story. Let me start with a little background. When I was a kid, my mom and I used to visit my grandparents often, and we'd all go to church together. There was this friend I had at church, and I was always pumped to see him whenever I went. We'd talk about Pokemon and other stuff we were into. Around this time, I was hitting puberty, and he seemed to take a special interest in me. He'd give me hugs and mess up my hair playfully. He was a big guy, always dressed in the same worn-out yellow shirt. At first, it all seemed innocent, and we kind of started a relationship that lasted a few months. Things were fine until we officially began dating. I was probably around 15 or 16, and he was a few years older. One day, out of the blue, he told me he could see angels and that Jesus had given him a sword to battle demons. Yes, he actually said that. As naive as I was, I believed him. I don't know why, but I did. When I wasn't visiting, we'd talk over stream while playing TF2. He'd spin these wild stories about fighting demons and how he communicated through his angel, and honestly, it just kept getting weirder. He'd tell me how I'd be his princess in heaven and that we'd rule together there. That's when things started getting really uncomfortable. Every time he went in for a hug or tried to take things further, I felt this heavy, uneasy feeling in my gut. Eventually, I decided I needed to cut ties with him and end things, but he wasn't having it. He bombarded me with emails, pleading for me to come back, saying I was making a huge mistake by leaving him. The last time I saw him was also the last time I set foot in that church. My mom, younger brother, and I had to go for a small gathering to celebrate my grandma's birthday. I had a bad feeling about it because I knew his family often catered church events. I was certain he'd be there. My mom brushed it off, telling me not to worry, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go down. When we got to the church, I told my mom I was going to hang out in the kids' playroom, where I knew I'd be safe while we waited for the cake. I brought my DS to keep myself distracted and tried to focus on the game, but suddenly I felt this heavy presence looming over me. I didn't even have to look. I knew it was him. My heart started pounding, and I immediately went into panic mode. I bolted from the room and ran around the church trying to lose him. I kept running until I was sure he wasn't following me anymore. When I finally came out of hiding, my mom and brother hurried me back to the house, and I swore I'd never return to that church again. Now, when we visit my grandparents, I always stay home while the others go to church. My mom still goes sometimes, and on occasion, she runs into him. He'll say these weird, cryptic things to her, and it freaks me out. Part of me just wants to go back and tell him to leave my family alone for good. When I was around 15, I had just split up with this girl whose family had a reputation for being really intense. One of her cousins, who I used to be pretty tight with, was rumored to be obsessed with her. One day, my friends invited me out after school, saying this guy wanted to talk things out and that he got why I ended things. Being the pushover that I was, I agreed and met up with them at a park where we all smoked and drank. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I felt an increasing sense of unease. The guy was acting off, boasting about fights he'd been in, like how he'd smashed some dude's face in during a school brawl. That was my cue to leave. I didn't feel safe around him at all. The next day, my best friend and the others who stayed out that night came to school and told me things took a darker turn after I left. Apparently, after a few more drinks, he pulled out a massive kitchen knife and started threatening everyone, saying he was going to stab me in the gut for hurting his cousin. My dad decided it was best if we moved since this guy knew where I lived. But the threats kept coming on social media, lingering for almost 2 years. Then one day, the whole town was buzzing with news. It was all over the local paper. This guy had broken into someone's house and stabbed a man to death before trying to end his own life in the guy's bathroom. When the police found him, he was barely clinging to life, with a mix of cocaine, weed, and booze in his system. An elderly neighbor had heard the chaos and called the cops when they noticed the man hadn't left for work. Now the guy's locked up in a mental hospital. I can't help but feel like I narrowly avoided something terrible. So, this is my first time posting here, but I gotta share something that happened to me a while back. My mom and I are far away from this creep now, and we won't ever have to deal with him again. This all went down in 2015, maybe 2016. My mom had just split up with this guy, who I thought might be a better dad than my real one. But he ended things and moved away. It sucked at the time, but then my granny had the brilliant idea of setting my mom up with this new dude, after the last relationship crashed and burned. The guy, let's call him Cletus, was a total hick. Now, I'm not saying all country folk are bad. Some can be real nice and hardworking. But Cletus? He was a mean, dumb, lazy drunk and an all-around weirdo. I couldn't trust him no matter how much my mom tried to convince me he had a good side. This jerk was super racist to a delivery guy who was just trying to do his job. The poor dude was Middle Eastern, and Cletus yelled at him, saying stuff like, "Get out of our country!" When called out on his BS, Cletus claimed his cousin died in the army. So that's why he acted like a jerk. My buddy put it best. Your cousin died protecting that delivery guy's rights as an American too, you know. Another messed up thing Cletus did was during my 22nd birthday party. He overheard me talking to my friends about my sexuality, and after I mentioned it, he demanded I kiss one of my pals to prove it. Then he went on this long rant about how I was going to hell and all that garbage. But wait, it gets worse. Earlier that night, one of my friends, who was only 17, caught Cletus staring at her while she was dancing. It was gross, like he thought she was some stripper or something. It took my mom forever to dump this loser. They had a huge fight where he called her names because she had me when she was young. My mom was 16 when I was born. Finally, she kicked his butt out of our place. This creep made me so mad and scared, and he even messed up my relationship with my mom. We're doing better now, but Cletus did some real damage. The last I heard about him was when my aunt's ex ran into him at the gas station. Cletus asked where his daughter was. My aunt's ex was confused and asked who he meant. When Cletus said my name, she straight up told him, "She's not your kid, dude." So, Cletus, if by some miracle you're reading this, which I doubt, because you can barely turn on a computer, listen up. I'm not your daughter. You're a racist, nasty jerk who took advantage of my mom when she was lonely. Let's never, ever cross paths again.